construction of a new highway through town and businesses. This only exacerbated the, quote, white flight of white families to the suburbs throughout the 50s and 60s. The combination of GM's divestment and the white flight transformed Flint's demographics. The city became an impoverished, predominantly black town with rampant crime. And because of racist housing and lending policies, the remaining residents had nowhere else to go. Through a practice known as redlining, government appraisers deemed black neighborhoods like Flint hazardous. The designation suppressed the area's home values and prompted banks to deny loans to residents. On top of that, the city's shrinking population caused Flint to lose a massive amount of tax revenue. By 2002, the city was in dire straits, facing a $30 million deficit. The town's cash woes were so egregious that Michigan's governor declared a financial emergency. Under Michigan law, the declaration put Flint under the state's executive control for the next 2 years. Instead of being governed by the local mayor and city council, Flint was to be run by a governor-appointed emergency manager, or EM, named Ed Kurtz. His mission was to save the city's finances, and he took it seriously. In his 2 years as an EM, Kurtz issued almost 120 cost-cutting directives, which helped lessen Flint's deficit. By June 2004, the state ended its takeover, and the mayor and city council regained control of the town. But unfortunately, Flint couldn't remain profitable. Companies in the region continued outsourcing jobs or shutting down for good, and Flint's population dwindled even further. As residents bolted from the city, schools shuttered, homes went vacant, and infrastructure worsened. Because of Flint's waning population, pipes went dormant and decayed over time. In turn, residents owed costly water bills to keep the system functioning. During the Great Recession in 2008, things only grew worse. At one point in 2009, nearly 30% of Flint's workers were unemployed. After the recession, the city was burdened with a $25 million deficit. Again, Flint fell into a state of financial emergency. In the years since the previous emergency, Michigan's new governor, Rick Snyder, had signed a bill that broadened the authority of emergency managers. Michigan voters rejected the law in a statewide referendum, but Snyder found a way to work around the people's vote. Instead, he signed a second similar bill into law known as Public Act 436, and it included a key provision. The public couldn't repeal it. The law essentially stripped Flint's citizens and their elected representatives of a voice in government. They were trapped under the leadership of whoever Snyder appointed as their emergency manager. Initially, Snyder installed an EM named Michael Brown. He seemed like a reasonable candidate to save Flint from financial ruin. He had previously been the city's temporary mayor. But the unenviable job was tough, and soon Brown stepped down. The position was a revolving door, featuring 4 different EMs in as many years. Before long, Flint turned to a familiar face, Ed Kurtz. Having already helped the city through one financial emergency, Kurtz focused on the same strategy again, cutting costs, particularly by changing Flint's water source. At the time, Flint paid Detroit to use water from its water and sewerage department. Kurtz suggested a cheaper alternative, building a pipeline to the Carignan Water Authority, or KWA. The company sourced water directly from Lake Huron, one of the largest freshwater lakes in the world. According to NPR, the city council projected that the water supply change would save the city $200 million over 25 years. Later in 2008, 2013, the plan was approved, but there was one minor snag. Building the pipeline would take at least a year and a half. Until the project was finished, Kurtz's proposal called for the city to get its water from the Flint River.
So, in April 2014, the temporary switch to Flint River water went into effect, and nothing would ever be the same. Coming up, Michigan officials realize switching Flint's water source was a fatal error. Love. It's been the subject of poems, novels, music, and film. It's also been the driving force behind some of the most horrendous crimes in history. Hi, I'm Vanessa Richardson. Join me for Season 2 of Criminal Couples and meet the lovers who took their passion to perilous lengths. Featuring standout episodes from female criminals, serial killers, solved murders, and crimes of passion, this season of Criminal Couples gets to the heart of what makes two turn to a life of murderous crime. Some couples were set off by revenge or greed. Others were fueled by sex and drugs. All acted in the name of love. Discover the darker side of desire in Season 2 of the Spotify original from Parcast, Criminal Couples. Follow for free and tune in every Monday, only on Spotify.
This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. If you're hiring, you probably know how challenging the hiring process is, especially when you're trying to find someone who will be a great fit for the role and the company. But whether you're looking for a civil engineer, attorney, accountant, nurse, zoologist, or even a new mascot, ZipRecruiter can help you find qualified candidates fast. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/crime. So, how does it work? Well, whatever role you're hiring for, ZipRecruiter's matching technology finds people with the right experience for your job and presents them to you. Then you can invite your top choices to apply. It's so effective that 4 out of 5 employers get a quality candidate within the first day. Remember, right now you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/crime. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/CRIME. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Now, back to the story.
In April 2014, Flint, Michigan switched to a cheaper water source as a means to stave off bankruptcy. At the time, residents had no idea just how negligent their representatives were being.
Government officials failed to account for Flint's infrastructure. Many older cities, like Flint, have lead water pipes. If lead chips off the pipe linings and trickles into tap water, it can be toxic.
The federal lead and copper rule requires public water systems to monitor and regulate the amount of lead in its supply, but Flint didn't comply.
Around April 24th, 2014, just a day before the city was scheduled to change its water source, the Environmental Protection Agency received a key piece of information. Michigan's Department of Environment Quality, or DEQ, said the Flint water treatment plant did not have corrosion control.
In plain English, the plant was sending water through the lead pipes without treating it, in violation of the lead and copper rule.
Unfortunately, the EPA, which was responsible for enforcing the law, didn't intervene. So Flint carried on with its plan. The next day, Flint Mayor Dean Walling pushed a button and changed the city's water source to the Flint River.
Alongside his colleagues, the mayor raised a glass of Flint River water in celebration. Although they toasted to the town, their cause for celebrating was really about saving money.
Before the city's residents had a chance to take a sip, local authorities preemptively tried to dispel any concerns about the water's quality. In a press release, Mayor Walling praised the, quote, regular, good, pure drinking water right in our backyard.
The same press release included an endorsement from Michael Prisby, a DEQ engineer who claimed that the water was safe to drink.
But Flint residents weren't as enthusiastic. Just weeks after the switch, Townspeople complained that their tap water had a pungent odor, weird taste, and a deep brown color that looked like coffee.
By May, the Flint resident reached out to Jennifer Crooks, an official at the EPA's regional office. The resident told Crooks he had rashes, and his doctor blamed it on the new water.
And he wasn't the only one. After hearing from several other people with similar symptoms, Crooks sent an email to a colleague at the EPA's Office of Groundwater and Drinking Water.
The organization sought guidance from the CDC, but officials there offered an inconclusive explanation. They said that the rashes could be caused by the water's pH level, but tests of Flint water hadn't shown any cause for concern, so neither agency seemed to be compelled to investigate further.
And this would later prove to be calamitous. Later that summer, residents' fears were validated when the DEQ made a chilling announcement.
DEQ engineer Michael Prisby, who previously claimed the water was safe, revealed that the water on the west side of the city actually had bacteria. He said that recent tests showed the presence of total coliforms, fecal coliforms, and E. coli in the water.
These contaminants can pose significant health risks. If ingested, the water could cause gastrointestinal illness and infections in the skin, ear, respiratory systems, and eye, among other symptoms. Children, the elderly, and immunocompromised individuals were particularly vulnerable.
Out of caution, the city issued an advisory that summer. West Side residents needed to boil their water for at least 1 minute before consuming.
Even then, Michigan's DEQ thought the water quality was an easy fix. The agency claimed it could resolve the issue by simply increasing chlorine levels to purify the water.
But the DEQ solution didn't assuage Flint residents, whose water remained discolored and smelly. Even after the agency's assurances, many locals avoided using their tap altogether and purchased bottled water instead.
And soon, the water quality impacted Flint's businesses, including its largest employer, General Motors. The city's water was so corrosive that even GM didn't want to use it because it rusted their engine parts.
As a short-term solution, the company tried to purify the water coming into the plants, but by October, GM struck a deal to source water from Flint Township, which is adjacent to the city of Flint, but administered autonomously with its own separate water system.
With this new deal in place, General Motors no longer had to worry about Flint's lead pipes and corrosive water. Unfortunately, the city's residents couldn't afford to make the same deal for their own homes.
GM's decision to change its water supply should have been a red flag that compelled the state to act. But apparently, GM had higher standards for its parts than the state had for its people.
In response, the DEQ reiterated that Flint's water was safe to drink and people shouldn't worry.
So the residents of Flint continued consuming the tainted river water, and with each passing day, the water further chipped away at the lead lining of their city's outdated pipes. That lead continued to flow into the water that people used to brush their teeth, cook, and shower.
According to the EPA, there is no safe level of lead in water. Lead poisoning can be fatal, and even at low exposure levels, it can cause developmental delays, abdominal pain, neurologic changes, and irritability.
But even before the lead levels came to light, Flint's water was revealed to be contaminated. On January 2nd, 2015, Flint Utilities Administrator Mike Glasgow signed a statement admitting that the city had violated the federal Safe Drinking Water Act.
The local water had an excessive amount of a toxic contaminant called total trihalomethanes, or TTHM. The substance forms after chlorine reacts with organic materials in water, including leaves or dirt.
According to the EPA, tap water with high amounts of TTHM can increase the risk of developing bladder cancer. In Flint, the city's quarterly testing found almost 25% more TTHM than the maximum levels set by public health guidelines.
Despite the alarming news, Glasgow tried to downplay any concerns. In his announcement, he told Flint residents that they didn't need to worry about consuming the tap water unless they're among one of the vulnerable groups: severely immunocompromised people, infants, or senior citizens. In that case, he advised consulting a doctor.
The most distressing part of Glasgow's memo was at the end. He said that the city anticipated resolving the contamination issue sometime within the year. Clearly, the prospect of Flint's residents having possibly carcinogenic water for nearly 12 months didn't trouble officials.
A few days after Glasgow's remarks, Flint Mayor Dane Walling defended the city's water quality. He told reporters that the water was so safe that he and his family drank it every day.
After hearing this, residents were understandably outraged. On the one hand, officials were telling them that the water was safe, but on the other, they were being warned that the water could cause cancer.
They had already been subject to toxic water for over 8 months. Each additional day could pose a fatal risk, and if the government wouldn't advocate for them, Flint residents would have to speak out on their own behalf.
Coming up, Michigan officials are finally pressured to act.
This episode is brought to you by Poise Ultra Thins. Out of the millions of women who experience bladder leaks, 7 out of 10 women are using their period pads to help stay dry. But listen up, ladies. Period pads aren't designed for pee, and you don't have to settle for subpar protection. With Poise Ultra Thins, you can feel clean, dry, and fresh all day long. Poise Ultra Thins are specifically designed for bladder leaks and keep you 10 times drier than the leading period pad. They're also super comfortable. With a fit made for your body, you'll barely know it's there, so you can live life without compromise. It takes poise. Tap the banner, click on this episode's page, or visit poise.com to learn more.
I do apologize for interrupting your amateur detective time. I'm the famous Holmes detective. No, not that one. Enola Holmes. I opened my own detective agency, which is not going as well as I expected. If you're listening to this, you've got an eye for mystery and a thirst for cracking tough cases. A new game is afoot, and a mystery of this size takes 2 Holmes to handle. Yes, my brother, Sherlock, will be along for the ride. Soon I will be worthy of the Holmes name. As a super sleuth yourself, join me on a mystery of historic proportions as we unpack every twist and turn.
Enola Holmes 2 debuts November 4th, only on Netflix, rated PG-13. Click or tap the banner below to learn more.
Now, back to the story.
On January 21st, 2015, dozens of angry Flint residents spoke out at a City Hall meeting regarding the water supply.
20-year-old Corridon Maynard complained that drinking his tap water had recently made him violently ill. After consuming a couple glasses before bed, he woke up later in the night to vomit it out. It also came up through his nose, burning.
Other residents echoed Maynard's complaints. They said their children were developing rashes and mysterious illnesses. Even their pets became sick from consuming the toxic water.
Throughout the meeting, photographers captured images of residents holding up bottles filled with their dirty brown tap water. One of the most harrowing photos showed 36-year-old Leanne Walters holding 2 bottles of cloudy, discolored water up to the face of the city's new emergency manager, Jerry Ambrose.
Yet the government officials at the meeting barely acknowledged that there was any problem at all. The DEQ engineer, Michael Prisby, said that the toxic chemical in the city's water was only concerning, if vulnerable groups consumed it for decades.
Frisbee's response didn't do much to ease the concerns of the community. The exasperated crowd grew unruly, causing officials to end the forum early.
As discontent among residents swelled, a lifeline suddenly emerged. During the same month as the town hall meeting, Detroit's water system offered to reconnect Flint to its pipelines and waive its usual $4 million connection fee.
But Ambrose declined the offer. He claimed that, quote, water from Detroit is no safer than Flint.
In reality, the EM's decision was about finances, not safety. Even though Detroit would waive the connection fee, the city still charged $1 million a month for the water. Having been tasked with saving Flint from bankruptcy, the EM refused to entertain a solution that would only add to the city's debt.
Flint City Council tried to overrule his choice, voting to switch the city back to Detroit water. But the gesture was meaningless. Ambrose was the only one with the authority to change the water source.
As a result, the improperly treated river water continued
What is it
flowing
called?
through Flint's
ViralRabbi?
lead pipes. That meant that lead kept peeling off the pipes and into residents' homes. And if the townspeople consumed the water without a filter, they were essentially drinking and bathing in poison.
At this point, the state may not have been fully aware of how much lead was seeping into Flint's taps, but they were already taking precautions to protect government employees. After workers at Michigan's Technology Management and Budget Department raised concerns about the water at their office in Flint, the state provided coolers of purified water for them to drink.
While the DEQ was making special accommodations for the state's employees, the agency continued to publicly dismiss the concerns of Flint's residents. But it wasn't long before the government's internal concerns came to light.
In June 2015, an internal memo from the EPA highlighted the elevated levels of lead in Flint's water. EPA staffer Miguel A. Del Toro had serious doubts about Flint's lead testing protocols, or lack thereof.
Michigan's DEQ had done its own preliminary testing of the water in nearly 200 Flint homes and didn't find anything troubling. But the EPA staffer worried that the government study might be intentionally excluding homes with elevated lead levels.
Days after the memo was written, it was leaked to the public by the ACLU. Like before, the DEQ immediately dismissed any concerns. Its spokesperson told people to, quote, relax.
But after months of being subject to water that looked, tasted, and smelled foul, Flint's residents saw little reason to trust the DEQ. Their suspicions were soon validated when two bombshell reports dropped in September of 2015.
In the first, Virginia Tech researchers found lead levels well above public health regulations in the tap water of Flint residents.
For context, federal laws dictate that lead in drinking water should not exceed 15 parts per billion, or ppb. In Flint, the water in the home of resident Leanne Walters came in at a staggering 13,200 ppb. That's 2.5 times greater than what the EPA categorized as hazardous waste. After consuming the contaminated water, Walter's son was diagnosed with lead poisoning.
Other households didn't fare much better. Out of the more than 250 homes whose water was tested, 40% had elevated lead levels. Based on the researcher samples, Flint's tap water was 19 times more corrosive than their previous water supply.
The research team concluded their report with a recommendation. Michigan needed to declare Flint's water unsafe for drinking or cooking.
It's unclear if Michigan officials considered this bold suggestion, but the same month, another study proved that the danger of the contaminated water wasn't just hypothetical, it was already happening.
Pediatrician Dr. Mona Hanna Atisha of Flint's Hurley Medical Center worried about the water's effect on the city's children. She and her colleagues analyzed data from the patient's blood tests, and what they discovered was deeply troubling.
Hannah and Tisha found that the percentage of children in Flint with lead poisoning had nearly doubled since the water supply switch, and in some neighborhoods, the rates tripled.
Hannah and Tisha and her team became the first to establish a direct link between Flint River water and high lead levels in Flint's children. They found that the infection rate correlated with where the lead levels were the highest.
According to the CDC, lead exposure in children can cause side effects like brain damage, stunted growth, and poor speech. As a result, kids infected with lead poisoning typically have a lower IQ, struggle to pay attention, and perform poorly in school.
Sadly, that aligned with what the teacher Bethany Dumanois observed in her room. She saw that the 6-year-olds were having trouble remembering 5 words that they had gone over every day for 2 weeks. She also told the New York Times that her students were acting out by flipping desks and hurling chairs.
By the fall of 2015, the crisis had ignited outrage far beyond city limits. With hard data from doctors and scientists, it was impossible for Michigan officials to continue denying the problem.
The mounting pressure finally led to a change. In October, to stop sourcing water from the Flint River and reconnect to Detroit water.
But simply switching back to the old water source wasn't going to end the crisis. Until Flint's lead pipes were completely replaced, residents would essentially be drinking their tap water out of a lead straw.
The town received well over $100 million in federal and state funding.
There has been linked to at least 12 deaths with pneumonia.
The disaster has had these children. The town's recently established Neurodevelopmental Center of Excellence and found that 70% required special accommodations for issues like ADHD, dyslexia, or mild intellectual impairment.
The increase in students needing accommodations has overwhelmed local schools that were already understaffed and underfunded.
Despite all the damage to the community, attempts at accountability are still ongoing. Numerous lawsuits and investigations have charged authorities with negligence and willful neglect.
Michigan's Attorney General at the time, Bill Schuette, brought forth several criminal cases, but the investigation was hardly an independent one. Schuette belonged to the same political party as fellow Republican Governor Rick Snyder, the man at the center of the Flint scandal.
In total, Schuette charged 15 officials in connection to the water crisis, but 7 of those cases were resolved with plea agreements, and none of them
Administration, Nessel led a new investigation that charged 9 people. As of this recording, the cases are still ongoing.
Among those charged is manager Jerry Ambrose, who had initially refused to switch Flint back to Detroit's water supply. He faces 4 felony counts of misconduct in office.
The highest officer holder charged was former Governor Snyder. He faced misdemeanor counts of willful neglect, a maximum penalty of 2 years in prison, or a potential $2,000 fine.
The governor had insisted on the need for transparency when he was in office, yet the actions of his administration tell a different story.
A 2020 investigation by Vice found that Snyder had been cautioned about the dangers of switching to Flint River water a year before the change was made. He did not respond to Vice's requests for comment.
Then, in July of 2021, an expose by The Intercept and Detroit Metro Times reported that Snyder didn't comply with multiple subpoena requests.
When investigators tried to review the state's internal communications, They found that the cell phones of Michigan's top environmental and health officials were wiped of virtually any text messages about Flint's drinking water.
As of December 2021, more than 7 years after the Flint water crisis began, no one charged in the catastrophe has served any jail time.
Even if Snyder and the other officials are ultimately convicted, the people of Flint are angry about the lax charges.
Flint resident and water activist Melissa Mays is upset that former Governor Snyder is not being prosecuted for any felonies. She believes his misdemeanor charges, quote, prove to us in Flint that if you are a rich white man, it's not considered an actual crime to poison poor, black, and brown communities for profit. It's only a minor fine and a slap on the wrist.
May's grievance speaks to the issue of environmental racism, a term that refers to the disproportionate exposure of people of color to polluted air, water, and soil.
In the case of Flint's tragedy, University of Michigan researcher Paul Mohai called the water crisis, quote, the most egregious example of environmental injustice and racism in my over 3 decades of studying this issue.
The government's delayed action is all too familiar to impoverished communities like Flint. It's well documented that poorer citizens are less likely to vote, so politicians are incentivized to focus on affluent constituents instead.
Which makes it even more challenging for struggling towns to make themselves heard and receive support.
Unfortunately, that's still true for Flint. As of this recording, many residents still don't feel safe drinking from their home's tap water, even though the state has confirmed that Flint's water is now well within federal guidelines for lead. Locals no longer trust their government.
Michigan also underwent an aggressive effort to update Flint's water system. Since 2017, contractors have checked over 27,000 pipes and replaced another 10,000. However, many residents who have had their pipes replaced still use bottled water. Some found the pipe replacement program to be confusing and don't trust the government after being misled for years.
At the moment, the only semblance of justice for Flint residents was a recent payout from the state. On November 10th, 2021, a federal judge approved a $626 million settlement for tens of thousands of Flint residents who had sued the state of Michigan.
The sum was significant for one reason. It was more than the $200 million savings that emergency manager Ed Kurtz sought when he forced the city to use the Flint River's water.
Hey, you and your picture.
While the settlement may sound like a big win for victims, it's worth noting that there are at least 50,000 parties to the settlement, which means each victim only receives about $12,500.
The meager reward was even less satisfying, considering it was mostly funded by taxpayer contributions. Sadly, much of the payout is essentially coming out of the victims' own wallets.
The Flint water crisis is a glaring example of bureaucracy gone wrong. But government negligence isn't just an American issue. It's worldwide and plagues some of the most powerful, technologically savvy countries, like Japan.
Just before the Flint water crisis began, Japan battled an epic environmental tragedy of its own, the Fukushima nuclear disaster of 2011.
Thanks for tuning in. We'll be back next time with a third episode in our 4-part special. You can find all episodes of Conspiracy Theories and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
Until then, remember, the truth isn't always the best story.
And the official story isn't always the truth.
Conspiracy Theories is a Spotify original from Parcast. Executive producers include Max and Ron Cutler. Sound design by Brendan Hawkins, with production assistance by Ron Shapiro, Trent Williamson, Carly Madden, and Bruce Katovich. This episode of Conspiracy Theories was written by Ben Hanani, with writing assistance by Valerie Cara and Kate Gallagher, fact-checking by Anya Bailey, and research by Brian Petrus. Conspiracy Theories stars Molly Brandenburg and Carter Roy. It's been said that love is a many-splendored thing. That is, until it's not. In Season 2 of Criminal Couples, discover true stories of couples who turned their love lives into a life of crime. Lies and deceit are just the beginning. Follow the Spotify original from Parcast, Criminal Couples. Catch new episodes every Monday, free and only on Spotify. Due to the sensitive nature of today's episode, listener discretion is advised. This episode includes discussions of violence and radiation contamination. We advise extreme caution for children under 13.
On March 11th, 2011, 54-year-old Atsufumi Yoshizawa was working as an engineer at the Fukushima Daiichi power plant next to Okuma, Japan. As he finished up his shift at about 2:46 p.m., he felt a violent tremble that jerked him onto the floor.
He stood in a hallway near the plant's main control room. Yoshizawa looked up and saw the walls sway. Seconds later, ceiling panels fell to the ground.
In the corner of his eye, Yoshizawa spotted a sturdy desk. He crawled toward it and took cover.
For nearly 6 minutes, he and his colleagues at the power plant endured the most powerful earthquake to hit the region since researchers began keeping seismographic records in the late 19th century.
After the shaking ended, Yoshizawa rushed to a secure room where senior staff gathered to discuss the emergency plan. They had no idea that the earthquake was the least of their worries.
The quake had triggered a tsunami heading right toward them. Several massive waves that would destroy the nuclear power plant.
I'm Carter Roy.
And I'm Molly Brandenburg.
And this is
Do they have fresh water in Asia?
four-part
I know they do,
series presented
but I
by
never hear about
Conspiracy
fresh water
Theories.
lakes in Asia.
When a
What?
tragedy occurs,
I
we
know they
often
do.
find ourselves asking, how could this happen? Oftentimes, the events were totally random. There's no way anyone could have foreseen what would happen.
But other disasters are the result of negligence and corruption.
In this episode, we'll discuss one of the world's worst nuclear catastrophes, the 2011 Fukushima Daiichi power plant disaster. The facility cut corners and ignored repairs from the 1970s until the 2000s.
They knew that could be dangerous and continued to ignore protocol until a powerful earthquake and tsunami plunged the plant into ruin.
We have all that and more coming up. Stay with us.
This episode of Dictators is sponsored by BetterHelp. Look, there are times when it's hard to keep your brain in problem-solving mode, and you just need someone in your corner, someone to help you work through things. A therapist can help you figure out what's causing you to feel the way you do, and they can help you figure out a solution, so you can accomplish your goals, no matter how big or small they are. If you're thinking of giving therapy a
That's
try,
what I meant, bro.
BetterHelp is a
There's
great
none.
option. It's convenient, accessible, affordable, and it's entirely online. All you have to do is fill out a short survey, and you'll be matched with a licensed therapist that you can talk with via video, phone, or chat. Plus, you can easily switch therapists at any time. If you want to be a better problem solver, BetterHelp can help you get there. And right now, listeners can get 10% off their first month of therapy at betterhelp.com/parcast. That's betterhelp.com/parcast.
It's like, because I'd be like, because the bullshit fucking definition of what bully is like so fucking bullshit. Anybody? You could be like Big Bird.
You're
Well,
still
Big Bird
winning
bullied
when
all
you
those
wake up with
motherfuckers on
promises.
Sesame Street.
Because if
What?
there's one
It was
thing
taller than
eaters will
everyone.
happily
Didn't
say yes
make
to,
them feel
it's a
like
toasty
normal
Thomas's
height.
English
Like should have bent down in one fucking.
Thomas's. Wake up to what's possible.
I don't know. Did he have one of those knees that go like this, or is it like a stork knee, like a dog?
A new game is afoot, and a mystery of this size takes 2 homes to handle. Yes, my brother. Shall be along for the ride. As a super sleuth yourself, join me on a mystery of historic proportions as we unpack every
You ever see a
twist
dog
and turn.
elbow?
Enola Holmes
Little
2
hairs on
debuts
it.
November 4th,
It's like
only
this.
on Netflix. Rated
Really?
PG-13. Click or tap the banner below to learn more.
Wheatus. If you had to spell Wheatus to save your life, could you? WHETUS? Now, is that it? I don't think so.
To
It's a
fully
band.
grasp the sorrow of the Fukushima
Is it
nuclear
Wheatus?
disaster, you need
Teenage
to
Dirtbag.
understand the notion of U-ray, or faint spirits. U-ray are much like the Western concept of ghosts who have unfinished business. The specters are unable to transcend to a peaceful afterlife.
Some of these Yurei
Teenage Dirtbag
and
is
other
good.
supernatural beings
Right?
especially inhabit one part of Japan, its northeast region. The area is known for its remoteness, harsh winters, and haunted
But I want to
history.
look at Wheatus.
Most modern Japanese ghost sightings have been born out of tragic events like World War II. In August of 1945, the U.S. Army dropped 2 nuclear bombs in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The attacks killed over 200,000 civilians, with thousands more to die from nuclear radiation in the months and years to follow.
In the aftermath, stories circulated about the Yurei of the blasts deceased wandering in the remains.
The ghosts of World War II haunted Japan several other ways too. The nation's lack of natural resources and foreign dependence on oil arguably led to their defeat. As a result, the country searched for an energy source that allowed for more independence and a return to prosperity.
In the late 1940s and 1950s, Japan's Ministry of International Trade and Industry,
It's like it doesn't
or
want to know the answer.
MITI, had an idea: nuclear power plants.
But that would be easier said than done. With the Hiroshima and Nagasaki attacks fresh in their minds, the public disapproved of anything nuclear. So in the 1950s, the country continued
Excuse
with
for
an older source of
some video
energy,
guys to say a word
coal.
that sounds
At
like
one
penis, but it's a
point,
penis.
Japan had
Most claim that the
130
weenus
coal mines, including Fukushima's own
is a flap of skin on
Joban
your elbow, but we all know that.
The 62-mile mine supplied energy for Japan's largest city,
We're just
Tokyo,
obsessed with saying
located
penis.
118 miles southwest, and powering Tokyo
Oh, I
helped
did not know what to
Fukushima's
say.
economy flourish. The Joban coalfield became one of the prefecture's main employers, hiring up to 30,000 people.
It was a more prestigious distinction than one of Fukushima's other claims to fame as a grower of delicious peaches and pears, for which it was named the Fruit Kingdom.
As coal bolstered Fukushima's economy, the nonviolent use of atomic power was on the rise.
Oh my god, I
In
love
December of
Oleg.
1953, U.S. President Dwight D. Eisenhower started the Atoms for Peace program. The initiative encouraged the amicable use of nuclear energy in other countries, especially Japan.
In September of 1954, a member of the U.S. Atomic Energy Commission said that giving Japan nuclear power would be a dramatic and Christian gesture to make amends for bombing Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
In other words, the U.S. wanted to make amends with Japan for bombing 2 major cities with more nuclear power.
The Japanese public was vehemently against it, so the U.S. State Department flooded the country's radio, TV, and newspapers with pro-nuclear propaganda.
Within a year, it worked. The scheme softened the people's aversion to atomic power and helped elect pro-nuclear politicians to Japan's parliament.
By the end of 1955, Japan had signed an atomic energy agreement with the U.S. The Japanese government budgeted millions of dollars to develop nuclear power plants across the country. The
The MITI was heavily involved in the facility's operations.
The new power station was created hundreds of new jobs.
Sometimes
It was a boom for atomic energy, but that caused the coal industry to face a rapid, irreversible decline. As a result, mines like Fukushima's Joban coalfield eventually closed.
Without the coal mine, thousands of people lost their jobs. But before long, Fukushima found a solution, opening its own nuclear power plant.
In the late 1960s, Fukushima found an interesting company,
That's you, baby.
Tokyo Electric
Who's that
Power
one guy,
Company,
Minotaur?
or
Shut
TEPCO.
the Minotaur.
It was Japan's largest utility
What was his story?
provider and supplied electricity to
There's some
Tokyo
story
and
about
several manufacturers.
your sales.
TEPCO made big plans for
Oh,
Fukushima,
part man, part
ordering
ball.
not just one nuclear plant, but two.
Minotaur.
In 1966,
No.
construction
Black
began on Fukushima's first plant alongside a northeastern coastal town called Okuma. TEPCO picked a 114-foot sea bluff as the facility's location. That height would largely protect the spot from tsunamis, which could be from 10 to over 100 feet high.
It's like it doesn't work.
But from their experience at the time, Okuma rarely saw massive waves
Hey, Ruben
and hadn't had a
Wagner.
recorded tsunami in
Wagon.
at least 300 years. In TEPCO's application to build the site, the company noted that typhoon storms, earthquakes, and aftershocks were greater threats to the new power plant.
Seismic activity in Japan is very common, especially since the country rests on or near 4 constantly shifting tectonic plates. A nuclear power plant needed to be erected on earthquake-proof ground, which the high sea bluff was not.
Indeed.
Officials
Oh,
also
she a gold
realized the
digger.
cliff's elevation
Way
made it hard to
over town.
deliver equipment to the
That
site.
digs on.
And once installed, necessary
This is the hottest
hardware
fucking
like sea
song.
pumps would cost more to
And in the
operate.
club of the knots.
So
So, yeah.
TEPCO came up with a plan to save money and safeguard the plant from earthquakes. The company shaved down the seawall
For real?
by 82 feet, revealing a
When
stable
you talk
bedrock
about
layer.
songs and just
Then the company
play,
constructed
you
the
can play it.
building on solid
You can play that
ground,
song in a club now.
located
You can
over
play it in
32
2008.
feet above
Work.
sea level.
Really?
It was a fateful decision that left the power plant
Yeah.
vulnerable to tsunamis.
Japan was no stranger to the large earthquake-triggered waves. The word tsunami itself comes from Japanese. But TEPCO executives
Damn,
preferred
this is such a
protecting
hot
the
video.
facility from earthquakes and saving money
Really? Who was it?
instead.
He did the
And the
Type
company
Williams
could
did the
get
best
away
video.
with this because they
And
were part of
Derek
the
actually
Keiretsu.
A keiretsu is a specific type of business system, the Japanese
Oh,
equivalent
she a
of a
gold digger.
corporate conglomerate.
Way over
Massive
town.
keiretsus often
That big
received
zone.
informal direction from MITI,
Nah,
but the
she a
agency's
gold
authority
digger.
was limited.
But she ain't messing with no broke
And
niggas.
MITI
Man,
was
she
very
a gold
concerned with the
digger.
bottom line.
But she ain't messing with some broke niggas.
Questioned TEPCO's
Get
decision
down, girl. Go
because
ahead.
it
Get down.
potentially improved
Get down, girl.
profits.
Go ahead. Get down.
By
Get down, girl.
1971,
Go ahead. Get
Fukushima
down.
Daiichi reactor
Get down,
number
girl.
1
Go
had
ahead.
begun commercial
Beauty
electrical
little bomb,
production.
at a beauty salon with the baby Louis Vuitton under
officials
her underarm. She said, I can tell you
realized
rock, I can tell by your charm. But girls got a flock, I can tell by your charm and your arm. And you're the good one that you see.
Next,
The second told me
Fukushima
that they had a last
Daiichi
of
cuts
Serena,
corners.
Trina,
And
Jennifer
it's
Lopez,
caught.
4 kids, and I gotta take all the bad ass for showbiz.
It's been the
Take the
subject of
kids,
poems,
but then we got the
novels,
friends. I
music,
pulled
and
the
film.
bands, they
It's
all
also
run
been the
again.
driving
They
force
run
behind some of the most
and
horrendous
everything. But you
crimes
fucking
in
with this
history.
girl, then you better
Hi,
be
I'm
paid.
Vanessa
You know why?
Richardson. Join me
Take
for
too
season
much to
2
touch.
of Criminal
From what I
Couples
heard, you got a
and meet the
baby with
lovers
Buster.
who took
My
their
best
passion
friend said you
to
used to fuck with
perilous
Usher.
lengths.
Then
Featuring standout episodes from
still love
female
it.
criminals,
No, I'm saying
serial
she a gold
killers,
digger.
solved murders,
But
and
she ain't
crimes
messing
of
with no
passion.
broke niggas.
This season of Criminal
I ain't saying
Couples
she a
gets to the
gold
heart
digger.
of what makes two
But she ain't messing
turn
with
to
no
a
broke
life
niggas.
of murderous crime.
Get down, girl.
Some
Go ahead.
couples
Get
were set
down.
off by
Get
revenge
down,
or
girl. Go
greed.
ahead. Get
Others
down.
were fueled by
Get down,
sex
girl.
and
Go ahead.
drugs.
Get down.
All acted
Get down,
in the
girl.
name
Go
of
ahead.
love. Discover the
18
darker
years.
side of
18 years.
desire
She got
in
one of
season
your
2
kids
of
get
the
you for
Spotify
18 years.
original
I
from
know somebody
Parcast,
paying child support
Criminal
for one of
Couples.
his kids. Baby
Follow
mama
for
calls
free
her
and tune
kids
in
bigger than
every
his.
Monday
There's
only
a
on
on TV.
Spotify.
Any given Sunday, when the Super Bowl drive off at the holiday, she was just ready
This
for
episode is
go
brought to
with
you
the
by
money. She
ZipRecruiter.
wants me to go
If you're hiring, you probably know how challenging the hiring process is,
money.
especially when you're trying to find someone who will be a great fit for the role and the
If
company.
it ain't no punk,
Whether
holla,
you're
we
looking for a
want
civil
prenup.
engineer,
We want
attorney,
prenup. Yeah,
accountant,
something
nurse,
that we need to
zoologist,
have.
or
Because
even a
when
new
you leave the
mascot,
gas, you're going to need
ZipRecruiter can
to
help you
have
find qualified
18
candidates
years.
fast. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/crime. So, how does it work? Well, whatever role you're hiring for, ZipRecruiter's matching technology finds people with the right experience for your job and sends them to you. Then you can invite your top choices to apply. It's so effective that 4 out of 5 employers get a quality candidate within the first day. Remember, right now you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/crime. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/CRIME. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Now, back to the story.
He gonna name Saturday Johnson. He got that ambition, baby. Look in his eyes. This not the choice that sweet is surprise. Sit by his side. I
In
know he's wrong
1971,
in his side.
Fukushima
This is
Daiichi
he coming
nuclear
in
power
time.
plant
But you say
began
right,
energy
girl.
production.
And when you get on,
Its
he give you
operator,
ask for a white
TEPCO,
girl.
took measures to protect the structure from earthquakes,
Go ahead,
but in the process,
get down.
those actions made the facility more vulnerable to tsunamis.
Get down, girl.
Unfortunately, like all the stories in this special, TEPCO prioritized efficiency over safety, saving money in the long run. It seems cash drove most decisions when it came to Japan's power plants, including where to
Where
build
did you
them.
remember?
Eager to develop his country's new
Nero
energy
on
source,
fucking McKinley, my friend
Japanese Prime
Nero.
Minister
You were listening
Tokugawa
to a song
Tanaka
or
created
something
a
like that?
tax in
Or
1974
no, was
for
that where you were?
residents who
Could have
used
been,
electricity
but I don't
provided
think
by
so.
nuclear
Why?
power plants.
I think I just had
Then
this
the
CD in the
government
car,
used those
and
millions of
Dan and I were
dollars
listening to it
to
later on.
fund subsidies for the struggling towns that house
I
nuclear
think I
power
was just
plants.
On one hand, the funding helped keep impoverished towns afloat. On the other, the subsidies kept most anti-nuclear protests at bay because the people who owned the power plant brought an influx of cash and jobs into their town. Essentially, it bought the residents of rural nuclear power.
Communities that house nuclear plants like Fukushima were incentivized on their output, which depended on how many reactors a facility had. By 1979, Fukushima Daiichi boasted 6 boiling water reactors, or PWRs.
Many of the nuclear power plants in the US and abroad used the same PWRs, which were designed by General Electric. The reactors were so large that each was housed in its own respective building where it generated energy.
To produce electricity, most PWRs use long rods of uranium-235, a radioactive element. Uranium-235 is highly unstable. Through a controlled process called fission, its atoms can easily split apart, emitting a large amount of energy. All it needs is a small push to get the reaction started.
The energy from the chain reaction is released as heat, which boils water inside the reactor to make steam. Then, the vapor spins turbines that generate electricity.
Fukushima Daiichi's 6 reactors produced a combined 4.6 gigawatts of electricity, enough to illuminate nearly 47 million 100-watt light bulbs. With this capacity, the plant became one of the most powerful in the world.
It was a huge success for Japan. The country went from being weakened by a nuclear attack to successfully harnessing atomic energy. Finally, Japan found a new avenue to prosperity.
So, in the following years, Japan went full speed ahead and invested in more power stations, including Fukushima's second plant.
And while these facilities were certainly triumphant, they weren't perfect. Nuclear meltdowns are always a huge risk. The PWR reactors needed to have a certain amount of water, no more or less. Not enough water in its core could cause it to dry out and overheat.
On the other hand, too much water would create an abundance of steam and pressure inside. Either situation could cause the uranium rods to melt, leading to a nuclear meltdown. In the process, the uranium could release radioactive material into the environment, resulting in radiation poisoning.
Fukushima Daiichi had several safety measures in place in case of an earthquake, the structure had a secure room for leadership to retreat to, called the Emergency Resource Center, or ERC.
TEPCO also set up the 6 reactors to automatically shut off in the event of a tremor. If the plant lost electricity, it had several backup diesel generators to keep the facility going and keep the uranium rods cool.
But despite these precautions, Fukushima Daiichi still had accidents early on. In 1978, reactor number 3's fuel rods fell inside the apparatus, causing an uncontrollable chain reaction. It took workers 7.5 hours to fix the issue. Technical data on incidents like these should have been recorded, but the paperwork for the reactor number 3 accident
I have this
went
fucking
missing
CD.
later on. According to Reuters, it's unclear if the
What
plant
was it?
workers
Okay, so
covered
that
the
actually was
mishap
a King Girl.
intentionally
This other
to
time a
avoid
different
getting
King
in
Girl. That
trouble.
one was on Edison.
Or the
We're there.
documents may have been thrown
Why?
out for far more routine reasons.
My
At the
father.
time, Japan allowed nuclear power plants to discard technical data after 10 years.
Either way, it was a preliminary sign that the facility may not have been as safe as TEPCO thought.
So,
But while TEPCO may have overlooked Fukushima Daiichi's mistakes, the rest of the world was waking up
Euro.
to nuclear power's
Exactly
hazards.
what is a Euro?
In 1979, the 3 Mile Island nuclear power station had a highly publicized partial meltdown near Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Then, in 1986, the Soviet Union's Chernobyl nuclear power plant experienced the world's worst
So they're like, so you
nuclear
just want bread
accident.
and meat.
After
Yeah,
those accidents,
but I don't want the bread.
anti-nuclear
It's like you just
movements
want bread.
gained momentum again, including in Japan.
So
The
how will he
Japanese
do?
government publicly declared that
Well,
mishaps
it's
like
like
those
you're ordering
could
like
never happen in
$7
their
sandwich,
country.
and
They claimed
the
that
best
Japan had
deal ever
top-notch
in town ever to a
technology
street car shop
and
was
maintenance measures that could prevent
really,
any
yeah,
type of
very
failure.
high.
But in December of 1990,
It was
the U.S.
fries,
Nuclear
all-you-can-eat
Regulatory
fries,
Commission,
a
an
euro,
independent safety
and
agency, published
a
an
beer
alarming report
for $5.
Severe Accident Risks.
It was
The
the.
study
I mean,
examined
I had
power
only heard
plant
about this
safety
place,
in
how
the
busy it would
US.
get when they would have
It
this.
found that if
It was
diesel
like-
generators failed, the
But what
lack of
happened?
electricity would cause the reactor's cooling systems
Were they?
to
They
stop.
were, but barely. I mean, like
Those
that's just like
conditions
giving shit away.
could set the
Really?
stage for a major disaster.
I mean, these Euro plates were. These were
Studies
Euro
like this
plates. I mean,
one
it was
were
like a whole
significant
thing
because they
for
pointed out
$5.
that
Kids would
diesel
just come in
generators, a common
and
safeguard,
buy beers for
were not
$5,
as reliable
basically.
as
Really?
people
Yeah.
thought.
They weren't checking it.
Eventually, Japan's own
Not
Nuclear
hard,
and
really.
Industrial Safety Agency learned about the report, but it's still unclear if
Well, it's
TEPCO
just like-
read the American Bulletin.
If you're gonna have somebody check your ID, you have to be a
TEPCO's
server or
own
somebody. You know?
failings became well known to Japan.
Yeah.
TEPCO was responsible for having several parts of the reactors inspected regularly. Because General Electric designed the reactors, they also performed inspections.
In July of 2000, a GE inspector allegedly informed the Ministry of International Trade and Industry,
One time you had a
MITI,
360 no
about
scope.
cracks
Well, now you
found on
can scope.
Fukushima Daiichi's
It sounds better.
stainless steel reactor
That just means-
shrouds.
Shot a gun. 180 no
As we
scope.
mentioned
It was
earlier,
like this. You should be like, this
MITI
never
had
happened.
limited authority over AK Retsu
It was that one Halo
subsidiary
base
like
where it was
TEPCO.
like a thing here and here.
Ultimately,
And
TEPCO
it was
didn't
like,
make
I don't know, it looked like you were in the middle of
necessary
fucking
fixes to ensure the safety
the Grand
of the
Canyon, but like really
reactors.
nice grass.
Since the
And,
shrouds themselves don't
and like
contain
George
fuel,
was like, ding,
some power
ding, he's like got
plants
this guy
don't
running,
feel
and I was like bound
urgency
behind
to
him.
replace
There are all these
them,
bad guys over here.
even if it leaves the reactor
You know, she's like,
vulnerable.
ding, ding.
However, GE
Got
disagreed.
missiles, and he's like
In
throwing
March of
stickies on a guy.
2002, GE officials told
And anyway,
TEPCO's
so Yoshi's like,
president,
hey Mikey, Ida, just follow me. And
to
it's okay.
investigate whether his
And then it
workers
was like,
were hiding
he goes like this.
anything
He was
else.
looking at me,
When the probe concluded,
and he was like,
it alleged that TEPCO employees had
like
potentially
a major.
covered up 29 safety
fired this
incidents
fucking
over
bullet,
the past
and he had like
decades.
curved the fucking bullet
Finally, TEPCO
And it was like
admitted that it falsified
right through this
documents,
motherfucker's
and by September,
fucking
Minami resigned
Kennedy.
with an apology. But his
Right.
departure
Until he
didn't
left.
alleviate the dishonesty within the company.
5 years later,
Really?
in January of
Yeah.
2007,
You didn't get him right here?
TEPCO
You didn't get him like right
admitted
out of
to
photo
handling
style?
falsified
Like a fucking
records
laser pointer?
involving over 200 incidents at its
So I did
power
this one lady, I was
plants.
at Martin's
At
one
the
time as a
time,
little boy,
TEPCO
and I didn't know, and I
operated
kept
three,
pointing at this lady
the
because she
two
had a thing here.
Fukushima
She was
plants and
my mouth.
Kashiwazaki Kariwa, the largest rated nuclear power plant in the world.
When the Japanese government questioned TEPCO about the records, the company was defensive. TEPCO claimed that their workers felt pressured to falsify documents because passing inspections without incident was the priority.
Yet, officials didn't acknowledge that the push for successful inspections likely came from TEPCO and the government.
The government probably hoped to keep its taxpayer-funded subsidies in place without protest from anti-nuclear activists. And TEPCO likely didn't want anything to give protesters the sense that its plants might be unsafe.
Later, TEPCO released a report essentially admitting that it wanted to prove Japan's nuclear technology was the safest. While the rest of the world made mistakes with Chernobyl and 3 Mile Island,
This is the best.
Japan
This
sought to
was
avoid
the best.
criticism and demonstrate
By
that it
far,
was generating
the
nuclear
best
power correctly.
meal I think I've ever had
Unfortunately, that goal likely
at a
influenced
chain
the
restaurant,
government to
maybe ever.
overlook
But what was
TEPCO's
it?
mistakes. Authorities didn't make the company
Olive Garden has
change any
unlimited
of its
soup, salad,
procedures.
and breadsticks
Japan
for
just
like
had too much
nothing.
invested into nuclear energy
For the amount that you
success
can eat,
to admit
if you're a
any
big
type
boy,
of failure.
and they had unlimited pasta too.
Nuclear
So you
power
could get
plants
unlimited
had become
pasta,
symbols
soup,
of
salad, and
Japan's
breadsticks. But wait,
national
we
pride
wouldn't do
and
that though.
prosperity.
Why? This was just they
By
had
2011,
that came unlimited
nuclear
pasta at
facilities
fucking
produced
Olive Garden. You could
30% of Japan's
But it used to be a thing.
electricity.
Why? Because you
The
can only
country
eat so
wanted
much
to
fucking
increase
pasta
that
to grow
to
up.
more than
And they can charge you
50%
like
by
$15 for it, and it
2030.
only costs like $8
Not
to
to
make
mention,
total.
Fukushima Prefecture had
It's not a
collected a
lot,
total of
so
$3.3
really, yeah.
billion from
I mean,
government
and you
subsidies
eat to the
since
point where you gorge.
1974.
Really, yeah.
The
And
area
I think
was
they should
making
allow
more
this.
money than ever
What?
thanks to its
You can
two
take home
nuclear
one
power
container
plants.
for soup set, but
And
usually you
that
can't take home.
meant
But I think
Fukushima
they
and
might
Daiichi
allow that.
needed to keep
Why?
running no matter what.
They're gonna
But
lose
on March
a
11th,
plate of pasta every single
2011,
time. When's the last time anyone went to
disregard
fucking
for
Olive
safety,
Garden? When's the last time you know an
truth
Orthodox Jew went to
came
fucking
to a
Olive
head.
Garden? Never. But they'll clean these fucking places up and make them kosher, and every fucking Jew will be there.
Coming up,
Really? Yeah. So
Fukushima
then what?
Daiichi
So
faces a
it'll be like
catastrophe.
funny. Anyway, so what? We were
I do apologize for interrupting your amateur detective time. I'm the famous Holmes
What was
detective. No, not that one. Enola Holmes. I opened my own detective
What was
agency,
okay.
which is
So
not going as
we
well
had
as
a
I
game,
expected.
a
If you're listening
basketball
to
game.
this, you've got an eye
Where?
for mystery and a thirst for cracking tough cases. A new game is afoot, and a mystery of this size takes two
Holy
homes to handle.
family.
Yes, my
There's
brother,
holy cross.
Sherlock, will be along for the ride. Soon I will be worthy of the Holmes
Whatever
name.
one was
As
like,
a super sleuth yourself,
I haven't seen.
join me on
No,
a mystery of
But it
historic
was like
proportions as we
far
unpack
fuck away. I
every
remember
twist and turn.
some shit.
Enola
No, I
Holmes 2
remember playing
debuts
that.
November
Really,
4th, only on
It
Netflix,
was.
rated PG-13.
I fucking
Click
lit
or
that
tap the
place
banner
up.
below to
It was
learn
probably
more.
the best game I ever had. The only game ever that my one friend did not leave every single scoring contest. His dad was
You're
the
still
coach,
winning
but
when
he's
you wake
also
up
the
with
best player on the
Thomas's.
team.
Because
And
if
he
there's
and I,
one thing
he had an
the
off
eaters will
night,
happily say
and
yes
he and I
to,
both had
it's a
8 points.
toasty Thomas's English
Really?
muffin.
Yep, it was the most
Thomas's.
points
Wake up
I
to
ever
what's
scored,
possible.
and it was the
Now,
only time
back
he
to
was
the
not the
story.
leading scorer. Alone. Really? Yeah. Are you sure on that one?
March 11th, 2011 was an
Anyway.
ordinary day at the Fukushima
This
Daiichi
wait,
nuclear
that's right.
plant as its employees reported to work to keep the
You done?
reactors functioning.
But they did
At
not
the time, only reactors 1, 2, and 3
keep track of
were
steals, or I would have let
operational.
leading
The other
steals by
3
a
were
ton.
down for
Who else?
maintenance.
I would have been one,
Then,
and
at
John
2:46 p.m.
Sunshine
local
3,
time,
and this kid,
the final
Summer.
earthquake struck.
Joey Summer.
For about 6 minutes, a
I think
magnitude 9 earthquake shook northeast Japan,
And John.
including Fukushima Prefecture. The
Why'd you have so
shaking
many
was
steals?
strong enough to
I
shatter
just
glass,
always
crack
played
roads, and take down
the
telephone
point,
poles around the area.
or as a guard,
The
or
seismic
shooting guard
event
generally,
was so
and so I was
powerful
always
that it moved Japan's
I was
east
always around the
coast
key,
8 feet toward
and I could
North
just
America
read
and
when these
tilted Earth's
motherfuckers. It
axis
was all about
by 4
timing. When
inches.
I would just watch their eyes,
But
and when this kid
inside
would
the
fucking
Fukushima
get
Daiichi
ready
nuclear plant,
to
little
throw the
changed.
ball, I could just time it every fucking time.
Everything
I
seemed
remember
to be
stealing the
going
ball from my
according
friend
to its
John,
emergency
and he
plan.
is so pissed.
Reactors 1, 2,
Really?
and
Yeah.
3 automatically shut off.
Really?
The plant's
Yeah.
generators ran pumps
So I
to
could
keep
just like,
the
oh, fucking
reactors
kill
cool for the
That was
next
another thing. I wore
24
glasses
hours,
too.
the time needed for the core to
Glasses
power
to the
down
ball.
without a risk
But I
of
was quick at it.
meltdown.
Really?
Plant leadership retreated to the Emergency Response Center, or ERC.
No. Then
They
what?
thought the
Then I
worst
get to
was
the end of the
over
court,
and
pass
that
the ball.
nuclear station
Somebody pass the ball,
had
Greg
survived.
Rudkowski, and he'd throw up fucking
Little did they
threes
know,
just
the
to be
forceful
funny.
quake
We'd all laugh,
originated
and the
from
crowd would
tectonic
laugh.
movement in the Pacific Ocean.
But we'd fucking never
Located
get the
around
ball. He would
80
just throw
miles
up
off
fucking.
Japan's east coast.
Oh my god, the worst
Seismic
shots
activity
ever.
in the ocean
The
floor
worst shots
releases
ever.
a lot
Like
of energy.
these things,
Eventually,
the fucking.
that power
We had like
lifts
an
the
extra
water
big
above the sea
backboard
level.
with the
It
hoop, and it
creates
would
a
go
tsunami.
over into the. They had like a
No
hoop that
one
like
in
went up
Fukushima
into the
Daiichi
ceiling
knew
and
that
came
the
down like
massive
that. Those are
waves,
kind of
nearly
good.
130 feet
And
high, were
then you
heading
can
right for the
run
coast.
around and not have shit.
That is,
Anyway, so they
until the
fucking moved
senior
this thing up like this,
managers heard
and
the
he hit
warnings
it into
on
the
TV.
fucking. This is how he
Around 3
shot
p.m.,
basketball.
a news
Not like
broadcast
this,
said that
not like
Fukushima
this.
was
He
about
shot
to
it
be
like
hit
this,
with a
like this,
20-foot
like
wave.
past the side of his
In
head.
the plant's ERC,
Really? Which
Superintendent
might be a
Masao
fucking way to do
Yoshida
it if you've ever seen.
worried whether the reactors
Some
could
people do
handle
it.
that much flooding.
Not Greg
He
Rudkowski.
ordered the laborers
And
to
then he
seek
throw.
higher
Then they
ground.
just think it'd be funny. This ball
He
would
had
just
no
fucking fly in the
idea
crowd,
just how bad
and it was a
would become.
turnover, and we'd laugh, and it would be
35
like
minutes later, a
funny.
50-foot wave slammed
But we had a
into
pretty good team,
Fukushima Daiichi.
so it was like
In total, the earthquake and tsunami killed nearly
he would just take
15,900 people.
so there were no 3-pointers either. Why? Because everyone would take 3-pointers, and the way that the hoop would be like kids would just take a 3-pointer and be like that. Nobody could really make a 3-pointer. Could you? The only way you could make a 3-pointer, as I recall, was the volleyball.
Over 1 million homes were damaged.
And to
Or
make matters even
I
worse,
think if you were
the
like you
tsunami
got
washed away
a running head
Fukushima
start,
Daiichi's
you weren't bouncing the ball. I mean, you just fucking
measures.
running and fucking
Water
launched it with
flooded
all
and
your
damaged the
fucking
diesel
strength.
generators,
That's
rendering
the
them
3-point line.
useless.
It might
Most of
get
the backup
there.
batteries were
It depended how
destroyed.
big the kid was.
The
Too.
plant had no power
But
to
anyway,
run the pumps
was that the end
required
of your
to
story?
keep the 3
Yeah,
active
sure.
reactors cool.
Was that the end of your story?
Even
Dude, that
without
Indian guy was really.
electricity,
I don't know.
nuclear
Anyway, the guy
fission
who
kept
the story
occurring
is really
and
nice.
produced an
I'm like, really?
uncontrollable
He was a
amount of
bitch to the
heat.
guy lady in front of him, but I totally
It
understand.
was only a matter of
He was
time
like,
before the reactors
she's
went
like,
into
check my
meltdown
That's
or exploded.
And I understand.
At 3:42
Really? Yeah, I just don't
p.m.,
ever know where
just
he's
minutes
pointing.
after the
I'm sure
50-foot
it's there.
wave hit,
And I don't know how it
TEPCO
works.
declared a first
Really?
level emergency, which meant that an
Anyway,
accident
is that the end
happened,
of your story?
but the company still didn't know how bad it was.
But I totally understand why. 'Cause
According
that
to
would make their job
Japanese
so
law,
much more to have to
TEPCO
follow. It
needed to
doubles their fucking
inform
work.
several government
Easily.
entities and politicians about the plant's status
Anyway,
via
I
fax.
understand.
But
did
there
for
was
me.
just one huge
They should
problem.
just have a thing. You
The
can just.
earthquake and tsunami knocked out electricity and
Alright,
phone
well
lines
done.
across the region, including at Fukushima
Like he shouldn't have
Daiichi.
to take it and do it. It's
Talking
just
to
like a
the
scanner,
outside
and it's like
world,
boop,
let
and then
alone
it just.
government
Do you want the money or not?
officials, was
You're like,
impossible.
yeah, no, whatever.
Superintendent Masao Yoshida
But
and the
it'd be
plant's
really
workers
easy.
couldn't
Why?
get
Because
in
then you don't have
touch
to go
with
back
each
there and do the
other.
thing. And,
The facility's paging system was inoperable, and backup batteries for mobile communicators only lasted for an hour.
anyway, is that the end of your story?
Even if
I had a
engineers
funny story.
could
What was
request external help, it was unlikely to reach them
Oh,
right
it's about a
away.
soldier boy.
The disaster damaged many roads, and the remaining
What
ones
was it?
were filled with traffic or water.
The workers were on their own for survival, and to make matters worse, the power plant was shrouded in near pitch black darkness,
So
which
I can
meant
say this.
no one could see
My friend
anything.
in college had a
Still,
girlfriend
the
in high school.
employees tried to
And
improvise with what they had. Luckily, Reactor 3
I always
had
wanted them to
some
be together,
functional batteries
and I
left,
always wanted
and
everything
the
to work
power
out.
kept the core cool.
So, yeah.
However,
No.
Yoshida
Why?
thought Reactors 1 and 2
They just
were
were like high
likely
school
in
sweethearts,
trouble.
but not.
No one could figure out
They went
what
to
the
different
water
colleges.
levels were or how much time they had left before they melted down.
But I can say that I really
Throughout
liked
the
her.
late afternoon and
That she's a
evening,
good person. That
plant
she's smart.
employees tried to
She's
power
really,
the
really sweet
reactors
to him.
and supply
And
more water, to no avail. By
did you
10
ever think
p.m.,
anything badly of her?
reactor number 1 was overheating. Uranium rods
I
were
only got
melting
one side of the
and
story,
radioactive
so
material
I would
leaked
always
out.
be like,
In the
"So she's
following
doing
hours,
this or what?"
radiation levels
You'd be like,
rose
"Ah,
to
some of
unsafe
that."
amounts.
Fucking no.
Residents who lived in
No,
the
I don't
area
know.
were
It's just be like
evacuated.
random shit
Worst
would
of
happen.
all,
And
the
they fight
heat
anyway.
caused the reactor's fuel to
But not
release
bad.
hydrogen
It was
gas,
like whatever.
which is highly
Really
flammable. All
But what
it needed
happened?
was
She'd
a
come into
spark
town.
to
When she
ignite.
did, I didn't really like it because I couldn't be with my friend. But I did because
Attempting to cool down the reactors.
I don't know. I got to see a different side of him. He's my friend, and I got to see like more how he was.
That
His
evening, officials
person.
likely informed
So,
Prime Minister
then what?
Naoto Kon, who declared declared a nuclear
So she was gonna come to a party with us. And I remember we had like the room was there was a certain thing we would do when we get the room, but when the room, our fucking dorm room was lit. It was blue. It was like a blues lounge. It was like cozy. It had these fucking weird neon signs all over the place, and like television, and it had like a stoplight going off, and it had like all kinds of lights going. Really? Yeah. I had like
that afternoon at 3:36 p.m. The hydrogen gas inside
maybe not.
number 1.
We had a lot of shit. Really? Yeah. Tons of shit. Tons of shit. Then what? So this one day we're in,
When the smoke finally cleared, they saw that the blast had ripped through the reactor building's roof. The
and
structure was mostly
I just
destroyed.
said I never had any feelings for her at all. She's my buddy, so I can say that to him now. Well, yeah, but she had feelings for me for 1 second, not 1 second, like for one night. To the point where my friend was like, all right, that's enough of this. What was it? It was when we sang the song. What was it? So his friend is a very good dancer. Laura's very good dancer. She is very good. She teaches me how to do DDR, Dance Dance Revolution. Anyway, she was really good at DDR. What is that? I don't know. She's like one of the worst best people at it. That's not ages, because that's a certain level that nobody cares. Anyway,
But a meltdown would be far more dangerous. Yoshida felt like ruining the reactor was the best choice.
Really?
He
Yeah.
ordered his
I know
employees to
Superman that
inject
hoe.
the reactor with
Everybody
salt
knows
water.
that. Superman that hoe. Just crank that? No, it's Superman that hoe. Really? Yeah. So my friend, who else? Blair. This girl Blair. That's who it was. She was in my room. It was like a Thursday with like my friend Leslie, some other girls, and it was like Laurel was coming into town the next day, and they were our friends. Wait, was Laurel coming the next day? No. That's wrong. That is wrong. That's the wrong story. Completely wrong. No, it's not. They dated. He would have only been a junior. So they were on and off. And so this is our senior year. They were on and off my whole year. So all the time I knew. So if I'm wrong on what exactly this was, no man, this is sophomore year. Or this is his sophomore year. They weren't together.
Radiation levels spiked to record highs around Fukushima Daiichi.
Okay, so it's my junior year, but I know this girl Blair taught me how to do this. Really? Blair Shemden.
Even worse, the explosions left a nuclear cloud
Whose friend was
filled with
she?
contaminated debris. It was a startling sight for a country that saw similar smoke from nuclear attacks during
We were friends with her, but
unfortunately, like those bombings, the cloud meant the entire area was dangerous. By March 15th at 10 p.m.,
who was it?
TEPCO
was
evacuated
it?
the majority of its
We
employees
were
from
so.
Fukushima Daiichi.
This is my
out of
this
the
is my
roughly
junior year.
800 employees
But I don't know how
remaining at the plant
I
that
met
day,
this girl.
around 700 left.
But
Initial reports stated that only 50 remained
yeah,
to keep
okay.
the
So it
reactors
was
cool,
not
including
these girls who I knew my
Yoshida.
senior year.
The
Girls I knew
Western
my
press
junior
gave this
year.
crew a nickname, the Fukushima 50. In reality,
Whose
the
friends
number
were
of
those?
employees
Whose friends
inside
were the
stood
fucking?
at about 70.
No, that was your shit.
Publications and TV news heralded them as heroes, but most of the
I think
Fukushima
it's
50 wanted to
Well, we
remain
could just find out when the fucking
anonymous,
song came out.
fearing the public might blame them for the
If it's
disaster.
2017
For
or
the next several
2007,
days, they worked with the
then it was my
military to
senior.
cool the reactors and reduce the radiation. Finally, on March 21st, 10 days after the earthquake, the workers restored electricity to all 6 reactor buildings. It made working to salvage the facility less of a struggle.
When was it?
For the most part, the disaster seemed to be over, but its legacy haunted Japan for years.
In the immediate aftermath, many blamed TEPCO and Prime Minister Khan for the tragedy. As a result, Khan halted Japan's plans for more nuclear
2007.
power plants
May of
and called for
2007.
extensive tests on existing
No.
generators.
Impossible.
But it wasn't enough to
Not
win back
possible
the
at all.
public's trust.
May of
He
2007.
resigned on August
So what?
26, 2011, 5 months after the disaster.
Crank that.
It
Okay.
took another year before
That causes
TEPCO
soda to go
acknowledged
down.
any fault. In October of
By early
2012,
2008, the
TEPCO
biggest dad
admitted
fed
that it
Super
should have
Macarena.
taken stronger
Probably.
preventative
Okay.
measures.
It was released May 2nd, 2007.
According to the New
But
York Times,
we wouldn't have known
officials
about
thought
it.
admitting their power plants weren't perfect.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like we learned about it the first fucking day. It took the summer,
But the disaster
and it became pretty
inspired a
big, I think.
revolution anyway. Soon after the
Okay,
tragedy,
fall of
the
2007. So it was my
Japanese
senior year.
became
So it was this
staunchly
Blair girl,
anti-nuclear.
and I guess Mark and War was still
Poll by
dating.
Japanese
Oh,
news
yeah, I remember
agencies
now that
found
she
that
came in.
80%
Why?
of
Because I
the
spent.
public was against nuclear power.
That's right.
No longer trusted the
We went to
government.
dances together too,
Before long,
or something.
residents had formed an
Really?
anti-nuclear organization
Yeah.
called Sayonara Genpatsu, or
We went to a
Goodbye
dance.
Nuclear Power Plants. The group held massive
Or
rallies
something.
attended by thousands
She
in
came into
Tokyo.
town. I remember I was in there with
Government and corporate
my
negligence
date,
had
Caitlin.
poisoned Fukushima Prefecture.
We were in
And soon,
Yoshi Jack's. I don't know
scientists
who.
confirmed it.
They don't even know who.
Officials
I don't even
found
know who
that
slept in
radiation
what.
from the incident
Really? That's a funny thing.
contaminated the area's land and water.
Oh yeah, good. I slept in
In the wake
Yoshi
of the
Jack.
disaster,
Really? Yeah,
many of
because
the
Jack
prefecture's
was
produce
across the
crops,
way.
including peaches and pears,
And then,
needed to be tested
then
for radioactive residue.
Josh and Justine
On top of
were
that,
down
residents
below
and
me.
power plant
And then
workers were
this one
still
girl and
dealing
her
with
boyfriend,
health
what's her name?
issues.
Kate, wasn't there
Plant
another Caitlin?
Superintendent Masao
Something like
Yoshida
that.
was among
And the
the most
Jeskis were
public
there.
cases.
Wait, the Jeskis
In
friend.
2013,
I forget.
a
her name. It was
58-year-old
something like
died of esophageal
Really? Yeah.
cancer.
that. Anyway,
Many
that guy's
quickly
cool.
pointed to the
Really?
nuclear
Yeah, we
incident
fucking.
as the
We
cause.
were at the
But
Jeskis.
TEPCO
Fucking.
denied that, as did Yoshida.
We were with them
Officials
at
claim that years of
at the
heavy
condo.
smoking
I
likely
remember
caused
playing
his
fucking
illness, not radiation
drinking games at
exposure.
the condo. And this one
According
girl
to
kind of got
textbook
wild.
cancer
Really, it's like,
medicine,
oh man, you gotta keep it
radiation
down. It was like, you
typically
gotta keep
causes
it down here.
leukemia
And this
between
girl's like,
2 to
fuck,
10
fuck, fuck.
years
She's going
after
wild.
first
Really, yeah.
exposure.
It's like, shut up. We
Other
were like,
cancer
you need
types
to
may
get your
present
friend under
after 10
control.
to 15
She was so
years.
loud. I remember. But, yeah.
Unfortunately,
Anyway, what was
illnesses
your
are
fucking story?
expected to slowly develop in
So,
Fukushima
it
disaster
was my
victims,
senior year, and
especially
I
children.
guess this song
In
had been going through the summer,
2013,
but I didn't
the
really
World
know it.
Health Organization
Why?
published a report on the
If they didn't
increased
play it on the
cancer
radio
rates
exactly
for
where I was
infants in
before this, and they
Fukushima
wouldn't play music
Prefecture.
like that.
It
Why?
estimated that females exposed to radiation as
The hip hop
infants
stations would
had
play
a
like old school hip hop,
70%
and that was one
increased
station,
risk
and it was
of
fucking in
developing
Michigan. Shout out
thyroid
to
cancer.
99.1. And
As
that's
for
where I
the
learned Big Boy.
facility's
Anyway,
workers, who 5 years later, many
but
of them
then what?
still
Big
refused
Boy
to
got his
reveal
start
their
there. That
names,
part, really, yeah.
but they did allow the media to report
Really?
on
Yeah.
the
And then
radiation
what? Just
caused
handing the
maladies.
keys. Like that fucking
One
guy.
man died of lung
And then
cancer,
what? Real nice.
while 3 other
But they
laborers
changed that.
had
You get
leukemia and thyroid
KBIG.
cancer.
Really? Biggie. And then
7
fucking
years after the
KRRR.
disaster, the
Whatever.
Japanese
Keep going
government
up.
finally acknowledged that the tragedy
Whatever
caused their
KBIG is. What's
illnesses.
KBIG?
But still,
114
many
last
plant
time.
employees and other victims struggled
But
to receive compensation for several years.
this guy gets
It
bigger
took until
ratings than
2015 for the Japanese
with,
government to provide
with milk.
payments to many
Really?
of the disaster victims
Yeah, wow.
from a $56 million
Are you
relief
done?
fund. But it wasn't enough. Thousands of evacuees and residents lost their livelihoods
So
and had
there's
to
like
leave
a
their
story
homes due
that I
to
was telling.
TEPCO's negligence.
Oh yeah.
5 years later, in
So
September
war
of
was in town. We were
2020,
at, was that the
a
same
Japanese
weekend?
civil court ruled that the
I want to say,
government
yeah.
and
It was the same
TEPCO
weekend we were
were
at this
negligent
dance.
in a class
What
action
was the
suit.
dance?
The judge ordered the two entities to pay over 3,000 plaintiffs
Central Miriam's had a
$9.5
dance.
million in damages.
Was it the same one?
The verdict confirmed TEPCO's liability
No.
and set the stage for even more
There's
lawsuits
only one
against the
reason you would have
company.
been in.
But the settlement money seemed paltry compared to the terror the victims endured.
As for the power plant itself, Fukushima Daiichi's reactors faced
Meaning,
malfunctions
like,
for
I would
several
only what we call
years
get
after the
sexiled. What's that?
disaster.
When your roommate has a girl over,
Eventually, in
guy or whatever,
2021,
and you have to go to
the
another room.
company finalized plans
I
to
only get
decommission
sexiled
both
when Laurel
nuclear
came in
generating
town, and I'm
stations in
thinking that
Fukushima,
was.
a process that will take 44 years.
And the plant still holds
They're the
tons
same
of
trade.
radioactive water. In April of 2021,
But
Japan
that's the
announced
weird thing. Is
controversial
like
plans to release that
I went
water
to dance
into the
with
ocean
girls from
beginning in
Central Miriam,
2023.
and
Government and TEPCO officials claim the water would be treated, and trial releases have shown
it was
normal
super nice. It was
radioactivity
super
levels.
nice. Oh my god, I went to some really nice dance. Who else? With whom did I go?
Its
This
people
girl,
never forgot the tragedy or those who were lost. Many
Annie.
people
believe
Annie?
northern Japan and Fukushima are filled
She's
with
like 7
Yurei,
years. She's really,
or
really
faint
nice.
spirits.
Really?
Those
Yeah,
who
she and I just
died
went to
in
a,
tsunami.
she asked me to do a
They
dance,
perished
and
on that fateful day. Their
it
lives
was
tragically cut short
it was
by a
super
trivial disaster.
Really?
No one saw coming.
Even though university's dances are
According to
unprecedented,
the Netflix
they
series
outdo them there
Unsolved
because it's like
Mysteries, one
they
local
have to.
resident reported giving
Why?
rides to ghost
It's
passengers.
hard to get people
In another instance,
off
it
campus.
even claimed
You
to
have to
be
have a really, really
possessed
nice
by
dance.
deceased
Taking
individuals
like
from
a
the disaster.
limo bus there. It's
These
really
Yurei
nice. Anyway,
sightings are likely an expression of grief over those who were lost. But
super
even for
nice of her
those
to
who
do
don't
that.
believe in
I
ghosts,
went to my
it's
arm
abundantly
I
clear
went to a lot of
that the
these.
Fukushima Daiichi disaster will haunt
Anyway.
Japan for years to come.
Anyway, are you done?
Unfortunately, Japan isn't the only country to have a recent catastrophe with ongoing effects.
Hey, are
The
you
final
done?
episode of our special will tackle a continuing case of negligence in the United States.
That was all in 1 year too.
The Pacific
Right?
Gas and Electric Company's role in the California
But this is okay,
wildfires.
so my senior. Okay, so yeah, Blair must have taught you this. Okay, so what was it? So G's there,
Thanks
Blair.
for listening. We'll be back next
Some other
time with the final episode in
Well.
our They Knew special.
You can find all episodes of Conspiracy Theories and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on
We
Spotify.
used to call him.
Until
Oh,
then,
that wasn't his name.
The truth isn't
And
always the
Kimby
best story.
I forget.
And the official story
We just
isn't
called him
always the truth.
Like,
Conspiracy
I mean,
Theories is a
we were
Spotify
friends with him.
original
He was there all the
podcast.
time. He was very, very
Executive
quiet.
producers
So he never
include
said
Max
anything. He was like, all the other
Cutler.
kids are loud,
Sound
but this
design
kid
by
was quiet
Brendan
as fuck.
Hawkins, with production
Um,
assistance by Ron Shapiro, Trent Williamson, Carly Madden,
Or we
and
call him
Bruce
E or something. I
Kitovich.
thought we called him all.
This
Anyway,
episode of Conspiracy Theories was written by Mallory Cara,
what did you
with
do?
writing assistance by Ben Hanani and Kate Gallagher.
Well, this girl,
Fact-checking
it was
by
like a
Bennett
Thursday
Logan,
night, and
and
Laura was coming in
research
the
by Brian
weekend, that
Petras.
weekend. And
Conspiracy Theories stars Molly
we
Redford
were
and Carter Roy.
we had girls over with our friends, and
It's been
they
said
taught
that
us.
love is a many-splendored thing. That is,
Well,
until
what was
it's
it?
not.
We were just
In
pre-gaming,
season
really,
2
just
of
with like
Criminal
friends,
Couples,
a bunch of people.
discover
It's not
true
like
stories of couples
we were
who
trying to
turned
date
their
these
love
girls.
lives into a life
They
of
were our friends.
crime.
We were just
Lies and deceit are just the
kind of
beginning.
off Thursday night.
Follow the Spotify
And I remember
original from
we were,
Parcast, Criminal Couples.
we
Catch
had this,
new episodes
my friend
every
Mark had this
Monday,
little, these
free
became
and
really
only on
popular, IKEA
Spotify.
tables, little, it's like a simple square with like black IKEA
Due
tables.
to the sensitive nature of today's episode, listener
And what?
discretion is advised. This episode
I think they
includes
get a better
discussions
top
of
on so you can
death.
fucking use
We
it
advise
for quarters
extreme
and
caution for
shit.
children
Yeah, because you
under
fuck it up
13.
when you do that. Anyway, what'd you do? So, we were playing quarters, and what's a quarter? We have like a shot glass, and you fucking throw a quarter, and it's gotta go in the shot glass. If you make it, great. If you don't, you have to shot glass. Or something like that. It's like, it's scary. But we were playing something like that. But we weren't playing flip flop, but that's a big one. We were playing,
At about 6:30 a.m., officials from the Pacific Gas and Electric Company
because we were getting really good at it. Whenever we would play anything, we were really, really competitive, and all our friends were athletes, so we'd all be fucking super fucking competitive at everything we can think of. So then what? So this girl and she are there, and I hear them.
Authorities in Butte County issued evacuation orders.
The local sheriff told residents
So my
to
friend
dial
Mark
911
had
if they
a
needed
connection
assistance,
on
but
his
the
computer.
emergency lines were
So
overwhelmed
what was
with
it?
callers.
I would
Those who
basically
could
handle
hopped in their cars and tried to flee the burning
getting alcohol
town
and stuff,
before the fire
and
overcame
making
them.
sure that we had
With everyone
people
trying
and
to
all those
leave
kind of
at the
things. My
same
friend would
time,
handle
the
music.
roads were
Though I would tell him
jammed.
what to get right now.
Drivers had
We had
no
similar
choice
taste in
but to
music.
abandon their vehicles.
But if there was a
and
really
run
big
for
song for
their
it,
lives.
I make sure he'd get it.
Firefighters and rescue
But
crews were
why
left
did
to
he get?
push
Because he was
empty
from
cars
Detroit
out
and
of
he
the
had some
way
connections from
so they
music.
could make it to the
So like,
heart
yeah,
of the
so you get
fire.
like some
It
Eminem,
was an
some T.I.,
apocalyptic
some
scene that
fucking
would ultimately
rappers
take
that were
lives,
not
destroy homes,
you
and
get
burn
them.
an entire town
Alright, are you
to the
done?
ground.
So we are
When the dust settled, it would prove
in
to
his
be
room,
the
or in my
deadliest
room,
fire
but
in California history.
at his
All
computer
eyes would turn to the
license.
company
Somebody
that
goes, "Hey,
reported
you
the
gotta play
fire
Soulja Boy,"
in the
and
first
it's like,
place.
"Huh?" And he's like,
PG.
you don't know what Soulja Boy is? It's like, Soulja, it's crank that. Actually, that's the thing. We didn't know what the name of it was. It was like Superman that hoe. Isn't that song called Superman that hoe? And somebody's like, it's crank that. So we find it. And he had this thing that you could download the song. It was a really cool thing. What was it?
4-part special series.
It was an internal network of the university that people would use to share music, and
how could this happen?
it was like, it wasn't, okay, so what was it? I think this becomes legal. I owned the music, or he owned the music, or whatever, he got the music. And you wouldn't steal his music, but you could play anything in his library on your computer. So that basically meant you didn't need to steal anybody's music. You could just play whatever the fuck you wanted. And there were people on this network who had every fucking song ever. So it was like, you don't need to steal their music. You don't need to steal anybody's music. They already own the music. It would be like you're listening in on their, so to speak, on their music collection. It wasn't that exactly, but it was kind of like that. So what was it? It was some kind of thing called, like, it wasn't Crosswire, but it was something like that some fucking engineering student had developed, and it actually had become a usable network. And how did you guys find out about it? He found out about it from somebody in business school. And
to help you work through things.
of course, no one fucking
A therapist can
knew
help you
anything about
figure
that
out what's
shit.
causing you to feel the way you do, and they can help you figure out a
So anyway,
solution, so you can
we
accomplish
got
your
this
goals,
fucking
no matter
music.
how
He was
big
like,
or small they are.
all right, so it's called Crank
If you're
That,
thinking
right?
of
Yeah.
giving therapy
And
a
what?
try, BetterHelp is a
So
great option.
Blair and
It's convenient,
G and I think some
accessible,
other people.
affordable, and it's entirely online.
Oh
All you
no,
have to
that's
do
what it
is
was.
fill
So
out a short survey, and you'll be matched with a licensed
then G
therapist that
and
you can
fucking
talk
I
with
think
via video, phone,
my
or
friend Gary
chat.
and my friend
Plus,
Armando
you can
started
easily switch
doing it
therapists at any
against
time.
each other.
If you
Like,
want
who
to be
could
a
do it
better
better?
problem
Who could do this
solver,
fucking dance better?
BetterHelp can help you get there.
And then what?
And right
So my
now,
friend and I,
listeners
who are
can
like
get
two white
10%
kids,
off their
are
first
seeing
month
this,
of
and it's
therapy
like,
at betterhelp.com/parcast.
it's not that hard of a thing.
That's better,
It's really, really, really big. And it was like, you know what? I think I could probably get that dance
H-E-L-P.com/parcast.
down.
I do apologize for interrupting your amateur detective time. I'm the famous Holmes detective. No, not that one.
The boy, yeah. And then there's just like this fucking,
My own detective agency, which is not going as well as I
it's like
expected.
this little,
If you're listening to this, you've got an eye for mystery and a thirst for cracking down cases. And you
I don't remember what it is. I just remember this fight. Boy, Superman, Superman. Despite lacking competition, PG&E provided reliable electric and natural gas service for the first half of the 20th century.
PG&E was fined $2 million and convicted of more than 700 misdemeanors, ultimately for failing to trim trees that were rushing against the company's pipelines. Even just a spark from one of the high-voltage cables could set plants ablaze and grow into an expansive wildfire.
Unfortunately, the company's problems only compounded in the years ahead. PG&E struggled to upkeep the equipment in its 70,000 square mile service area. For context, that's larger than the entire state of Florida.
Because PG&E had a significant amount of customers throughout various regions, it relied on complex infrastructure to circulate natural gas. When gas is transported through a pipeline, it needs to be occasionally pressurized in order to continue flowing onward.
This process takes place in compressor stations and cooling towers, like the ones PG&E had near Hinkley in Southern California.
So we learned this fucking dance
And in order to keep much of this
on like a
machinery
Thursday,
from rusting,
and then she comes in
company
on
relied
Friday,
on a toxic
right? Because I don't
substance
know, it could have
called
been like Wednesday or
chromium-6.
Tuesday, could have been
According to the Federal
could have been
Occupational
fucking
Safety
Labor
and
Day.
Health
I don't fucking
Administration,
know.
exposure to chromium-6 can
So
cause a
there.
number of health issues,
And what?
including respiratory cancer, eye damage, and skin irritation.
From 1952 to 1966, PG&E dumped 370 million gallons of
It's like,
poisonous
and he
wastewater
doesn't dance.
from its cooling
He's a big,
tower into ponds
he's a
around
tall kid,
Hinkley.
and he
And
thinks
if
he
you've
looks
seen
lame.
the movie
Like a,
Aaron Brockovich,
like a dumb fuck.
you might know what comes next.
He
The
looks like
hazardous
everybody else.
material
Does.
seeped into the city's
He
soil
just is very
and
self-conscious.
contaminated
So anyway,
water
like
wells.
everybody.
But
So what?
PG&E didn't tell the local water board
He's
until
like,
1987, long after the carcinogenic wastewater had been discarded into the community.
In the next few years, the residents of Hinkley sued
so
PG&E
she comes
and
over.
won. The company was
What?
ordered to pay $333
She's like,
million, the largest settlement ever paid in a direct action lawsuit at the time.
you guys have
Despite
one
the
minute?
hefty
She's gonna
payout, PG&E remained one of the largest
We're gonna
utility companies in the United
go out
States.
or whatever.
If
My friend
anything,
and I,
the settlement may
kinda
have
like,
caused
should we show her our
executives to
dance?
worry more
And
about the
he's like,
corporation's bottom
or I
line.
don't know if I said that or something like that. But
In the decades since the Hinkley
wait,
disaster, PG&E
but it was just
has
like,
earned a reputation for cutting corners.
he's like, I don't know.
Its
Why?
outdated
It's like,
equipment
we ripped
has
it up
led
pretty
to
badly last
deadly
night.
gas
I
pipeline
know.
explosions and
And
wildfires
he's like,
throughout
what's that?
California.
Yet
And
to
he's
many
like,
people,
we know a dance.
it seemed
We're
like
pretty,
the
like, we were
company
like
calculated that it
cocky
was
about it.
cheaper to pay fines
We're pretty
than
fucking
upgrade its infrastructure.
sick. Like,
Rather
she
than
was on a
learning from
her
its
dance team.
mistakes,
She's on pop,
PG&E's
but
failures
she's on.
have
So
only
she's like
grown more
really into dance.
catastrophic in recent
And for
years.
her
In
boyfriend to be into
2009,
dance,
a California state inspector warned PG&E about safety
and a big
problems
ass
in its
Nike
gas
body on it.
distribution
And
system.
then
The
we
company was
fucking did
apparently
our little
failing to
fucking dance,
comply with
and
federal laws regulating pipelines, which
I
left the public
but I
in
showed up
danger.
her
Yet
husband.
it seems the corporation decided not to heed the warning,
Yep.
which it managed to get away with, in part because the CPUC trusted PG&E to develop their
You
own
okay with this,
quote,
Superman?
culture of safety.
The state's
Was he
approach
there?
meant that there was
Oh yeah,
little
he's like,
incentive for PG&E to fix its problems. That is, until a disaster occurred.
September 9th, 2010
Is that the biggest
was a
fucking
quiet,
dance in Sparta?
albeit windy night in San Bruno,
What's
a
been
Bay
bigger?
Area suburb.
My
On
little
that night,
Israeli dance.
one of PG&E's
I wonder why I
underground
do my
gas
little-
pipes exploded.
To what? Staying away?
The blast triggered what felt like a small earthquake and set off a fireball more than 1,000 feet into the air.
8 people were killed, 58 were injured, and 38 homes were destroyed. Dozens more were damaged. Survivors found their community ravaged with a crater the size of an intersection.
Obviously, everyone had one burning question: who was to blame? A subsequent investigation by the Federal National Transportation Safety Board, or NTSB, found PG&E to be at fault for the tragedy.
According to the NTSB's report, the gas pipeline that exploded was installed in 1956. didn't even meet the safety
Shots and goal
standards
against
then,
fish. Nobody's ever like
much
shots
less
and goal
modern
against
day
fish.
regulations.
Armed with those findings, the government sued PG&E.
I think it's
A
fucking
federal
break
court
someday. Nobody's like,
ultimately
oh,
convicted
cool,
the
man.
public utility
What
company
color is it?
on 6 felony counts,
Special
including
fucking color. There's some
violating
weird shit
pipeline
about it.
safety
What?
standards
Once they
and
start
obstructing
fucking
justice
painting it
during
once,
the investigation.
then they can just
The
start back up.
corporation was punished
That's like
with
what
a
this
$3
team
million fine,
fucking does
a
all day. I
5-year
watch the
probation period,
documentary.
independent safety monitoring, and 10,000 hours of community service.
And after the San Bruno explosion, PG&E initially appeared to treat the disaster as a wake-up call to upgrade its infrastructure.
Although the company kept records of its power
Yeah,
lines,
double.
some of them hadn't been updated in the last 40 years. In many cases, the corporation's database lacked specifics about its machinery, like the make and age of switches, circuit breakers, and voltage regulators. This meant they were missing crucial information to assess the system's safety risks.
In an effort to resolve the issue, PG&E commissioned an audit of infrastructure by consulting firm Quanta Technology. Despite
Rose
Quanta's
Bob
best
builder, a lot of
efforts,
bricks.
they couldn't identify the age of nearly 7,000 towers in PG&E's 115 kilovolt system. It found more than 3,000 transmission lines that were over
Defense is kind of like your mom. Offense is like
According
your
to the
girl.
American
One day
Society of
she's
Civil
there, one day
Engineers,
she's not.
most power
Offense is
lines
going to
should
be hit
only
and
have a
miss,
life
but defense
expectancy
is
of
something you
50
can control.
years
It's
before
all
being
hard
replaced.
camera.
Under normal circumstances, utility companies would typically dispatch laser imaging equipment to analyze towers rather than sending up one of its workers to inspect the structure.
Who's hosting?
But
Is it
granted
George?
that so many of the PG&E
Yeah.
towers were incredibly old, Quanta recommended that the corporation have its personnel manually assess some of its towers every 3 to 5 years.
It was reasonable advice intended to protect PG&E and its customers from future disasters, but the company dismissed the suggestion. The former head of strategic asset
I'm
management,
a POC. I was
Placido J.
person on the fly.
Martinez,
All of them.
later told the Wall Street Journal that PG&E felt they were already, quote, doing enough.
But it wasn't. Another audit, this time in-house, revealed that during the same year as the San Bruno explosion, and continuing for years to come, the company's workers lied about inspecting sites around its electricity.
Oh, whoops some ass to Hooters.
pipelines.
Don't hurt anybody. Hooters, these guys are so hot. They don't need this fucking bullshit. Thanks, I hate it. Wait, is it thanks, I hate? Thanks, I hate it? Yeah. Thanks, I hate that they attack people at Hooters because they weren't allowed.
Instead, an
So the
investigation
chocolate?
by the CPUC found that they diverted over $100 million collected from customers for
Hey,
safety
Weight Watchers.
operations and used part of it on executive compensation and bonuses.
Meanwhile, pipelines and power routes grew even more run down, which was especially problematic because years
Holy
after the San
fuck.
Bruno explosion, California fell into a historic drought.
Droughts are nothing new to California, but climate change has supercharged their effects. And in 2013, the state's
You okay?
land
This song is something.
Their land was susceptible to wildfires, like dry
Okay.
kindling waiting to be lit. All it needed was a
Year
spark of
2016. Oh my god, that
breeze,
dude.
25,000
This guy lost 200
miles.
pounds. I was gonna say that
Coming up, PG&E's
equipment deserves
deadliest fire in California's
bonus.
history.
Yeah, you look great, buddy.
It's been the subject of poems, novels, music, and film. It's also been the driving force behind some of the most horrendous crimes in history. Hi, I'm Vanessa Richardson. Join me for season 2 of Criminal Couples and meet the lovers who took their passion to perilous lengths. Featuring standout episodes from female
nice?
criminals,
I mean,
serial
yeah, but
killers,
it's not like
solved
super nice.
murders, and crimes of
Why?
passion. This season of Criminal Couples
It's $2
gets
million.
to
You know what $2 million gets you in the South?
turned to a life of murderous crime. Some couples were set off by revenge or greed. Others were fueled by sex and drugs. All acted in the name of love. Discover the darker side of desire in season 2 of the Spotify original from Parcast, Criminal Couples. Follow for
What
free
in the
and
fuck?
tune in every
Karate
Monday only on
breaking
Spotify.
avocado hand?
This episode is brought to you by
What
ZipRecruiter.
in the fuck?
If you're hiring, you probably know how challenging
Her
the hiring
hand's like
process is,
swollen?
especially when you're trying to find someone who will be a great fit for the role and the company. But whether you're looking for a civil engineer, attorney, accountant, nurse, zoologist, or even a new mascot, ZipRecruiter can help you find qualified candidates fast. And right now,
This
you
is
can
how I
try it
am.
for free at
Sticking my
ZipRecruiter.com/crime.
dentures
So,
out my mouth.
how does it work? Well, whatever role you're hiring for, ZipRecruiter's magic technology finds people with the right experience for your job and presents them to you. Then you can invite your top choices to apply. It's so effective that 4 out of 5 employers get a quality candidate within the first day. Remember, right now you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/crime. Yeah, that's ZipRecruiter.com/CRIME.
What is this? On your butthole?
The smartest way to hire.
Now, back to the story.
I don't understand how that
As
works.
California experienced an unprecedented drought in 2013, PG&E's power lines became a grave safety concern. If one of its high voltage lines were to peel off, the dry surroundings beneath it could easily catch on fire.
PG&E was
Wow.
aware
What's
of these
inside such
dangers.
have you seen yet?
That same year,
But what's
it
going on? What
promised
is
to
it?
replace many of its
Oh my
towers,
god.
including ones along the
Is that full of
92-year-old
water?
Carrillo-Palermo transmission route in
Yeah.
Northern California. At the time, PG&E told the
Such
state
untimely
that the
consequences.
line
I think they
dipped
make
too
one that you
close
can
to the
like cut
ground
and it
and
doesn't fuck it
surrounding
up.
vegetation.
But the company pushed the project to 2014
You shut your
and
mouth, baby.
continued to delay it year after
I want
year.
to jump on that.
If the San Bruno explosion had been a wake-up call, PG&E simply hit snooze. The public utility seemed less concerned with spending money on improvements and more interested in bolstering the bottom line.
Around the same time, there was also tension growing internally. A number of mid-level managers complained to PG&E executives about an overzealous program director. According to their testimony, workers had been pressured to submit on-time inspection results, even if the duties hadn't actually been performed yet.
Instead of addressing the root of the
No one
problem,
knows you, little
this
punk.
director was essentially causing employees to forge clean inspections. PG&E simply dismissed the mid-level managers who complained. In fact, the program director
Oh
was
my god.
promoted. According to a state investigative report, the company now believes some of its compliance data had likely been falsified, but it submitted the figures to regulators anyway. When the Wall
1,
Street
2, 3,
Journal
4.
asked
I declared
PG&E for
somewhere.
comment, they said
Somewhere should be a
they
little
don't
bit.
comment on personnel matters.
PG&E also failed to promptly notify the government about
Yeah,
using
the tribe
unqualified
spelling
contractors who ran improper gas safety inspections. So the government eventually found out and levied a $5.4 million fine against the company. The Wall Street Journal also asked about this and other fines and received little comment beyond saying they were a part of the public record.
And the penalties didn't seem to make much of an impact in their behavior.
Oh, this scares the shit out of me.
Perhaps relatively small multi-million-dollar punishments weren't enough of a deterrent for a multi-billion-dollar corporation. Some investigators have suggested that the investor-owned utility was focused on reporting high revenue to shareholders, prioritizing its stock price over its customers.
Whatever their reasoning, PG&E did not make the necessary investments to retrofit its power and gas lines. But just when it felt like the company had swept the memory of San Bruno under the rug, California regulators finally issued their punishment for the disaster.
In April 2015, the California Public Utilities Commission voted unanimously to fine PG&E $1.6 billion for over 2,000 violations of federal and state safety laws. It was the largest penalty ever levied against a utility company in California at the time. The government also forced the public utility to return $635 million that it had billed customers for pipeline upgrades that were botched or never made at all.
That kind of record-breaking punishment might have been enough of a penalty to force another company to get its act together, but not for PG&E. Because the reality is, even if they wanted to upgrade all their systems, they were years behind.
Oh my
In a
god.
3-year period ending in 2017,
I hate that shit. Oh my god. 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 I hate this. I hate this. I hate these weathers. Oh my god.
And victims of those disasters peppered the company with additional lawsuits.
To show it was trying to do better, PG&E presented
I have
regulators with plans to
thalassophobia. I hate
upgrade
that.
its transmission lines. But rather than make good on those retrofits,
Like, I'm scared right now.
projects
What
were
in the fuck
delayed,
is this hill?
including the $30.3 million upgrade scheduled for the Caribou-Palermo transmission route.
Why are you
By
giving us this?
2017, as California's drought raged on, an internal presentation
that's a
at
cool thing.
PG&E showed that much of its
That's a
dodgy
really cool
infrastructure remained in place. By its own
Really? Yeah.
admission, PG&E's transmission towers were, on average,
Oh, that's
at
really
least
cool.
3 years past their life expectancy. And these delays would all come to a head the
Look at
next
those
fall.
kids got that fucking thing like in
November 8th,
The Lion King.
2018, found strong winds gusting through Northern California, especially Butte County.
Oh my
About an
god.
hour and a half
Oh
north of
my
Sacramento.
god. Look how
Winds
tight
were
this
so
fucking
intense
shit
that the
is.
National Weather Service had escalated their fire weather
These
watch to a
dodgeball
red
kids
flag
are fucking
warning,
serious.
the highest alert during
I've
fire
never seen it like
conditions.
that. I thought I saw all dodgeball.
52-mile-per-hour winds caused one of PG&E's live power transmission lines along the Caribou-Palermo route to fall off its tower. That night, this caused a power outage in the area, but the live power line sparked a fire once it fell onto the dry brush, and the winds fanned the flames.
A PG&E field crew worker noticed the brush fire and alerted his colleagues at the nearby Rock Creek
Oh,
powerhouse.
look at this, yo.
By 6:33 a.m., PG&E personnel had notified authorities about the blaze. They called it the campfire because of its proximity to Camp Creek Road.
15 minutes later, Captain Van McKenzie was the first firefighter on the scene. Right away, he recognized the possibility of a disaster.
Hey,
The blaze had already scorched 10 acres and was poised to expand. McKenzie radioed in to his colleagues, quote, "This has got potential for a major incident."
He requested a bevy of firefighters, engines, water tankers, and igers, but they couldn't get to the fire right away because of its location in intense weather.
The paved road that led to the fire was too precarious for fire engines to speed through. Helicopters couldn't fly in the fierce winds, which meant that flying embers could simply keep fluttering, ignite additional fires on the flammable dry land.
To protect residents and local communities, at 7:23 a.m., authorities issued evacuation orders. The Butte County Sheriff later told residents to call 911 if they needed any help leaving, but the dispatchers were completely unprepared for the onslaught of calls that came in.
Among the 52,000 residents ordered to evacuate were 68-year-old Susan Moore and her 71-year-old husband, Gilbert. The couple was in the middle of breakfast. They saw the inferno through their window. They scooped up their dog, Duke, and ran to their Trans Am.
The owners were unlucky ones. Some of their neighbors weren't able to escape in time and perished just footsteps from their homes.
Others found themselves almost reaching safety, only to encounter danger once on the road. At 8:07 a.m., a fallen tree blocked the main road out of Concow, one of the towns in the thick of the fire. This left a crew of first responders, 20 residents boxed in.
That's a cool
Eight of them
thing.
died in the relentless blaze.
Elsewhere in the area, escape routes were jammed with tens of thousands of people, all trying to leave at once. As the fire closed in,
What the hell
residents
happened?
ditched their
That's
cars
right
and
there.
ran for their
It's
lives.
cool.
Among them was 34-year-old Nicole Jolly. With each step, The rubber on the bottom of her shoes melted into the asphalt beneath her.
At its peak, nearly 6,000 firefighters and dozens of aircraft were deployed to contain the blaze. And the inferno wasn't just a challenge for those on site. It smote throughout the region, contaminating the air above Northern California. During the disaster, the nearby cities of San Francisco, Stockton, and Sacramento were the three most air-polluted cities in the world.
As the campfire broke dubious records with the number of lives lost and homes burned, the tragedy garnered national attention. The federal government declared a public health emergency in California, and then President Donald Trump visited the devastated town of Paradise.
Others at the scene included Paradise Mayor Jody Jones, California Governor Jerry Brown, and Governor-elect Gavin Newsom. They surveyed the city's destruction interrupted by the 80-mile-per-hour fire. The leaders were surrounded by burnt-out cars and houses, and trees reduced to charred branches.
Despite the moment of eerie calm, the campfire still burned elsewhere in Northern California. More than a week after the disaster began, firefighters still tried to contain the flames.
Fortunately, on November 21st, almost 2 weeks after the fire began, the area experienced heavy rains.
Damn, that shit worked really well.
Firefighters managed to extinguish the blaze in the next few days. By November 25th, authorities announced that the campfire was finally 100% contained.
The news of containment brought relief. Californians still had to confront the sheer horror of just how much damage had been done. The campfire officially claimed 86 lives, making it the deadliest wildfire in California history.
Among the casualties was 96-year-old Ethel Colleen Riggs. Her grandson, Steve Bradley, was a former volunteer firefighter who drove from Sacramento in an attempt to rescue her.
I love this guy.
He wasn't able to make it in time. Riggs's remains were
Really?
found
Yeah.
in her home's laundry room.
This is how it was in the fucking back of the car in Iowa. Back of the cop car in Iowa. And fucking handcuffed. So, and I got my fucking cell phone out and called the lawyer. Really? In the cop car.
At least 50 more people.
Did you speak to him on the phone? Fuck yeah, man.
Died as a result of secondary exposure to the fire.
I love this. The devil's kiss.
There were at least a dozen civilians injured, as well as 5
Well, I just looks terrible. Hate at all of it.
Astounding death toll.
But it
The
just
flames also destroyed some 15,000 homes and over 150,000 acres.
Poseidon's kiss is a thing. That's when you take a shit from right up your butthole.
The disaster
Poseidon's
not
kiss,
just
kid.
the deadliest, but also the most destructive wildfire in California's history.
Sour punches? Oh, that's
Damages exceeded $16 million.
Kool-Aid.
Coming up, how PG has continued to buy its way out of trouble.
Really.
Six-time Tony Award
Devil's kiss becomes a thing.
the Broadway debut of
Take that shit.
Adrian Kennedy, Ohio State Murders, directed by Tony
Yeah,
Award
shit, a beer for the first time. It's a
coming to
conviction.
Broadway this fall for a limited engagement. Get tickets before they're gone.
This episode is brought to you by Carvana. You know what's better than a chilling mystery? Carvana. They're in the business of driving you happy. And with the widest selection of used cars under $20,000, you're bound to find a car that you love. They even offer customizable financing, so you can plan your down and monthly payments. To shop thousands of affordable vehicles, download the app or visit Carvana.com. Tap the banner or click on this episode's page to learn more. Availability may vary by market. This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. If you're hiring, you probably know how challenging the hiring process is, especially when you're trying to find someone who will be a great fit for the role and the company. But whether you're looking for a civil engineer, attorney, accountant, nurse, zoologist, or even a new mascot, ZipRecruiter can help you find qualified candidates fast. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/crime. So, how does it work? Well, whatever role you're hiring for, ZipRecruiter's matching technology finds people with the right experience for your job and sends them to you. Then you can invite your top choices to apply. It's so effective that 4 out of 5 employers can qualify
organizers.
within the first day. Remember, right Now you can try ZipRecruiter
Shut
for
it down?
free at ZipRecruiter.com/crime. Again, that's
Why did they turn it down?
ZipRecruiter.com/CRIME. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Six-time Tony Award winner Audra McDonald, the Broadway debut of legendary playwright Adrian Kennedy, Ohio State Murders, directed by Tony Award winner Kennedy.
Right, wait, my
Coming to
butt
Broadway
can't
this
turn
fall for a
down.
limited engagement. Get tickets before they're gone.
Now back to the
I
story.
love this girl. She's my spirit animal. Really, yeah, she's just...
PG&E's equipment caused a series of California wildfires,
I love
including the state's deadliest and most destructive fire ever. The company faced liability claims in excess of $30 billion. As a result, PG&E said it didn't have enough money to pay the 83,000 victims who suffered because of its failures.
Left with little choice, in January 2019, PG&E filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy.
I could
As
watch
part of the
people getting
corporation's
their own
financial
thing.
restructuring, it had to find
Yeah, I
entities to
love
take on its debt.
So PG&E
Why?
issued
It's
$1.5
innocence,
billion
it's pure
in
innocence.
stock to
I love
Wall
this
Street
stuff.
hedge funds. The
Is it pure
transaction,
innocence?
known as an equity backstop,
Yeah.
required the hedge funds to remain invested in PG&E until the company exited bankruptcy.
Short on
I
cash,
love that one.
PG&E
What? It's
also
like, what the
utilized
fuck?
its stock to partially compensate victims in the form of shares. In December 2019, the corporation
Look at that.
agreed to pay out $13.5 billion, half in cash and the other half in stock, awarded to a trust fund for the fire victims.
That meant the final payout would largely hinge on the performance of PG&E stock. If the company's share price were to decline,
These things are
so
things
would the
that
value of the
face
settlement. On that moment,
Although PG&E claimed it didn't have enough money to
and
pay
those
survivors
quarters
what they
are
were
things
owed,
that I
the company
love.
did make all cash payments, totaling $25 billion, to insurance companies and the California government. Those entities were paid in full, unlike the fire victims, who had lost everything.
Oh my god.
settlements were just
We'll
one
get
part
that
of the
woman.
picture, though. In the eyes of the
Neck warrior
survivors, there
costume.
was no amount of money that
I
would
don't think
exonerate
that
PG&E from its
that was
crimes,
that.
and they wanted legal accountability.
In the lawsuit against
I don't
PG&E
think that was
followed the
honestly
Camp
like
Fire,
on purpose.
a grand jury found that the corporation
And it's like-
demonstrated, quote, a callous disregard for life and property. Speaking before a judge, PG&E's then CEO and president, Bill Johnson, admitted that his
Well,
company's
did you think you
faulty
need to leave?
equipment caused
Was this
the
on purpose?
fire.
On June 16th, 2020, PG&E went to court for 84 separate counts of involuntary manslaughter and one felony count of unlawfully starting a fire. The case marked the first time that
I
any
didn't hear
major
it.
utility was charged with homicide as a result of a reckless fire.
There were so many charges to answer to. The proceedings took 28 minutes for the judge to recite the charges and the defendant to respond. The company pleaded guilty to all the charges and took the rare
I don't
step
think-
of
I mean-
waiving its right to appeal.
Despite being charged with crimes punishable by a 90-year prison sentence if they were
That
committed
one
by
song,
an
let's get it
individual,
started. But it's let's get
hasn't had a
retarded
single
in
employee
here.
yet sent
Let's
to
get
jail for these crimes.
retarded.
In many corporate scandals of years
Really? Yeah,
past,
that's a beautiful song.
there were individuals whose actions could be identified as criminal,
With that.
but in PG&E's case, investigations to date haven't found specific employees that caused the fire to happen.
The only legal means of punishing an entire company is through fines, dissolution, and probation. That's why, in the case of the Camp Fire lawsuit, the judge's options were limited.
Yeah, I'll sing that
The
song for
maximum
you.
penalty that he could
I'll
impose
sing
on
that song for that girl.
PG&E was a $4
Yeah, 'cause
million
maybe they'll work
fine
better in
and
the
federal
future.
probation. Under those terms, the public utility was subject to the supervision of a third-party monitor appointed by the court.
I've been in this ballroom.
The
Really?
verdict
Yeah.
was bittersweet for fire victims.
Had a wedding right
PG&E
next
had
door,
been indicted for
and he
its
had a
criminal
hotel
behavior,
room there. They had the
but
bridal
that
suite
didn't
there
change the fact that its
And-
negligence had wiped
in the
out
bottom
entire
in the hotel
communities
bar. It's a
like
big one.
Paradise, California.
All fire
Right.
victims could
It's
do was root for
nice
PG&E's
hotel you
success,
get.
so the shares they
You
owned
see it.
increased in value. In what seemed like good news,
And I
1
can't
month after
give
the
you
Camp
all
Fire
the feed.
conviction, PG&E exited bankruptcy. But that didn't end up being a positive development for survivors.
Instead, Wall Street hedge funds grossed at least $2 billion from dumping their PG&E stock, while fire victims were left holding the bag. The sell-off further depressed the value of PG&E shares, which the survivor settlement was tethered to.
They had been promised $6.75 billion worth of stock, but now survivor shares were only worth about $4.5 billion, about 33% less than they were owed.
The hedge fund's exits also meant that PG&E had more debt. Although the company claimed to have a promising financial plan, it was now $38 billion in the red. That was over $15 billion more than the amount of losses it had upon entering bankruptcy.
In light of the campfire, PG&E's equipment is suspected of causing even more disasters in California, like the 2020 Zog fire and the 2021 Dixie fire. The former killed 4 people and burned over 56,000 acres, an area larger than the city of Seattle. The latter killed a first responder and burned almost 1 million acres, making it the second largest wildfire in California history. A January 2022 report by CAL FIRE concluded that this was the result of a tree striking PG&E power lines.
These were especially unwelcome developments for the campfire survivors. As of this recording, the value of fire victim stock has yet to achieve the $6.75 billion that PG&E had committed to. Realistically, survivors are only expected to receive up to 60% of what they're owed, after paying a capital gains tax on a percentage of the earnings.
In July 2021, they heard as much from John Trotter, court-appointed trustee of the Fire Victim Trust. He told KQED that the victims will, quote, never be made whole.
Even in 2022, many Californians are left wondering how PG&E is still authorized to provide them with power.
In the eyes of the federal government, PG&E is a twice-convicted felon responsible for hundreds of California's wildfires, including the most destructive one in state history. It's one of the few U.S. corporations ever to be charged with homicide. Yet, state regulators continue to trust it to provide power to 16 million residents, making it one of the largest utility companies in America.
As with every story we've covered in this series, the damage exposes the influence of money and power, and how it's impossible to untangle them when there's so much at stake. These seem to be the main reasons why authorities haven't been tougher on the company for its catastrophic failures.
A look into PG&E's political spending shows that the company spent an inordinate amount of cash to curry favor with California's government. The corporation has a long history of commissioning lobbyists and donating to political campaigns of both Democrats and Republicans.
For example, the public utility has financially supported California Governor Gavin Newsom ever since his first run for San Francisco supervisor in 1998.
When ABC 10 in Sacramento asked Governor Newsom in 2019 if it was okay for him to be accepting donations from a convicted felon, he had little response outside of, quote, it's a strange question.
For their part, PG&E replied at the time, like many individuals and businesses, PG&E participates in the political process.
In recent years, PG&E doubled down on its contributions to political entities that could offer favorable treatment. In 2018, the same year the campfire occurred, PG&E spent $10 million on lobbying efforts. The New York Times notes that was about 2 times more than another investor-owned utility in Southern California, Edison, which services a comparable amount of customers.
That $10 million worth of contributions included a sizable $1.1 million payment to SCRP Strategies, the political consultancy that helped run campaigns for high-profile California politicians, including Governor Newsom.
It's gonna hurt.
Some have suggested
Up his
that the
legs.
company's
You're
contributions
fucked, dude. I
may
can just tell you
motivated
this is
the
gonna work.
governor's office to draft and sign a law that allowed PG&E to
These things are
avoid
going to
paying
I have
out of
them.
pocket for its its damages.
Under AB 1054, the public utility was allowed to dip into the state's $21 billion taxpayer-funded insurance account after it caused the campfire.
This is like
Critics of the measure have said it
all I
gives
do is watch
PG&E, quote,
selfie or
license to
something.
earn.
The governor has
But
also
the
drawn
most funny something
backlash
is,
for accusations of
thanks, I hate
micromanaging
this.
the California Public Utilities Commission, the regulatory agency that oversees PG&E. Newsom's influence could explain why the organization waived a $200 million fine in order to help PG&E exit bankruptcy. The speculation is fueled by the fact that the CPUC has refused to release its communications with the governor's office about the bailout.
PG&E has also made sizable contributions to an organization
What do you
run by
think of this
someone
one? I mean, I get it.
his
Don't
wife,
throw
Jennifer.
people, but
Between 2016 and 2018, PG&E donated nearly $300,000 to her nonprofit
ask permission, and then when they ask
representation
permission, you say
project.
hands out permission.
While there are no state laws specifically regulating charities run by spouses of government officials, the
Dude, there was
donations
this
have
fucking game
generated headlines
in a lab
highlighting
that you
a
could jump on these
potential
fucking
conflict of
camels and
interest.
they'd
For
spit.
his part,
Where's your
Newsom has
camel spit?
denied being swayed
Camel
by
spit like a
PG&E's
motherfucker.
donations. In a 2019 news conference, the governor said, quote, "If the suggestion is somehow I'm influenced by that, you're wrong. And there's not one thing you can point to during my tenure as governor that would suggest otherwise."
And with regard to
Why
his
do you have
wife's
fucking
nonprofit, Newsom
Washington
didn't see
Brand
any
cooking?
issue with the corporations donating to it. Reporters asked him if it's a conflict of interest for his wife's charity to accept contributions from businesses that lobby him as a governor. In response,
Ew, you
Newsom
have to
said,
walk through a
quote,
bedroom to get to a
"There's no
bedroom?
correlation,
Oh, you have to
period,
walk through
full
3
stop.
bedrooms?
Absolutely none. In
Oh,
fact,
ew.
the work my wife does
No
is
hallways?
inspiring."
Those things you can think.
While PG&E has written hefty checks to the governor's campaigns and his wife's nonprofit,
Who's
it
not
still
like
had
this?
money left over for plenty of other public officials.
It wasn't like that.
In 2020 alone, the corporation donated over
I don't know about having to fucking wash and dry on something because I don't really watch my fucking
on both
laundry from
sides of the
fucking
aisle.
baby.
These are the same lawmakers who are theoretically supposed to regulate the company.
A third of those contributions were made while the corporation was still enjoying bankruptcy protection. For those who had lost loved ones to PG&E's fires, they felt their policymakers were accepting, quote, blood money.
Politicians, however, continue to welcome PG&E's cash. Among them is the former mayor of San Francisco and Speaker of the California Assembly, Willie Brown.
The public utility has paid him for consulting services, a role which included delivering messages to Governor Newsom. When interviewed by the New York Times about his work for PG&E, Brown said, quote, "I hope that they call me because every call generates an invoice."
The millions of dollars that PG&E gave to political officials could have been spent on trimming trees, like the one the company neglected to cut before it fell on a PG&E power line in Shasta County, which is precisely what sparked the Zog fire of 2020.
But in PG&E's eyes, the company's contributions seem to be money well spent. As of this recording, the corporation's probationary period ended on January 25th, 2022. The Justice Department opted not to extend the term.
Having already explored probation and fines, the state's only other means of punishing the corporation would be through dissolution. That could entail a number of measures, including breaking up PG&E's natural gas and electric divisions, restructuring the company into regional subsidiaries, or turning the private corporation into a state-run entity.
Although regulators reportedly considered those possibilities after the campfire, it seems improbable that the government would follow through on any of those options. The fact is, restructuring PG&E through a takeover would be a multi-year, multi-billion-dollar endeavor largely funded by taxpayers.
The move would disproportionately affect Southern Californians who would be paying higher bills even though PG&E doesn't operate in their region.
So the public utility continues to enjoy its monopoly in large swaths of California. Residents can only hope that PG&E learns from its past with Patty Poppy in as the new CEO, the fifth leader in less than 3 years. It's still unclear if she can turn the ship around.
In a hopeful sign of things to come, Poppy has said that the company will spend up to $30 billion to bury power lines over the next few years. The Dixie Fire, the second largest fire by acreage in the state's history, also occurred on her watch as CEO, which might be all the more proof that it takes a worst-case scenario to spur change at the company.
PG&E and the other culprits we've explored in this series may have caused havoc in different ways, but they all highlight the same problem. Money and power are the seeds of institutional negligence, and it can have devastating consequences for everyone else.
But government and business leaders are often too consumed with maintaining authority and profits to acknowledge the damage they're capable of inflicting. From Love Canal in the 1970s to PG&E's ongoing failures, the people and organizations we trust have shown how easily their judgment can be corrupted.
This situation isn't unique to American culture. It's just as likely to cause a disaster in Flint, Michigan, as it is in Fukushima, Japan.
In the stories
Oh my
we've
God.
presented,
You get to
when the
do
corporate
honors condiment
executives
cow?
and politicians
Look at that,
wanted
girls.
personal gain over public safety,
I love it.
what they were
Condiment
doing.
cow.
They chose to
Now
do
that's
it
what I
this
need.
way.
No, that's a great invention. Wow, this is fucking interesting. Fans over gold
Thanks for tuning in to Conspiracy
More
Theories.
condiment cows,
We'll be back
please.
next time with a new episode.
Put one
For
in
more
my house.
information on PG&E,
I love
amongst the
condiment
many sources we used, we found the reporting by the Wall Street Journal and
Nothing
ABC
like
10 in
fresh
Sacramento
ketchup.
extremely helpful to our research.
Until then, remember, the truth isn't always the best story.
And the official story isn't always the truth.
Conspiracy Theories is a Spotify original from Parcast. Executive producers include Max and Ron Cutler. Sound design by Dick Schroeder, with production assistance by Ron Shapiro, Trent Williamson, Carly Madden, and Bruce Katovich. This episode of Conspiracy Theories was written by Ben
I
Hanani,
love it.
with
I want
writing
to eat. I want
assistance
to
by
eat.
Mallory Cara and Keith Gallagher, fact-checking by Anya Bayerly, and research by Brian Petrus. Conspiracy Theories stars Molly Brandenburg and Carter Roy.
This is 10,000 of somewhere in Wisconsin, Maryland.
It's been said that love is a
I like
many-splendored thing. That is, until it's
Nobody
not.
said
In season 2
condiments.
of Criminal Couples,
This is the
discover
other-
true
this-
stories of couples who turned their love lives into a life of crime.
Condiment.
Lies and deceit are just the beginning.
This
Follow the
is I
Spotify
figured
original
people
from
know that
Parcast,
stuff. Don't take
Criminal Couples. Catch new episodes every
Imagine
Monday,
puns
free and only on Spotify.
If you have someone else with it.
This episode is brought to you by Carvana.
Condiment.
You know what's better than a chilling mystery? Carvana. They're in the business of driving you happy. And with the
Condiment
widest
cow.
selection of
I'm
used
sure
cars under
condiment cow.
$20,000, you're bound to find a car that you love.
I
They
love
even
it.
offer
I want to
customizable
squeeze all this.
financing,
I would
so
make
you can
so
plan your down and
this
monthly
shit.
payments. To shop
I just
thousands
like
of
watching
affordable
those
vehicles,
videos.
download the app or visit Carvana.com.
Watch it, you
Tap
little
the banner
bitch!
Or click on this episode's
Fuck him
page
up.
to learn more. Availability may vary by market.
This episode
This is how we're gonna do it, like Vietnam, girls. Really? Like laying a chopper over a truck. Look at this motherfucker. It's nice and easy. Just like get fucking line.
In 1914, American auto magnate Henry Ford made headlines by announcing that the Ford Motor Company would be raising the salary of his factory workers to $5 per day, double the national average.
Ford believed that his employees should be able to afford the cars they were building, and the only way to achieve that was to give them a raise.
However, the salary came with a caveat for all foreign-born
What is
workers.
a DBA?
Mandatory English classes focused on the so-called American way of life.
On July 5th, 1950, in Detroit, Michigan, Ford's English school held its first graduation ceremony.
Lollipop Blade.
After singing upbeat songs, drinking refreshing refreshments
that
and watching
fucking
a concert,
gas station
the graduates were steered into the Ford melting pot. Dressed in their national garbs, they filed down a walkway toward a giant cauldron. After passing through the cauldron, which stagehands stirred with giant oars, the graduates emerged waving American flags.
According to the Ford Times, the event was symbolic of the fusing process which makes raw immigrants into loyal Americans.
Others saw it as symbolic of Ford's desire to own that fusion. His single-minded belief that he knew best and his determination to make sure that he stayed in control at any cost.
Welcome to Dictators, a Spotify original from Marcus. I'm Richard.
And I'm Kate. You can find all episodes of Dictators and all other Spotify
This poor
originals
girl,
from
she's not
podcasts
good
for
at
free on Spotify.
They make fun of her,
This season, we've been exploring the robber barons.
but I bet that fucking floor is so slippery and greasy. So they make fun of her, but it's not clean.
Ford's impact on American life was unmatched, not only during his lifetime, but to this day. By building the world's first affordable automobile, paying his workers $5 a day, and introducing the assembly line into the automobile industry, Ford transformed the United States into an upwardly mobile, urban-minded economy of consumers.
But as he aged, Ford became isolated and paranoid. He pined for the America of his childhood, an America that he helped destroy.
We'll have all that and more coming up. Stay with us. Henry Ford carefully cultivated an everyman image until his dying day. And in some ways, he was an everyman. He was a farmer's son, born in the rural community of Dearborn, Michigan. He was not very well educated by today's standards, since this was a time when good education was reserved for America's elites. He was born in 1863, in the midst of the Civil War.
But his family was solidly middle class. He wasn't hungry as a child.
As a man, he liked to pretend he grew up poorer than he did.
His image, like everything else about his world, was something to manipulate and control for personal gain, whether that gain was financial or benefited the more amorphous desires of the ego.
Perhaps that's why Ford was drawn to machines. With machines, you could hone every little detail until something was perfect. And of course, profitable.
As a boy, Ford became interested in watering and repairing the finicky little mechanisms. The hobby consumed him. He began repairing timepieces for other kids and adults. He traveled to local watchmakers and antiquarians to learn all he could about his new trade and to buy and sell parts for his small operation. Meanwhile, he showed virtually no interest in anything else, especially his family's farm or chores around the house.
When he was 12, he upgraded his mechanical obsession from watches to a strange device he saw in a field by the side of a Dearborn road.
It was a primitive steam engine used at the time for hauling plows or thresher machines. For Ford, the sighting was a seminal and existential moment.
He badgered its engineer with questions. He needed to understand everything about it.
But the machine represented something new. Possibilities. He knew he was better than Dearborn. Seeing the steam engine showed him that it was possible to build a machine that could literally transport him somewhere else. Somewhere his talents would be appreciated.
From this moment forward, Ford believed that was his destiny.
Resigned to his son's lack of interest in farming, in 1879, the elder Ford allowed 16-year-old Henry to move to Detroit and jumped around different companies as a machinist's apprentice. Through this experience, he learned the basics of engine manufacture, operation, and repair.
After 3 years of education, Ford returned to Dearborn and 2 years later got a job at the Westinghouse Corporation, repairing their portable steam engines. Meanwhile, he also took bookkeeping and accounting courses at a local college, and in 1888 got married to Clara Bryant. Within a few years, they would have their only child, Edsel.
He was building a life in Dearborn, but that was never the end game.
In 1891, the 28-year-old accepted a job as an engineer with the Edison Corporation in Detroit. Within 2 years, he was promoted to chief engineer.
Meanwhile, at home, Ford was tinkering on his own machine. Every day
Look
before
at how
and
what it's
after
going on.
work, he sat in the kitchen and worked on his combustion engine.
Oh my
Specifically,
god.
he wanted to make a horseless carrier, something which could transport people quicker and faster than
What
horse-drawn
in the
buggies.
fuck? I mean, oh shit.
Finally, on June 4, 1896, 32-year-old Henry built and tested the quadricycle, his first automobile. It was slow and unwieldy, but it worked.
Like the gun back with the
The success gave Henry the confidence he needed to quit his job at Edison. He knew with enough time he'd be able to improve on the design.
In 1899, to facilitate the project, he founded the Detroit
Like,
Automobile Company and rustled up some investors.
However, Henry wasn't
Fuck
the
'em up.
only entrepreneur to see the lucrative potential of the automobile. That same year, 57 other Americans started car companies, and unfortunately for Henry, many were vastly more successful.
None of the primitive automobiles manufactured at this time bore much resemblance to the cars we know today. None had roofs, and most engines were in the back. Most barely functioned, and when they did, they were prone to fires and tipping over.
Like his competitors, Ford's first car was basically a death trap. But unlike his competitors, who were fine with profiting off a defective novelty, Ford refused to market the car until he had addressed and corrected its many problems.
And because of his continual tinkering with models and further production delays, Ford failed to bring a final product to fruition. By the end of 1900, the company's stockholders were growing impatient with Ford, and in the new year, they dissolved the Detroit Automobile Company.
Instead of dwelling on his failures, the ever-industrious Ford continued tinkering on his own until he developed a safer, more powerful car.
And the only reasonable way to test it was to enter Michigan's first ever automobile race and go up against one of the world's first professional drivers, Alexander Winton.
Ford and his new car initially struggled around the track. However, after Winton's engine overheated, Ford's more reliable machine cruised to an easy victory.
The win was not only a triumph for Ford, but was also heralded as one for the underdog. Hard work and good old-fashioned American ingenuity defeated a much more imposing and experienced opponent.
Soon, Ford began winning races left and right, which caught the eyes of a new group of wealthy investors. These men were seemingly more willing to be patient with Ford.
On June 16, 1903, the Ford Motor Company was born.
Within weeks, the first Ford automobile was unveiled. A simple two-seat car powered by an 8-horsepower engine. It was attractive, reliable, and an immediate success. Over the next 2 years or so, the company would make 25 cars a day and sell over 1,000 cars. And yet, none were quite up to Ford's exacting standards.
So, Ford engaged in a highly secretive operation within his factory. He wanted to design a car with a more efficient engine, a safer and more secure suspension, and above all, a more affordable, easier build process.
On October 1st, 1908, he and his team of engineers unveiled the results of the project. The Model T.
Listed at $850, the Model T cost the equivalent of about 18 months of an average salary. However, this was vastly more affordable than any other car on the market, the average of which cost more than $2,000. Between the cost and its durability, the Model T became an instant hit.
It's impossible to overstate the impact of the Model T on American life. The car gave ordinary Americans a freedom they never enjoyed before. Not only did it speed up travel, but it eliminated the significant expense of caring for horses.
As such, Model Ts were being purchased as fast as they were built. Even people who had no previous interest in cars bought one for fear of missing out.
Amidst this astonishing success, 45-year-old Henry Ford knew that his supply of Model Ts was not keeping up with the astronomical demand. So he began testing a new method to build his cars faster. A method that would change the American industrial landscape forever.
Coming up, Ford won't stop until his company is the best. It's been the subject of poems, novels, music, and film. It's also been the driving force behind some of the most horrendous crimes in history. Hi, I'm Vanessa Richardson. Join me for season 2 of Criminal Couples and meet the lovers who took their passion to perilous lengths. Featuring standout episodes from female criminals, serial killers, solved murders, and crimes of passion. This season of Criminal Couples gets to the heart of what makes two turn to a life of murderous crime. Some couples were set off by revenge or greed. Others were fueled by sex and drugs. All acted in the name of love. Discover the darker side of desire in season 2 of the Spotify original from Parcast, Criminal Couples. Follow for free and tune in every Monday only on Spotify. Now back to the story.
I like how it comes off. Nah, bitch.
In the fall of 1908, 45-year-old automobile engineer Henry Ford released his most popular car yet, the Model T. Catering to the average American, the affordable new car was a massive hit. Unfortunately, Ford wasn't able to meet the high demand, so he looked for new ways to build his popular car even faster.
Inspired by the streamlined methods used in local slaughterhouses, Ford decided to test an assembly line setup in his factory.
Instead of each car being constructed individually by teams of laborers and engineers, workers would specialize in one small part of the production process. He hoped this would hone workers' skills and efficiency, and thus speed up the process of building cars.
Ford tested this new method in each department: engine, brakes, body, and so on. The previous record for making a Model T had been 12 hours. Now it took an average of 1 hour and 33 minutes.
But while Ford was turning his company into a hyper-efficient business, his employees suffered. Many felt that the assembly line was dehumanizing and cruel, reducing them to little more than cogs in a machine.
I love it.
Employees began quitting in droves. New hires lasted a few days.
Ford knew that if he wanted his new method to succeed in the long run, something would have to change.
In early 1914, Ford held a meeting with his senior manager. As the story goes, he then jotted down a number on a blackboard: $26 million. This represented the previous year's profits.
The following figures, in addition to some others, were then written on a board: $2.34 and $5. The first was an assembly line worker's current daily salary. The second number indicated what Ford agreed to raise it to.
The men assembled immediately voiced their disapproval, but Ford would not be swayed. He argued that not only would this eliminate turnover at his factories, It would also allow his workers to afford Model Ts of their very own. Now, even unskilled American laborers could become consumers.
And whatever the senior managers thought of his scheme, he was going ahead with it.
The day after he went public with his salary announcement, 10,000 applicants showed up at the factory gates.
Building an affordable car had made Ford a hero to average Americans. The $5 daily wage made him a saint.
But what most Americans didn't know was that the guarantee of $5 a day came with stipulations.
Ford had always touted himself as a paragon of virtue, and he expected the same of all his employees, most of whom were recent immigrants and largely unfamiliar with U.S. customs. And just like his assembly line cars, Ford wanted his employees homogenized.
To achieve this autocratic goal, Ford made his non-English-speaking workers attend mandatory language classes. If they didn't, they were fired.
But his most invasive endeavor was the creation of the Ford Sociological Department, an arm of the company that served as a means to intrude upon and control the lives of his employees.
Ford had inspectors from the department visit the homes and apartments of his employees. During these visits, the inspectors monitored the living spaces for any perceived infractions, such as uncleanliness, a lack of clean water, or the presence of boarders.
If an employee's domicile was not up to the department standards, their wages were withheld, and they were given 6 months to make improvements to their living conditions.
If their situation didn't change, they were fired.
Not only was this new system a complete invasion of privacy, it was also a reflection of Ford's dangerously inflated ego.
The public's adulation had gone straight to Ford's head. Not only had he begun to think of himself as an almost divine individual who knew what was best for everyone else, he also worked overtime to foster that image to the public.
Ford even established a photographic department at his company. The department was created to produce still photographs of and motion pictures about the company and its operations and products. But in reality, it seemed that its sole purpose was to churn out propagandist documentaries about Ford.
In these documentaries, Ford burnished his fabricated image as a rural farmer who overcame the almost insurmountable obstacles in his path to build an automobile empire.
Ford also depicted himself chopping wood and performing other menial tasks to prove that despite his wealth and stature, he was still an ordinary American, just like the folks buying his cars.
An ordinary American with the values of the best everyman, too. During an era where the temperance movement was gaining steam, he abstained from smoking and drinking alcohol.
And he ostentatiously rejected the society of America's elites. While he did move into an enormous mansion, it was in Dearborn, not ritzy Grosse Pointe, which other industrialists called home. He was, by all measures, the complete opposite of J.P. Morgan.
And not everyone was charmed.
Ford's paternalistic, self-congratulatory moralizing did not go unnoticed by those who knew Ford personally. Even some journalists wrote critical pieces about him and his company, condemning his overreach and his self-aggrandizing publicity.
Unlike some previous tycoons who commanded enormous respect, a number of educated Americans thought Henry Ford was a fool, despite his success as an inventor and entrepreneur. Naturally, this upset Ford. Even more upsetting, though, was the fact that his son, Edsel, had harbored a near-universal respect.
Unlike his father, Edsel Ford was kind, quiet, and well-liked. He also made no secret of his affinity for the finer things in life, including cigarettes, liquor, parties, and his stately mansion in Grosse Pointe. He even married into one of Detroit's most prominent families.
Ford resented his son's perceived vices and aristocratic ideals.
Hell yeah.
As a young man, Edsel skipped college and instead worked his way up the Ford corporate ladder.
But even after Edsel worked his way up to an executive position, his father was still hard on him and rarely relinquished any actual control of the company to his son.
And as time went on and Ford met other perceived slights, he only got more distressingly self-righteous.
In 1915, the first stone of a new Ford factory was planned along Detroit's River Rouge. The factory was going to be so enormous, it would dwarf most American cities.
But Ford's vision almost immediately ran into opposition.
Hell yeah.
In 1916, he was sued over dividends that he had withheld from investors and used to build the factory.
His poor wife.
Though Ford disputed the charges, he eventually paid out over $20 million.
Furious at what he saw as betrayal, Ford devised a plan to rid the company of any stockholders besides himself. The company was not public, so that meant getting rid of his original private investors.
The scheme began with an announcement. He was leaving to form his own outfit. Edsel would take over the Ford operation. Naturally, everyone was completely bewildered.
In the ensuing panic, the investors wasted no time unloading their stakes in the company.
However, this was exactly what Ford had envisioned. He had no real intention of branching off. Instead, he used the opportunity to buy back the floundering shares himself at a bargain. The endeavor cost him $106 million, about $2 billion in 2016.
Oh my gosh.
Sure that he would never have to answer to another shareholder in his lifetime.
Meanwhile, after reclaiming his position at the top, Ford relegated Edsel to a meaningless position overseeing the Model T. Other employees weren't even so lucky as that.
Ford purged the company of anyone he felt wasn't completely loyal, often in the most humiliating manner possible. Sometimes employees would learn they were fired by showing up to a completely empty office.
With his company now firmly back in his control, no one would be able to stand in his way or the way of his Herculean factory project. Except, perhaps, himself.
In 1916, Ford sued the Chicago Tribune for libel after the paper characterized him as an ignorant idealist and an anarchist enemy of the nation. 3 years later, when the case went to trial, Ford took the stand. His cross-examination at the hands of the Tribune's lawyers became one of the most bizarre courtroom scenes of the 20th century.
One of the defense's tactics was to prove to the jury that Ford was, in fact, completely ignorant by posing a series of simple questions.
The Tribune's lawyer asked, "Do you know anything about the revolution?" Ford responded, "Yes."
The lawyer continued, "What revolution did you have in mind, Mr. Ford?" Ford replied,
This one.
1812.
Over 8 long days, Ford was subjected to a series of basic historical and cultural questions. His off-the-mark answers successfully illustrated that the Tribune was right about his ignorance.
The Tribune could not, however, prove that he was an anarchist, so the paper was found guilty of libel. But the widespread horror at Ford's showing was evident in the Tribune's punishment. It was forced to pay Ford only 6 cents as recompense. Ford, meanwhile, suffered significantly more, at least at the hands of America's intelligentsia.
After the trial, Ford's intellect became front-page fodder. The New York Post declared, "The man is a joke." may not be an anarchist, but his mind is anarchic. The New York Times was no kinder, stating, Mr. Ford has been submitted to a severe examination of his intellectual qualities. He has not received a pass.
But while the so-called American elites viewed Ford with disdain, his shameful ignorance on the stand actually endeared him to many working Americans. He received hundreds of letters of support, most claiming that he was a victim of an unfair and biased media witch hunt. And it seems this adulation went straight to Ford's head.
Instead of working to rectify his public image, Ford doubled down, seeking revenge against his perceived enemies. The following year, Ford embarked on his own journalistic smear campaign. Unfortunately for Ford, this mission was so anti-Semitic that it earned condemnation from the President of the United States.
Coming up, Henry Ford's op-eds further divide the American public, while his behavior and ideology grow more militant and reactionary. Now back to the story.
These are things.
In 1990, Henry Ford's lawsuit against the Chicago Tribune for libel went to trial. Despite humiliating himself in the eyes of the elite, among the average Americans, he was still the populist hero they all knew and loved.
Uncomfortable champagne
But
glass.
Ford never forgot how he was portrayed in the press, nor that it was a continuation of years of lambasting. So, in an effort to once again control his narrative, Ford decided to buy a small newspaper called the Dearborn Independent in 1918. But he would also use this paper to unfairly attack American Jews.
Like other anti-Semites, Ford believed that a
Hey,
massive
doesn't worse when
Jewish
you initially
cabal
step on the Lego. It's when the Lego
industries
sticks
like
to your foot
finance
and
and
you
politics. As
That's
such,
when the
he
Lego
claimed that Jews were responsible for the decaying of America's social, cultural, and economic fabric.
insane drinker.
2 years after he purchased the Dearborn Independent, Ford used the paper to publish a series of op-eds entitled The International Jew, the World's Problem. It's unlikely that Ford actually wrote the articles, since he was a poor writer. However, he was certainly aware of their content.
The articles blamed Jews for everything that Ford believed was wrong with American society, including lax morals, financial avarice, and jazz music. But mostly, the articles regurgitated anti-Semitic tropes that had existed for centuries. Ford even reprinted the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, a fraudulent anti-Semitic text created by Russia's secret police in the early 1900s. It outlines a plan for Jewish domination of the world and is completely fictional.
Ford's anti-Semitism and embrace of conspiracy theories reflected his dangerous ignorance in all things non-automobile related. Even more insidious was his need to spread his views far and wide.
He required that the Dearborn Independent be distributed at his factories and in Ford showrooms and garages.
And finally, his business started to suffer.
Influential Americans organized boycotts for Ford
Every time
products.
said
Even
lots of
President
mods. That
Woodrow
sounds
Wilson
cool as
admonished
fuck.
Ford for spreading lies.
And then, San Francisco-based attorney and activist Aaron Shapiro sued Ford and his newspaper for libel after the Dearborn Independent had published a number of anti-Semitic and defamatory articles about him.
At first, Ford planned to testify and fight the accusations, but perhaps he realized the fight was futile, probably started to worry about the impact on his bottom line, changed his mind, shut down his newspaper, and settled out of court with Shapiro. He also issued a written public apology.
However, Ford didn't compose most of the apology himself, and his anti-Semitism never ebbed. Years later, in 1938, he accepted the Order of the Grand Cross of the German Eagle, the the highest honor given to foreigners by the Nazi government.
Where the fuck is this?
But if publicly recanting was meant to save his business, it wasn't enough.
In part because his anti-Semitism wasn't Ford Motor Company's only problem.
By the mid to late 1920s, the novelty of the Model T had worn off, and the company was rapidly losing market share. Other companies like General Motors and Dodge had begun introducing new and improved models each year. Ford had not.
And because of antitrust legislation, Ford couldn't buy or squeeze out his competitors like his Gilded Age predecessors. He had to adapt or die.
Virtually all of the senior executives at Ford, including Edsel, attempted to persuade Ford that the company needed to diversify its fleet. But Ford wouldn't listen. Instead, he assumed his now habitual role of victim.
He railed against Americans for wanting fancier cars instead of the utilitarian Model T. The irony, of course, was that Ford had helped create a country of American consumers. Consumers who always want newer, better things.
For nearly a year, Ford remained intransigent as Edsel and others presented him with blueprints and designs for sleeker, more dynamic cars. But finally, in the late summer of 1926, Ford agreed to the changes.
On May 26, 1927, 63-year-old Henry and 33-year-old Edsel watched the 50 millionth Model T roll off the assembly line. Henry Ford still believed it was the perfect car.
Nonetheless, it was also announced that the Model T would be discontinued.
6 months later, Ford unveiled its new automobile, the Model A. Faster, sleeker, safer, and more fun to drive than the Model T, the Model A was an instant hit. Not only did it come in a variety of colors, as opposed to the standard black, it was also available on an installment plan.
During its first year of production, Ford sold 700,000 Model A's, making it even more popular than its predecessor. But it was all Edsel and Ford knew it.
Let me show you the only restroom, bathroom of the house.
Edsel had been responsible for the Model A's design and execution. And instead of praising his son, Ford was jealous. He felt Edsel had betrayed him by building a better car, even if it single-handedly revived his company's fortune.
So he made sure that at least publicly, he took all the credit.
It was during this period of lying and manipulation that Ford's new River Rouge factory, the city-sized plant, finally opened its gates after 11 years of construction.
The factory was
You can
essentially
start
its
putting
own
the jam bag
self-contained city
on the first floor because
It
people
employed
get
more than
sick and old
75,000
and they want
workers and utilized 700 million gallons of water per day from the River Rouge. Its goal was to produce 10,000 cars per day.
Henry Ford's dream was finally operational, and yet he immediately proved disillusioned with the River Rouge plant and American society at large.
This was likely because his new plant was located in Dearborn. When Ford had grown up there, it was an intimate rural farming community. Now the farms were replaced by factories, not just his own.
The world he'd fought so hard to manipulate and control was nevertheless slipping away from him. He didn't recognize his home. So Ford retreated inward and embarked upon the most nostalgic and perhaps seemingly bizarre endeavor of his career.
Years earlier, Ford had commissioned a reconstruction of his childhood home. He filled the home with models of everything he remembered from his youth,
This kid's
from
logic
the
is sound
bench
so
to
good.
his mother's childhood.
Soon he
His
began
logic
purchasing other historical buildings. He had them moved to an enclave that he named Greenfield
sound.
Village.
Where he banned phones and collected different kinds of antiquated technology. It was a fantasy world where he could retreat into an alternate reality, one where the world was all is
Get this fucking lawyer
all
up the ass.
under his all-knowing control.
But as Ford was playing make-believe, the real world would soon experience a very real financial panic, one even he couldn't ignore.
After the Wall Street crash of 1929, the Ford Motor Company, like virtually every other company around the world, saw slumping sales. It was forced to lay off huge numbers of employees and was in danger of shutting down.
Ford reacted with characteristic misdirected antagonism. He believed that the slumping sales were somehow the fault of his son Edsel and his employees, who were considering unionizing.
To address these two problems, Ford turned to Harry Bennett, the head of his internal
Man, this guy needs to get it.
Bennett had been a boxer and a sailor in the U.S. Navy before joining the Ford Motor Company. Though he stood only 5 feet 6 inches, Bennett's years as a boxer and sailor left him with a powerful, intimidating physique.
He was known to personally fight or violently intimidate anyone who stood in his boss's way. Because of his loyalty and propensity for pugilism, he soon became Ford's second in command.
Bennett indulged Ford's most bizarre and paranoid suspicions, even spying on Edsel.
Ever see Mike Tyson
However,
pre-93?
spying on Edsel was nothing compared to what Ford and Bennett did to lower-level employees.
By the late 1930s, America was still in the midst of the Great Depression. Most other automakers had agreed to let their workers unionize, fearing that strikes would harm business even further. Ford disagreed.
In 1937, when members of the United Auto Workers Union handed out leaflets at the River Rouge plant,
Big Jake
Bennett
will
and
tell
his
us how
goons beat up the organizers in full view of thousands of horrified employees.
However, the beatings also occurred in front of several press photographers. Images of Bennett's men assaulting UAW organizers quickly became front-page news.
The labor disputes and the violent reactions to them could not have come at a worse time for Ford, whose health was declining. Not that anyone knew. In 1938, just before turning 75, Henry Ford suffered a stroke and told no one.
As Ford's health deteriorated, he tried to wait out his company's clashes with labor. However, when European political tensions started bleeding into the U.S., Ford knew he couldn't hold out for much longer.
Despite Franklin D. Roosevelt's desire to stay out of the war, everyone knew America needed to arm itself just in case.
And despite Ford's support for America remaining neutral during the war, he couldn't give up the windfall profit of government contracts for bombers. The only thing to threaten the contracts was unionization.
On April 1st, 1941, laborers in the River Rouge plant organized a strike, despite continued threats of violence.
True to his character, Edsel Ford was willing to engage with the workers and union organizers and negotiate. The two sides actually came to a mutually beneficial agreement, but Henry Ford refused to sign off.
However, by this point, Ford was out of options. Violence had only resulted in negative publicity. So on June 20th, 1941, he reluctantly agreed to the union contract.
With the factory back up and running, Ford was able to fill its lucrative government orders for bomber planes. More importantly, Edsel's work negotiating the deal appeared to signal that he would finally assume control of the company from his aging father.
But just as plans were set in motion for Edsel to step in, the younger Ford began experiencing his own health problems.
Look at her mom's cat.
What began as a diagnosis of ulcers soon morphed into an all-encompassing illness that ravaged Edsel's body. He was consumed with pain, suffering from regular fevers and vomiting constantly. Through it all, his father showed little compassion.
Henry believed his son's illness was a sign of weakness, a result of his hedonistic lifestyle.
Eventually, though, Henry Ford learned what his son was actually suffering from: stomach cancer.
At first, Ford refused to believe the diagnosis. When he finally accepted it, he contacted every doctor at his disposal and ordered them to fix his son. But just like the changing landscape of Dearborn, this was not something Ford could control. All the doctors told him the same thing. It was too late. In May 1943, at the age of 49, Edsel succumbed to cancer.
Sea turtles. This one's 871 pounds.
Even though he was extremely harsh on Edsel, losing Edsel seemingly devastated Ford. Or at least, coming face to face with how he treated his son over the years devastated him. For months, he wandered the grounds of his fairy tale village alone, muttering to himself.
It seems Ford never got over the loss. Though he tried to run his company in Edsel's absence, he suffered a series of additional strokes, each resulting in further cognitive decline.
Finally, on April 7th, 1947, 83-year-old Henry Ford passed away. In spite of his anti-Semitism, xenophobia, violence against his own workers, and his shameful parenting,
You ever called yourself
100,000 Americans gathered to view his
remember when I met my friends? I was like, hey, hi Alex. He was like, hi Mikey. I was like, hey. And he was like, sorry, I forgot. Xenophobia. How you doing, xenophobia? I was like, thank you.
Ford's propaganda had ultimately persevered.
Unlike Vanderbilt, Carnegie, Morgan, and Rockefeller, Henry Ford wasn't technically a Gilded Age robber baron. In fact, his predecessors were all dead or dying as his career reached its apex.
By the early 1920s, the nature of American business had changed significantly. The Sherman Antitrust Act and the Federal Trade Commission Act outlawed virtually all of the methods that the robber barons had used to amass their fortunes, corner markets, and vanquish competitors. Ford's success was a result of innovation and building an affordable, high-quality product.
In fact, Ford loathed the robber barons. He was a populist. Even if he thought he knew better than any other everyman, he threw his lot in with the people in everything from marketing to his sense of self. And in the process, he had an enormous impact on American society.
They should be like, hey xenophobia.
Almost
Hey
single-handedly,
xenophobia, glad
he
you're back.
introduced car
Glad you're back,
culture to the
xenophobia.
United
Huh?
States.
None of the cup is
He
getting
also
cozy.
introduced a living wage,
Really?
at least to those who attended his bizarre indoctrination classes, and he revolutionized the manufacturing process for the automobile industry.
While those things may have amounted to a positive step forward, he effectively created a society of middle-class consumers, one driven to purchase and own things they didn't necessarily need.
In that respect, Ford's legacy continues to this day. He shaped a society that runs on credit, where a number of Americans are one paycheck or health scare away from poverty.
Absolutely.
But the most pernicious aspect of Ford's legacy may be the limited propagandized vision of America that he clung to
Look at that chicken
and tried
tender.
to force on others.
I want
His
chicken tenders like that.
anti-Semitism and desire to
Like the chicken
indoctrinate
tender was like,
workers with
it's
what
not like
he
this. It's
viewed
like,
as the
oh my
proper
God.
version of American culture were two sides of the same coin.
Eating that shit like
They both
it's
lean
like when you
on
eat into
harmful
this fucking
views about groups
cracking
that are
those
often
fucking
considered other,
chicken.
like
It sounds like
immigrants who
salad.
hold on to their cultures of origin, and of course Jews.
This aspect of his legacy is
Wow,
unfortunately
that's
as entrenched in
huge.
American
I
culture
love
as the
absolute
car.
goodness.
Of
Look at that
course,
catfish
Ford
at the
wasn't
door.
the only one who contributed to that legacy.
The American dictator is a dedicated
Oh,
capitalist, a ruthless businessman, a tycoon, a man who manipulates the little people one way or another for his own ends, whatever the consequences might be.
And that
like
is
the
the
eagle
legacy
claws
of the Gilded
are large.
Age.
What the fuck is this? Yoshi. Look at that keyboard. And it works?
Thanks for listening to Dictators. Among the many sources we used, we found PBS's documentary, The American Experience, Henry Ford, and Stephen Watts' The People's Tycoon, especially useful to our research.
Really?
Next week, we'll
Yes,
shift
that's
gears and
Rabbi.
begin a new series on dictators who conquered the world.
You can find all episodes of Dictators and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
We'll see you next time.
Dictators is a Spotify original from Parcast. It is executive produced by Max Cutler. Sound design by Juan Borda, with production assistance by Ron Shapiro, Trent Williamson, Carly Madden, and Bruce Katovich. This episode of Dictators was written by Tony Goodman, with writing assistance by Joe Guerra and Nora Patel, fact-checking by Adriana Romero, and research by Bradley Klein. Dictators stars Kate Leonard and Richard Rosner.
It's been said that love is a many-splendored thing. That is, until it's not. In Season 2 of Criminal Couples, discover true stories of couples who turned their love lives into a life of crime. Lies and deceit are just the beginning. Follow the Spotify original from Podcast, Criminal Couples. Catch new episodes every Monday, free and only on Spotify.
Listener discretion is advised. This episode features descriptions of rape, violence, and suicide that may be upsetting. We advise extreme caution for listeners under 13.
Is that a big bear?
Describing an up-and-coming French officer, General Charles-Pierre Francois Augereau proclaimed,
Savage is so mean.
"That little expletive of a general actually frightened me."
The general he was referring to was Napoleon Bonaparte, who in the spring of 1796 was just beginning his career as the new commander of the Army of Italy. And he was right to be frightened. Napoleon's ambition would lead him to conquer a large portion of Western Europe, establishing the First French Empire.
But Napoleon was following in the footsteps of other world conquerors. Building empires is a tale as old as time amongst despots.
Of course, it's not just any tyrant that can succeed at conquering an entire region. Creating and maintaining an empire
Like,
takes
instead of
both
spending all this
ambition
fucking time on
and
like
also
little fucking
brilliant
fruit, why don't we do like
strategy.
giant fruit and just
Alexander
eat
the
fucking
Great built his empire having never
made
lost
up
a
like
battle.
basketballs and shit.
Attila the Hun, meanwhile, proved to be one of the few quote-unquote barbarians to strike fear into the Romans. And Napoleon lost only 7 of the 60 battles he fought over 20 years.
This season of Dictators, we're exploring the lives of some of history's greatest world conquerors.
Turkey, ham, bacon, club, and gouda. Anaconda,
Welcome to Dictators, a Spotify original from Parcast. I'm Richard.
And I'm Kate. You can find all episodes of Dictators and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
Today we're exploring the life of Alexander the Great.
Look at this Swiss
While
cheese.
still in his 20s,
Damn, bitch.
conquered one of the largest empires in history.
I'm
Despite
gonna fuck
only
you, make you
reigning
look
as
like
king of
Swiss cheese when you're
Macedonia
done.
for 13
Some bitch
years,
be like, what the fuck happened to
Alexander
you?
remains one of the most famous
Rabbi,
rulers in
oh, I
history.
see. I understand.
Not
I
only for his
understand, son.
accomplishments, however,
Are you
some
done?
historians believe Alexander paid
This
a
cat
bloody
is fucking
price for
hot.
his success. He was a ruthless dictator and a violent mass
That's
murderer.
actually
This
so
week,
that's one
we'll
cell.
look at how
Damn,
Alexander's
bitch.
father
Look at these
laid the
ears with all the
foundation for
blood
his
going through them.
success,
Sweet,
the
sweet
colorful
little bear
stories
with
of
the ears,
Alexander's
not
youth,
ears.
and his first battles against the mightiest empire in the world.
Next week, we'll explore Alexander's final showdown with Darius III, his journey into India, and his sudden, surprising death.
Absolutely, you never seen
We
like
have all that and more coming up. Stay with us.
giant puffball.
This episode of Dictators is sponsored by BetterHelp. Look, there are times when it's hard to keep your brain in problem-solving mode, and you just need someone in your corner.
someone to help you work
Candy?
through things. A therapist can help you figure out what's causing you to feel the way you do, and they can help you figure out a solution so you can accomplish your goals no matter how big or small they are. If you're thinking of giving therapy a try, BetterHelp is a great option. It's convenient, accessible, affordable, and it's entirely online. All you have to do is fill out a short survey, and you'll be with a licensed therapist that you can talk with via video, phone, or chat. Plus, you can easily switch therapists at any time. If you want to be a better problem solver, BetterHelp can help you get there. And right now, listeners can get 10% off their first month of therapy at betterhelp.com/podcast. That's betterhelp.com/podcast.
I do apologize for interrupting your amateur detective time. I'm the famous Holmes detective. No, not that one. In Nola Holmes. I opened my own detective agency, which is not going as well as I expected. If you're listening to this, you've got an eye for mystery and a thirst for cracking tough cases. A new game is afoot, and the mystery of this size takes 2 homes to handle. Yes, my brother, Sherlock, will be along for the ride. Soon I will be worthy of the Holmes name as a super sleuth yourself. Join me on a mystery of historic proportions as we unpack every twist and turn. Enola Holmes 2 debuts November 4th, only on Netflix, rated PG-13. Click or tap the banner below to learn more.
Belgian blue. Oh. Belgian blue.
This episode is brought to you by GNC. Ready to add a little something more to your daily routines? GNC has what you need to make things fun and fresh, like the GNC Women's Multivitamin Mixed Berry Gummies to help with your specific needs, or their totally enriched chocolate mousse layered bars, so you can maintain your healthy lifestyle and indulge your sweet tooth with something delicious. To make your routine anything but vanilla, head to GNC or visit gnc.com/podcast.
I can't believe it. Biggest rabbit in the world. Women here, they were
Any story about Alexander the Great has to start with his father, Philip II.
Philip laid the foundations for Alexander's rule. He reformed the Macedonian kingdom Alexander would inherit. He laid the groundwork in uniting the Greek cities for a war against Persia. And most importantly, he created the army Alexander would use to conquer the world.
That's cool.
The Macedonia that Philip inherited was a politically inconsequential backwater. Situated on the edges of the Greek world, the country was considered semi-barbarous by its neighbors to the south. The Macedonians spoke a Greek dialect and shared many customs and gods with other Greeks, but they were also noticeably uncomfortably different.
For one, Macedonia was a monarchy. While some Greek city-states were once ruled by kings, monarchy had been on its way out centuries ago. Many Greek intellectuals considered the practice outdated.
Macedonia's kings also practiced polygamy. Both Philip and Alexander would take multiple wives throughout their reigns. This too was viewed as strange by many Greeks.
This cultural center of Macedonia did not help the kingdom garner power on an international stage, but it wasn't the country's only problem.
Look at that jackfruit.
At the time of Philip's birth, sometime around 383 BCE, the kingdom was in decline. Macedonia had been weakened by decades of internal power struggles and pressure from Thracians and Illyrians, various groups of northern non-Greek peoples who frequently raided Macedonian territory.
The Macedonians found no respite from the south either, as a new military power had emerged on the Greek mainland. The city-state of Thebes.
Thebes did ultimately agree to help protect Macedonia from its neighbors, but in exchange, the city-state demanded noble hostages, including a young Philip.
The prince lived in Thebes for about 3 years. It's possible that he learned warfare from Theban commanders during this time. Certainly, he got a close look at the chaotic, ever-shifting nature of Greek politics and rivalries.
Around the age of 17, he took his unlikely education home to Macedonia at the palace of his older brother Perdiccas, the reigning king.
But in his absence, Macedonia had not gotten stronger. Despite the aid of Thebes, they were still struggling with the Illyrians.
And within a few years, Perdiccas was killed in battle against the raiders, along with some 4,000 of his soldiers, at least a third of the Macedonian army.
115 feet tall.
Thus, when Philip ascended to the Macedonian throne in 359 BCE at the age of 22 or 23, the country was on the verge of collapse. It was surrounded by enemies and overrun by Illyrians.
This is me in Portugal.
Meanwhile,
Yeah,
the
that's
new
not in
king had
Portugal. I was like,
limited
oh,
experience.
15-foot wave.
Yet Philip threw himself into the fray with a resolve and strength of will that had not been displayed by a Macedonian king
I don't
in
know why we don't
generations.
call it
First,
Grouper or just
he
call it
used his
Grouper.
natural charm and confidence to raise the morale of the Macedonians, convincing them that the kingdom's problems could be
Like, no,
overcome.
it's Grouper.
Next, he began a complete overhaul of the Macedonian military, a process that likely developed gradually over several years, but ultimately produced a military that operated with the
That's a big
precision
fucking
of
clock.
a machine.
And it wasn't just a copy of the Greek city-state militaries
Look
either.
at these motherfuckers hanging out in Mecca.
Philip innovated.
Absolutely ended up
While Greek armies used a large circular
this is like
shield
a-
called a hoplon, a long thrusting spear, and a bronze helmet, Philip introduced the sarissa, a pike between 16 and 18 feet long. It was so large it had to be held with both hands. Philip may have invented the sarissa himself,
Under the giant's
or he
hand.
may have adopted it from unusually long spears sometimes used by the Thracians.
Individually, a man with a sarissa was fairly useless because the weapon was so
Walls at the
unwieldy.
center of the zone,
But when men joined together in blocks, they represented a wall of spearheads that was nearly impossible to break head-on.
Did you graphic or graphic?
These were the Macedonian phalanxes, which would dominate Western battlefields for centuries.
Philip used them to eliminate each of Macedonia's threats, one by one. He fought off the Athenians and captured their colony at Amphipolis, giving him access to the gold and silver mines of Mount Pangaean, which proved crucial in the battles to come.
Weird fishy.
Philip also defeated the Illyrians in open battle, the first such Macedonian victory in generations, and subsequently reclaimed large swaths of Macedonia.
From the future.
Philip would go on to successfully pursue many other military conflicts during his reign. But he also introduced cultural and political reforms to his kingdom.
For example, he greatly expanded the royal pages. The pages were young male servants, the sons of nobility, who were raised at the royal court. This was partly to train them for future leadership positions, and partly to keep them as hostages, ensuring their family's loyalty.
Some of his reforms didn't have such sinister undertones, though, like his mission to beautify the capital city of Pella, and acting as a patron to philosophers, poets, and writers.
Famously, he hired the philosopher Aristotle to tutor his son, Alexander.
Alexander III was born on or around July 20th, 356 BCE. His mother was a formidable woman named Olympias, the daughter of a king of the Molossians in Epirus. She was Philip's fifth wife. He eventually married 7 or 8 women. The ancient historian Plutarch claims that she was a member of a snake-worshipping cult who slept with snakes in her bed.
Since Philip was often away on campaign, Alexander was raised by his mother in an impressive series of tutors. One of the first was Lysimachus of Acarnania. Then, when he was about 14, Aristotle took him under his wing.
Unfortunately, we don't know much about Alexander's education, only that Aristotle gave his student an annotated copy of the Iliad, which Alexander always carried with him on campaign. Like many Greeks, Alexander sought to emulate the heroic ideals of bravery and martial excellence portrayed in the poem.
The boy's childhood as a whole remains mostly a mystery,
What do you call
though he undoubtedly underwent thorough
cheese
physical
that does not
training
belong to
alongside
you?
his liberal
Not your
education.
cheese.
But of
Not your
course,
cheese, bitch.
there are
And
the legends.
my friend, I used to think this was so funny. I go,
The most celebrated
what do you?
story
I could
from
never get this
Alexander's
punchline correctly.
childhood is how he tamed his horse,
I can never get this
Bucephalus.
punchline. What was I'd always go,
Supposedly,
what
when
do you call
Alexander was
cheese
about
that's
12,
not
a
yours?
Thessalian
Not your
merchant
cheese.
came to court with a tall,
not.
dark horse named Bucephalus, or
And
Oxhead.
he used to think that was
The
so funny.
breeder
I go,
demanded
he goes,
13
what do you
talents
call
of
cheese
silver,
that doesn't
the
belong to
equivalent
you?
of a small
And I
fortune.
would be like,
Yet
I don't
none
know, what
of
do you call it?
Philip's
He's like,
grows
not
would
your
manage
cheese,
the
bitch.
horse, which
And I'd be like,
seemed
oh, that's
uncontrollable.
incredible. So then I'd go up to him
Philip
and I'd be like,
announced
what do
he
you
would
call
not
cheese
purchase the
that's
horse.
not yours?
Alexander, however, loudly proclaimed that his father was making a mistake and would miss out on acquiring a truly
He'd be
great
like,
steed. What's more, the young
I'd be like, what
prince
do you mean?
boasted that he
He's
could
like,
manage the
you just
animal.
asked me, what
His
do you
father
call
bet him
cheese
13 talents that he
that's
could.
not yours?
Alexander took the bet, ran to Bucephalus, and
The
turned him
joke
toward
is,
the
what do
sun.
you call
For he
cheese
alone had
that
noticed
doesn't
that the
belong to
horse
you?
was
I'd be
scared
like, oh,
of
not
his
your
own
cheese.
shadow.
Like, I know, I taught you that.
Alexander mounted the horse and
What do you
galloped
call
off.
cheese that's not yours?
When he returned, Philip allegedly said that Macedonia was too small for the boy.
Whether or not this story is true, Bucephalus was indeed Alexander's favorite horse and bore his master into all of his major battles.
Other stories offer a similar theme, that Alexander could not be told what to do. One tutor supposedly scolded Alexander for using too much incense during a religious ceremony. Years later, after he conquered much of the world, Alexander sent the tutor 18 tons of incense and told him not to be stingy in his offerings to the gods.
According to historian Adrian Goldsworthy, determination, restless ambition, and
This country was
absolute
built
faith
on
in his
that.
own abilities, which was usually backed by proof that he was right, run through these tales. There are no stories of Alexander failing.
Which means they don't paint a full picture of the boy. Like all children, Alexander undoubtedly had moments of failure. But he was likely an impressive child, because in 340 BCE, when he was just 16 years old, Philip made him regent of Macedonia while he was on tour.
The young prince's temporary reign was not quiet.
Alexander either responded to a threat or invented one and led a military campaign against the Magi, a group of Thracians. After defeating them, he founded a new city in their territory and named it Alexandroupolis.
A greater challenge, perhaps the final exam of Alexander's education, came around 2 years later when Macedonia and Athens were once again in open conflict.
Philip marched south on the city, but between the king and Athens lay Thebes, which had been Philip's home during his years as a hostage, and Thebes decided to fight alongside Athens.
By the summer of 338 BCE, Philip's army met the combined forces of 2 city-states.
And at some point, Philip put Alexander in charge of the elite Macedonian heavy cavalry, the Companions.
If the Macedonian phalanxes were the anvil that held enemy armies in place, the Companions were the hammer that ultimately smashed them.
Plutarch reports that Alexander led the decisive charge, surrounding the best Theban troops, the Sacred Band. The Sacred Band were the elite of the Theban army, and according to ancient sources, were made up of 150 pairs of male lovers. It was believed a man would never retreat in front of his lover because the shame would be too great, so the Sacred Band always fought bravely.
Historians have questioned whether the sacred band was really made up of 150 pairs of lovers, as such an organization seems impractical to actually put into practice. Unquestionably, however, the sacred band had the best troops in Thebes, possibly all of Greece.
Yet fighting against Alexander, the sacred band was cut down to a man. The remaining Thebans and Athenians panicked and fled.
It was by far Alexander's most important test. By his late teens, he led hardened warriors into battle and quite likely delivered the decisive charge against one of the most formidable powers of the day.
That was an impressive accomplishment. But for Alexander, the success was probably bittersweet. The true victory belonged to his father, and already Alexander yearned for glory of his own.
Thanks to a shocking murder, he'd get the opportunity very soon.
Coming up, a bloody wedding party changes the course of Alexander's life.
Why?
Love. It's been the subject of poems, novels, music, and film. It's also been the driving force behind some of the most horrendous crimes in history. Hi, I'm Vanessa Richardson. Join me for season 2 of Criminal Couples and meet the lovers who took their passion to perilous lengths. Featuring standout episodes from female criminals, serial killers, solved murders, and crimes of passion, this season of Criminal Couples gets to the heart of what makes two turn to a life of murderous crime. Some couples were set off by revenge or greed. Others were fueled by sex and drugs. All acted in the name of love. Discover the darker side of desire in season 2 of the Spotify original from Parcast, Criminal Couples. Follow for free and tune in every Monday, only on Spotify.
This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. If you're hiring, you probably know how challenging the hiring process is, especially when you're trying to find someone who will be a great fit for the role and the company. But whether you're looking for a civil engineer, attorney, accountant, nurse, zoologist, or even a new mascot, ZipRecruiter can help you find qualified candidates fast. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/crime. So, how does it work? Well, whatever role you're hiring for, ZipRecruiter's matching technology finds people with the right experience for your job and presents them to you. Then you can invite your top choices to apply. It's so effective that 4 out of 5 employers get a quality candidate within the first day. Remember, right now you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/crime. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/CRIME. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Now, back to the story.
In 338 BCE, Philip II defeated a coalition of Thebes and Athens at the Battle of Chaeronea, securing his hegemony over the Greek city-states. His teenage son, Alexander III, is said to have led the decisive charge and helped win the day.
After the battle, Philip stripped Thebes of several rich lands and handed them to his allies. But he was relatively lenient toward Athens. In sum, Philip was magnanimous in victory. As in the words of Plutarch, he would rather be called a good man for a long time than master for a short one.
Nevertheless, Philip did set about making himself master of Greece. He established the League of Corinth, an alliance of many Greek city-states over which he was undisputed hegemon.
The purpose of the League, besides ensuring Philip's domination of Greece, was to unite the various city-states in preparation for Philip's grand project, the conquest of Persia.
The Achaemenid Empire was, up to that point, the largest empire the world had ever seen. Its heartland was in Persia, and its borders stretched from modern-day Pakistan to the Aegean Sea, and included Syria and Egypt.
It was, in a word, massive, dwarfing the combined territory, population, and wealth of the Greek cities.
The Greeks and Persians had been at war on several occasions in the past, so their quarreling was anything but new.
Some Greek thinkers, dismayed by the endless struggles among the city-states, saw the solution to national unity in a combined invasion of Persia.
This may well have been one of Philip's motivations for planning his invasion. By directing Greeks' hostility outwards against a foreign enemy, he would secure his own position as hegemon.
And while he probably didn't envision himself conquering all of Persia, that empire was phenomenally wealthy, so even a limited campaign offered the promise of rich spoils.
We do not know whether Philip planned on taking Alexander with him to Persia or leaving him as regent of Macedonia. If the latter, then the restless and ambitious Alexander likely would have burned with resentment at the thought of being stuck at home. Even if Philip had planned to take Alexander with him, though, the young prince would likely have begrudged playing second fiddle to anyone, even his father.
Either way, Alexander's probable resentment helps explain the falling out that soon occurred between father and son.
The trouble began in 337 BCE, when Philip, age 45, married once again his seventh or possibly eighth wife. Part of the celebration involved a wine-soaked feast.
Drunk, Alexander threw his cup at a guest who had offended him. Philip, also drunk, stood up and drew his sword, then tripped and planted his face on the ground.
Alexander apparently proclaimed, "Look, everyone, here is the man who was preparing to cross from Europe to Asia, and he is upset in trying to cross from one couch to another."
Philip was furious at his son, so furious that Alexander fled Macedonia with his mother, seeking safety for her in Epirus, and then for himself with an Illyrian. But after a few months, Philip's anger cooled, and he sent for Alexander to return.
Still, we don't know whether animosity continued to simmer between them. For the time being, Philip continued to mark Alexander out as his heir. But Alexander became increasingly convinced that he was being marginalized.
Philip, meanwhile, prepared for the invasion of Persia. In the spring of 336 BCE, an advance guard crossed into Asia Minor and steadily won over the Greek communities in the area. At the moment, Philip looked forward to winning undreamed of glory and riches in Persia, while Alexander stewed in his own juices.
But then, history took a very violent and unexpected turn. Some years earlier, Philip had taken a teenage boy named Pausanias as a lover. The affair didn't last, and Philip soon abandoned Pausanias for another youth, also named Pausanias.
The first Pausanias, his pride wounded, insulted the second Pausanias. The second Pausanias, equally resentful, tried to prove himself in battle, where he was killed. But the second, now dead Pausanias, had been friends with an older man named Attalus, who decided to get revenge on the first Pausanias.
Attalus invited him to a drinking party, and once Pausanias was drunk, Attalus and his noble guests beat and possibly raped him. Attalus then permitted his mule drivers to gang rape the youth.
Pausanias told the king what had happened, but unfortunately, Attalus was the uncle of Philip's new wife. So rather than punish Attalus, Philip instead tried to mollify Pausanias by making him one of his 7 royal bodyguards, a position of great honor.
Pausanias, however, was not placated. According to Adrian Goldsworthy, he was angry not just at the man who had attacked him, but at Philip, the king who had failed to give justice to someone who had once been a favorite.
The seed of the tragedy bore fruit in 336 BCE at the wedding of Philip's daughter, Cleopatra, who was marrying her uncle, Alexander of Epirus. During the great feast that followed, Philip arrived at the tail end of a magnificent procession, accompanied by his 7 royal bodyguards.
As Philip basked in the applause of thousands of guests, Pausanias suddenly ran at him.
The youth drew a dagger and stabbed Philip between the ribs. Within moments, the king of Macedonia was dead.
Pausanias tried to flee, but he tripped on a root and was killed on the spot by Philip's other bodyguards.
Before the day was out, one of Philip's most trusted generals, the 63-year-old Antipater, stepped in. He grabbed Alexander and placed him before a group of Philip's officers, who proclaimed the 20-year-old king by banging their spears against their shields.
Some have speculated that Alexander, his mother, or some other Macedonian power player was really behind the assassination. Alexander himself would later accuse the king of Persia of taking an active hand in Philip's murder.
There is no proof of this, and Pausanias may well have acted alone. But even if no one else was behind the assassination, that did not mean Alexander was safe.
So he decided to ensure his safety with a bloody political purge.
On the new king's orders, or perhaps his mother's, several of Alexander's rivals were seized and executed. Many of them were relatives.
Attalus was killed, as was his niece, Philip's last wife, along with her baby daughter.
Even the horses Pausanias had tried to escape upon were executed.
With that, Alexander had secured his place as king. Macedonians fell in line, but that didn't guarantee the rest of Greece would too. When news of Philip's murder reached Athens, the city searched for allies to support a potential uprising against Macedonian hegemony.
Alexander acted with characteristic swiftness. First, he marched to Thessaly, which stumbled over itself to promise loyalty to the new king. Then he moved south and called for a meeting of the League of Corinth, whereupon he was voted the coalition's new leader.
Without bloodshed and before anyone could really fathom what was happening, Alexander had secured the obedience of Greece.
Upon entering Corinth, it is said, Alexander enjoyed, or was made to endure, a long procession of prominent men who came to praise him. Somebody who wasn't impressed, however, was a famed philosopher named Diogenes the Cynic.
Diogenes rejected worldly values. He slept in a barrel and lived on the street. Cynic derives from a Greek word meaning dog-like.
When Alexander noticed Diogenes hadn't come to pay his respects, the young king decided to seek him out. He soon found the philosopher napping in the sun.
As the king approached, Diogenes sat up. Alexander waited for the philosopher to say something, but Diogenes remained silent. Finally, the king, now the most powerful man in Greece, asked him if he wanted anything, to which Diogenes responded, "Yes, stand a little out of my son."
Alexander was so impressed by the philosopher's impudence that he declared, "If I were not Alexander, I would be Diogenes."
Or so the story goes. In any case, just as Alexander received the acclaim of the Greeks, word reached him that the Thracians on Macedonia's northern border had been inspired by Philip's death and were causing trouble.
Alexander raced north to fight his first campaign, during which, according to historian Paul Cartledge, he avoided a torrent of wagons hurled down on his troops through the narrow Shipka Pass, deployed long-range artillery to provide covering fire as he crossed the Danube on floats improvised from animal skins stuffed with straw, and terrified the Illyrians by a demonstration of Macedonian drill in marching and counter-marching.
No sooner had Alexander walloped the Thracians and Illyrians, however, then he learned that Thebes was leading a major revolt in Greece. In 13 days, Alexander marched his army 300 miles, stunning the Thebans.
Alexander offered them a chance to surrender, but they decided to resist. So the Macedonians besieged their city and soon took it by storm.
Dude, look at this fucking 3-point percentage.
During the sacking, one Macedonian officer seized a Theban noblewoman named Timoclea, raped her, then ordered her to surrender her riches.
Timoclea told him they were hidden in a well. As the officer bent over to look down the well, she pushed him into it, then dropped stones onto him until he was dead.
He was the first player in NBA history to make 203 points in one season.
But the king wasn't outraged that she had killed one of his
217 during
officers.
the 94-95
He was
NBA
impressed
season.
by her
Broke Louis
dignity,
Dampier
so he gave his protection to her family and set them free.
The rest of the city was not so lucky. The new king decided to make an example of it to ensure the loyalty of other Greek city-states. Some 30,000 Thebans were sold into slavery. The city's buildings were burned to the ground.
Only the temples and the home of the poet
He's
Pindar were
mentioned by
spared.
surname in the
But
Tribe
this
Called
act
Quest
of
song,
domination
10 million
was
stories on
only the
Midnight
beginning
Marauders,
for
and
Alexander.
Words Get It Together.
The young king was driven by boundless ambition,
Was a big,
a deep
really?
longing to outdo not only his father,
Mike
but any other Greek who had ever lived.
To satisfy that hungry ambition, Alexander turned back to his father's grand project, the invasion of Persia.
Coming up, Alexander takes on the Achaemenid Empire, facing off against the King of Kings.
This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. If you're hiring, you probably know how challenging the hiring process is, especially when you're trying to find someone who will be a great fit for the role and the company. But whether you're looking for a civil engineer, attorney, accountant, nurse, zoologist, or even a new mascot, ZipRecruiter can help you find qualified candidates fast. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/crime. So, how does it work? Well, whatever role you're hiring for, ZipRecruiter's magic technology finds people with the right experience for your job and presents them to you. Then you can invite your top choices to apply. It's so effective that 4 out of 5 employers get a quality candidate within the first day. Remember, right now you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/crime. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/CRIME. ZipRecruiter,
Now it's not
the
there
smartest
anymore?
way to hire.
Grant Park, Chicago.
This episode is
2005
brought
to
to you by
2019,
ootd.
2020 digital,
Greatest
2021
mystery
present,
Who
touring,
keeps knocking the planters over on
Oregon
your front
Park,
porch?
so it
Because you have
is it in
ADT
other
and
places
their
too?
smart home security systems with Google Nest. The answer is pretty easy to figure out.
Olympic
The
Park,
Google Nest doorbell lets you know what's happening at your front door from virtually anywhere. And the bird, turns out, it's the neighborhood stray cat. Help protect what matters most with all the smart devices you need. Plus
So wait, it's in
24/7
Berlin
professional
now?
monitoring
I
from
thought this
ADT
shit was in
and a
Chicago.
little help from Google. To see how ADT can help make your home smarter and safer, visit ADT.com.
Now, back to the story.
Oh, they have a bunch of them here?
In 336 BCE, 20-year-old Alexander III inherited the kingdom of Macedonia from his father, Philip II. After campaigning against the Thracians and Illyrians and destroying the Greek city of Thebes, Alexander felt his position at home was strong enough to resume the invasion of Persia begun by his father.
In the spring of 334 BC, the king crossed the Dardanelles into Asia. It's difficult to say the size of the army he took with him, but estimates put it between 35,000 and 40,000 men.
It would have taken some time for the news of Alexander's crossing to reach Darius III, the Achaemenid Shahanshah, or King of Kings, whose capital was in modern Iran. But even then, it's unlikely that the Persians would have been especially concerned by the invasion.
The Greeks had launched attacks on Persia before, but the empire's resources were so vast
no fucking
that
thing looks
Darius
happier to a
would have been
kid than
content
that.
to let his local
Really? Show that to
rulers
any little
satraps
kid and
deal
they're
with
like,
Alexander.
oh wow, what the fuck is that? Like
While
I don't know a single
Alexander
kid
made
who
his
does
way
that.
across Phrygia in modern
I had a
Turkey,
cousin
the
maybe who
local
might do
Persian
that.
forces
She was
assembled.
like born in China.
They were
and she
led by
didn't
the
do shit.
satrap of Phrygia, a man
That's a
named
little different,
Arsites.
Those are things.
The
those
army of
actual rocket
Arsites
pops are
included
things.
many other powerful satraps and noblemen, including one
Big
married to
lollipop?
Darius's daughter.
The size of their force is difficult to determine, and it is not clear whether they outnumbered Alexander or the other way around.
But regardless, Alexander marched to meet them undaunted. Borrowing from his father's strategy, he did not take the full army. That would have been slower and more difficult to supply. Instead, he took a force of around 20,000 men, including all of his cavalry.
The two forces met at the river Granicus.
Military convention holds that you shouldn't attack an enemy where he is strongest, nor fight him on the ground of his choosing.
4,000,
And the
400,000.
Persian forces
Capacity is
arrived at
100,000.
Granicus first. Thus, Alexander's commanders reportedly urged caution.
Oh, okay.
Yet,
Before
in a
they...
theme that was to repeat itself over and over again, Alexander
Really?
broke the rules and was proven right.
The satraps had deployed their formidable cavalry near the riverbank, where they could oppose Alexander's crossing, but they left their infantry much further back.
Likely, the Persians did not expect Alexander to
Why?
actually
It was
attack
always
so
like-
suddenly, and so only brought their
just wouldn't
cavalry
understand,
forward
man.
to intimidate him.
Just wouldn't understand how our band
Once
was.
Alexander
Just wouldn't
moved
understand the
forward,
Lazy
the
Susan.
horsemen
Man,
had no
we were like on a
choice
team
but to
together,
begin
and then we were
without
living in the heights, man, and then everything changed.
Alexander led the companion cavalry
Moses.
himself and struggled to force his way
Really?
across the river.
Yeah.
The Persian cavalry
Did
threw
you?
a storm
Fuck
of
no, I wouldn't be
javelins
caught
at him,
dead in that
and the
fucking
king
house
responded
to
by
sleep.
charging straight
To
at
party,
their
fuck yeah,
strongest
but to
point.
sleep?
The longer spears of
Why?
the Macedonian cavalry gave them an advantage, and they
I don't know
steadily
why.
pushed the Persians back.
I guess
Alexander himself
save
killed
money.
one of the satraps, a man named Mithridates, before receiving a blow on his helmet.
The brother of Mithridates then came up behind Alexander and was a moment
Why?
away from striking him with a sword.
it just
But
is.
before the man could swing, one of Alexander's officers
Who the fuck
hacked
is
off his arm.
Meanwhile, more and
What the
more
fuck
of
is
the
this shit?
Macedonian
What is this
army
show?
forced its way across
Not
the
beyond
river,
music, beyond them.
and
It's called
soon the
Wiki.
Persian cavalry broke and
On
fled.
the
The
channel called
Persian
VH1.
infantry,
There were 16
abandoned by their
seasons of it.
satraps, were
I don't
surrounded
know.
and massacred
When
by
did
the
it start? In the
Macedonians.
90s?
Though Arcides survived the battle, he soon died by suicide.
Who was the best one?
With the Persian army dispersed,
I saw a bunch
the
of
cities around Phrygia
Really?
wisely surrendered to
They never had
Alexander,
a good one.
who pragmatically
They all did.
accepted their submission.
Similar.
At Ephesus,
The
on the
Hamelai.
western coast of modern Turkey, the Macedonians celebrated and
Music artist,
rested.
but the Garth Brooks was like a
Here,
fucked up thing.
Alexander took a break
What
to
is
sit
it?
for a
Origin,
portrait by the
fictitious.
renowned painter
There's been
Apelles.
Australia.
Alexander did not approve of the first
A
version of the
one-off
portrait,
fictional rock
which
was
merely
a
portrayed him
the
atop
movie theater. The
Bucephalus.
director explored.
But then Apelles
Musical style
revised
far
the
removed from
painting
his
to
successor.
feature Alexander holding a thunderbolt like
Initially
Zeus.
planned to
The
feature
king loved the new version so much that he paid Apelles 20 talents, a literal
Really?
fortune.
Yeah. What was
Then
it?
he
He just
declared
wanted to
that the
do his
painter
own
was
thing.
the only man
But-
to do his official portrait.
With that out of the
Maybe
way,
number 2 on Billboard
Alexander
200.
returned to campaigning.
Really? Yeah, but everyone was like,
The Persian
What
Navy
the
threatened his
fuck?
supply lines
No,
and
we don't.
communication link with Macedonia and Greece.
let
Rather than risk a
on.
naval engagement,
Yes, yeah,
Alexander resolved to capture every possible harbor, denying the Navy the chance to resupply, thus defeating them from the shore.
See, that's right.
So
I've
he
seen that
traveled
behind
south along the
music of these
coast,
characters 18
capturing
times. That
harbors
sounds
along
like a
the
great
way.
guy. So briefly, so
And Halicarnassus,
when it cuts to
whose
Brian,
famed
cuts to
mausoleum
I like
was
it.
one
What's he
of the
say?
7 wonders of the world,
It's like,
he and
no,
his
that's the
men
best one
settled
with Lee
into a
Garrett.
siege.
Yeah.
But he didn't have time to stay till the siege
And the first,
triumphed.
like, the one with the joke.
He had
Here's it,
other
dude.
ports to conquer.
You have
So
got
before
to
the
turn
fighting was
around the music.
over, he
The band's
appointed a
heart
local
is having a
queen,
really tough
Ada, to
time.
run the
And
area,
they think they made
and
it
moved on and eventually ended
one
up
with the
in
joke.
Gordium, which he reached in spring
An episode
333
of the man
BCE.
show should appear
In
during
this city, the site of an ancient grave was marked by a wagon fastened to a pole
but later,
with an
6,000
unusually
to the
complex
end.
knot. It was
Blame
said
it
that
all
whoever
on
was
the
able to
roof.
undo the
More
knot would
cowbell.
become the
That's
leader
the
of all
best
of
one.
Asia. In the decades, perhaps centuries, since this so-called Gordian knot was fastened, no one had figured out a way to untie it.
When Alexander arrived, he drew his sword and hacked through the Gordian knot. Puzzle solved.
Or so the story goes. Some believe the whole incident is pure fabrication. Others contend that Alexander may well have undone the knot by some means. Regardless, one ancient historian remarked that Alexander used the occasion to announce publicly for the first time that he claimed the overlordship of all of Asia, that is, the Persian Empire.
Do you remember watching this one live? Who was there? I think Tommy.
It's difficult to
Really?
say
Yeah.
whether
Because I kept going to Tommy.
to
Tommy, why is
conquer
this
the
fun?
whole
Like sometimes
of the
stuff on
empire
Saturday
from
Night
the
Live would be
outset of
funny,
his campaign,
but sometimes it wouldn't make any sense to me.
success really
Or sometimes I would
encouraged
think it
him
was
to
funny,
reach for more.
but it wasn't
The Macedonian victories
funny for
thus
the reason
far
why I thought it was
were
funny.
impressive.
So I'd be like, Tommy, why is this funny?
Considering the
And he was like,
vastness of the
shut
extended
up.
empire
I'm like,
and the depths of its
why is
resources,
this funny?
victory
It's like,
was
shut
still
up. I'm
far from
trying to
sure.
hear it.
It took a long time for the King of Kings to assemble a serious army.
Oh shit,
By
what's
the
that
summer
one?
of 333 BCE, Darius had put together a massive force in Babylon, the heart of the Persian Empire. Ancient sources
That kind of
suggest the
sound
army
shit
consisted
on a wall
of
is a
at
thing.
least 400,000 men. While this is likely an exaggeration, the army was undeniably far larger than anything Alexander
Horatio
could
fan.
hope to field.
And now it was
Christian
heading
fan.
straight
Jimmy
towards
Fallon.
the Macedonians.
Jimmy
led
Fallon
by the
laughs
King of Kings
all the time
himself.
in every fucking skit, but he cannot control it in this one.
Darius had
And that could be
700
any fucking
miles to
SNL skit
traverse
Jimmy
across
on
his
which Jimmy
empire
Fallon is
to
like,
get to
it's like Jimmy Fallon's
Alexander,
laughing in the background.
which gave the Macedonians a few months' grace period. Alexander used it to overwhelm Cilicia in modern southern Turkey.
But in late October 333 BCE,
Don't
the
fit
day
it.
came. Darius' camp was just 12 miles away.
Darius, recognizing that he could only keep his massive army in the field for so long, sought out the Macedonians for a decisive battle. He captured Issus, a settlement in Cilicia, and executed Alexander's sick and wounded soldiers who had been convalescing there, perhaps to goad Alexander into a fight.
If so, it worked.
So
Despite
Tommy's
the fact
laughing,
that
and
the
I'm like, Tommy, why is that
Macedonians
funny?
were likely
And he was
outnumbered
like, I
at
don't know,
least
because this guy's like
2 to 1,
hitting the cowbell.
and had
And I'm
the
like,
more
I know,
advantageous
but
position
is that like,
on the far
is it a
side of the
sexual joke or
riverbed.
something? Like, I'm always trying to think there's
On
like some
his
kind
side
of
of the river,
other kind
the
of
King
joke
of
to it.
Kings rode
Because
a
I'm like, that's just pretty
magnificent
simple.
chariot
If they're
in
just
the
playing the
center of his
song and
army,
he's like, I just need more
protected
cowbell.
by thousands of elite cavalry.
Alexander, meanwhile, led his forces himself. According to Adrian Goldsworthy, the 23-year-old Alexander rode up and down his line, talking to each
So
unit in
he
turn,
says that, and I'm like,
addressing
Tommy,
commanders
why is
by
that funny?
name,
He's like, I don't
encouraging
know.
all ranks.
I mean,
Cheers
Tommy's
greeted
younger than I am, so
soldiers
he should be the one
urging
asking me
him to
questions.
order the
But
attack.
he's from within the city limits of the city of Chicago, which gives you like an extra 2 years on anybody. So he's actually a little older than I am when it comes to like some jokes. So I'm like,
in front of him, possibly at the head
why
of a
is that
contingent
funny?
of infantry rather than his companions. Meanwhile, his phalanxes
He's like,
struggled
do you know what a
across the
cow
river
is?
and attacked
He's like,
Darius's
yeah,
heavy
man, we see him on the
infantry.
way to
On
golf.
the
Like,
other
look,
side
kids
of
cow.
the battle,
Yeah,
the Persian cavalry
they have those
pushed
fucking
forward and
bells
attacked
sometimes so you can
Alexander's
hear where they are.
cavalry,
I'd be
threatening
like,
to
yeah.
dislodge them.
And he's like, this
Alexander,
guy
however,
has
pushed
one of
back
them,
the
and he's
forces
hitting it
opposing him,
with a
creating
drumstick.
gap
And I'm
in
like,
Darius's line
yeah,
and allowing more and more Macedonian soldiers to cross the river.
If Alexander wasn't already with his cavalry, he joined them now and led an oblique charge against Darius's center. Alexander pushed toward the King of Kings, defeating a bodyguard unit commanded by Darius's brother, but likely receiving a leg wound in the process. Darius, moved by Alexander and his companions charging down on him, turned and ran.
so now Tommy's laughing. And I'm like, wait, why is it so funny? He's like, can't you see him? He's like dancing around and his stomach showing. And I'm like,
but thousands died.
but
And
it's still
although
that
they
fucking
lost plenty
cowbell
of
joke,
men
right?
too, the Macedonians were
Like
victorious.
nothing changed, right? And then I'm like, is it maybe it's because they don't play this song? They didn't play that song from where I was, and so I was like, oh, maybe it's because they don't play that song. And he's like, no, it has nothing to do with that.
And defeated the King of Kings in person. It is said that when Alexander captured Darius's camp, he cleaned himself in the bath that had been prepared for the Persian
Why don't they
king.
play that song? And from where I am, anything about like
Alexander
death
also
or like the
captured
devil or
Darius's
the
family,
reaper, they don't
including
play.
his wife, children, and mother, treated with
Or
respect.
they used to not.
The biggest surprise
1,
of
2,
all
3,
came
4 a.m.
soon after, when
Fuck you are.
Alexander's men captured the city of Damascus, the city where Darius had stored his treasury and baggage train before the battle.
In all, Alexander may have seized around 3,000 talents of gold and silver. Each talent weighed perhaps 57 pounds. The king also captured several thousand pounds of gold vessels and jewels, and a significant haul of silks, incense, and other luxuries.
Plus several thousand captured servants and Darius's 329 concubines.
So Tommy's laughing like really hard now. I'm like, what's so fucking funny? He's like, can't you see he's got a cobble like right by a guy's ear? And I'm like, are you sure you don't have to have heard this song before to think this is funny?
And offering a generous
Yeah.
ransom for his family.
But to stop and settle for only half of the Persian Empire, for only half of the world, that was apparently unthinkable for Alexander.
He responded to the offer by claiming all of
Today's
Asia
Thomas
as his
Foundation
own.
production. Shout out to that.
He told Darius that if he still desired to be king, he ought to stand his ground, not retreat. For if he did run,
Look at
Alexander would pursue him to the ends of the earth.
As it happened,
can't,
Darius
like,
would run,
I swear to God,
and
Jimmy
Alexander
Fallon
would chase
has
him
one
further than
line.
perhaps any
Or
Greek
Michael
had
said,
ever
like,
gone before.
Jimmy,
Over
Jimmy.
blistering
Oh,
deserts and freezing mountains,
you have
there
one
was
line.
nowhere
Okay? One line.
Alexander's
You
ambition.
just have to hold it together. You have to stand there behind some people, and you have to hold it together for one fucking line. Just please don't fuck it up, Jimmy.
It doesn't work for me.
Like, Jimmy Fallon is in the corner shitting himself, and it's like they can't even show. They're laughing so hard.
Alexander's pursuit of Darius and the long, grueling campaign to secure his empire.
For more information on Alexander the Great, amongst the many sources we used, we found Philip and Alexander, Kings and Conquerors by Adrian Goldsworthy to be extremely helpful to our research. You can find all
It's
episodes
quit
of
being so
Dictators
selfish,
and
G.
all other
Lorne
Spotify
Michaels is like,
originals
this
from
week, Jimmy, you have
podcasts for
nothing to
free
do.
on
All you have
Spotify.
to remember is the line,
See you next time.
quit being so
Dictators is a
selfish,
Spotify
Gene.
original
That's all
from
you have to remember.
Podcast. It
Quit
is
being
executive
so
produced by
selfish,
Max
Gene.
Cutler,
Just
sound
remember
designed
that.
by
Please
Juan
don't
Mora,
laugh,
with
and
production
remember, quit
assistance
being
by
so
Ron
selfish,
Shapiro,
Gene.
Trent
And
Williamson,
don't
Harvey
laugh,
Madden,
okay?
and Bruce
And Jimmy Fallon's
Katovich.
like, okay.
This
Okay.
episode of
They're like,
Dictators
you don't
was
even
written
have to
by
play the
Devin
drums well in
Hughes,
this.
with writing
Just sit
assistance by
back
Tony
there,
Goodman and
do
Noah
whatever you
Patel.
want to do, but
Fact-checking by
then
Adriana
Chris Kattan's
Rivero,
going to say
and
something,
research
and you're
by
going to
Riley
say,
Klein.
quit being so
Dictators
selfish,
stars Kate
Gene,
Leonard
and don't
and Richard
laugh.
Roster.
Whatever you do. He's like, okay, I got it. Quit being so selfish.
It's been said that love is a many
Gene,
splendored
it's like,
thing.
no, you can't laugh,
It
man.
is, until it's not. In season 2 of Criminal Couples, discover true stories of couples who turned their love lives into a life of crime. Lies and deceit are just the beginning. Follow the Spotify original from Parcast,
Don't
Criminal
fall
Couples.
this for
Catch new
us, Gene.
episodes
He's
every
got
Monday,
that one.
free and only
It's
on
your turn.
Spotify.
So, Lord Michaels would be like, look, Jimmy, I know you don't know how to act. Obviously. Obviously. I don't know why you're here. But somehow, so when Chris Kattan says his thing, he's going to say some words. When you hear him done with those words, you are going to say, don't blow this for us. Oh, he's going to say, don't blow this for us, Gene. And you're going to say, Gene.
Alexander's army had been fighting for 10 years straight.
You're going to say, he's going to say, don't blow this for us, Gene. And you're going to say, quit being so selfish, Gene. That's all you have to say. And don't laugh. And Jimmy Fallon goes, oh, okay, I got it. And it's like, Jimmy, can you deliver your line? It's, what's your line, Jimmy? He'd be like, quit being so selfish, Gene. Right. And what else are we going to do? Laugh.
There was
Right.
fighting to do along the road, and he was enraged at turning backwards. So when battle came, he threw himself into the fray.
Now, Lord Michael would be like, just like he did in rehearsal, don't laugh, Jimmy.
It's, he thought they were moving too slowly.
You remember?
So he grabbed a
Don't blow this for us, Gene. Stop being so selfish, Gene. All you have to do is say that, and don't laugh. Just say, "Stop being so selfish, Gene," and you can actually like leave the set. Wait, now you can't even deliver it. You look him dead in the eye and you go. You're like studying here, studying. It's so hard. Andy. I'll give you Andy. James Steamy pitching. Hey, James Steamy pitching.
Alexander dropped to the ground. Thousands of miles from home, deep in enemy territory, his life.
Now, Jimmy, that's your. I mean, remember when Jimmy Fallon was in that great movie? Remember? Was Jimmy Fallon in Titanic? Was he in Avatar? Jimmy Fallon in Avatar? No, he was on Saturday Night fucking Live, and he's never been known for anything.
You can find all episodes of Dictators and all other Spotify.
They're gonna show this clip on that. It'll be on the fucking Tonight Show.
On Spotify.
Well, there I am with my cum shirt.
We're looking at dictators who set out to conquer the world, starting with Alexander the Great.
Now, also,
we explored how
I'm sure Lorne Michaels would have been like, Jimmy, whatever you do as well, don't hold the drumsticks in an awkward way, okay? You can hold them like this, you can hold them like this, you can hold them like this. But whatever you do, don't hold them like this. Whatever you do, just, okay, stop being so selfish, Gene. And 3 things, kids. Your lines, which is stop being so selfish, Gene. Don't laugh, and don't hold the drumstick awkwardly, okay?
This episode of Dictators is sponsored by BetterHelp. Look, there are times when it's hard to keep your brain in problem-solving mode. You just need someone in your corner, someone to help you work through things. A therapist can help you figure out what's causing you to feel the way you do.
Look,
and they can help you figure
it's
out
like Lorne Michaels told you, dog. Whatever you're doing, don't be awkward
if
about
you're
this.
thinking of giving therapy a try,
happened, dog?
BetterHelp is a great option. It's convenient, accessible, affordable, and it's entirely online.
He's like,
All you
it's
have
like
to do is
Jimmy
fill out a
Fallon.
short survey,
This is like a
and you'll
fat
be
person
matched
who
with a
thinks they can
licensed
hide
therapist
behind a
that you can
pole,
talk with via
and it's
video,
like a
phone,
pole,
or chat.
and then it's just a
Plus,
huge
you can
ass
easily
fat
switch
person,
therapists
and
at any time.
that's how you are
If you want to
hiding
be a
this
better
fucking
problem
laugh.
solver, BetterHelp can help you
Cock of the walk.
And right now, listeners can get 10% off their first month of therapy at betterhelp.com/podcast. That's betterhelp.com/podcast.
You're still winning when you wake up with Thomas's. Because if there's one thing picky eaters
See,
will happily say yes
Jimmy
to,
Fallon.
it's a toasty Thomas's English
What
muffin.
these people are doing is acting. When the other people are talking, they're listening. They're pretending like it's a scene. It's not just like, hey, I'm going to be Jimmy Fallon. I'm literally going to be a member of the audience up here, and I'm just going to laugh at
The
all the
reality
jokes.
is, period pads aren't designed for pee. Poise ultrathins are specifically designed for bladder leaks to keep you clean, dry, and fresh with a comfortable fit, so you can live life without
Like
compromise.
who does Jimmy
Tap
Fallon
the
look
banner,
there?
click on this episode's
I
page,
don't know, he
or
kinda
visit
always reminds me of Adam.
poise.com to learn more.
Why? Because he's always laughing at shit. Adam's just good at laughing at shit. Really? Yeah. And he'd laugh. He'd be like, really? Yeah, he's a really nice guy. Like that. Jimmy Fallon.
After securing his hold on the Greek peninsula, Alexander led an invasion of the vast Persian Achaemenid Empire, comprising Western
Hey,
Asia,
Josh.
Egypt, and parts of modern-day Afghanistan.
You can no longer send
Alexander defeated
direct
an
messages
army loyal to Darius III, the
to this
Persian
person.
king of kings, at the river Granicus in 334
I like doing
BCE.
that. Why?
In October 333
Well, it just makes you know I'm really
BCE,
connecting
he
with the
defeated
public.
an army led by Darius
Hey,
himself
Josh, you
and
cunt.
Issus.
These victories proved Alexander's skill as a general and demonstrated the incredible discipline of his army. But
Hey,
the
Josh.
King of Kings survived his
You
defeat,
suck.
and he still had myriad resources to
Was that the
assemble
first time you ever sent him anything?
While he did
At
that,
what time?
Alexander needed to
8:42.
strengthen his
So
position
we've been through these
by
guys once.
focusing on his strategy for defeating
Hey,
the
Lone
Persian
Depot.
Navy, capturing
William
the
Chen.
empire's western harbors.
To
Yeah, I
that
mean,
end,
you.
in the closing months of 333 BCE, the Macedonians marched south into
333
Phoenicia, or modern-day
BCE.
Lebanon. When the local communities heard of the army's victory at Issus, they quickly submitted to it.
The plan was going swimmingly.
It's
So
really
far.
By February 332 BCE, Alexander reached the coastal city of Tyre, one of the most important Phoenician communities and among the oldest continually inhabited settlements in the world.
Old Tyre was built on the coast, but New Tyre was an island about half a mile from shore, 3 miles in circumference, and so heavily fortified that it was thought to be impenetrable.
I'll give you a pencil,
Once,
bitch.
many years
Spread
in the
those
past,
legs.
Tyre had held firm against a 13-year-long
I remember this.
siege.
This is a great
So the
fucking story.
Tyrians,
Who
trusting
told you
their
this story?
strong
Mr.
walls
Hannah?
and the sea,
Really?
rejected Alexander's call for submission.
Commissioner Hannah.
They wanted to claim neutrality.
Alexander couldn't afford to leave the hostile city in his rear, and taking it was key to his strategy of defeating Persia's navy.
Hey,
Yet the
Persia.
king had only a handful of ships.
Recognizing they couldn't assault the city by sea, Alexander and his officers
Remember when it
decided
was
to
like,
build a
search for
wall
people
or
on
land bridge from the shore to the island. Using stones from the old city and cedar trees from nearby forests, the Macedonians slowly and methodically extended their mole.
Meanwhile, the Tyrians harassed them with bows and small ballistae, first from boats, and then, when the Macedonians came within range of the city, from Tyre's walls.
As the mole drew nearer to the city, the Macedonians constructed 2 tall siege towers to cover their work. The Tyrians responded by filling a transport ship with kindling, setting it alight, and propelling it toward the mole. Upon contact, the ship's burning mast fell forward and crashed into one of the towers.
The raging fire soon consumed the other tower, laying waste to weeks' worth of grueling labor. But Alexander was undeterred. He ordered that construction begin anew, and this time, the mole had to be even wider and protected by additional towers.
More importantly, he secured some new allies, several Phoenician communities. They brought him nearly 100 ships. Cyprus, too, joined his camp and sent another 120 boats.
Finally, Alexander had the advantage at sea.
But still, the Tyrians refused to surrender.
Eventually, the mole finally reached the new Tyre. Alexander ordered an assault. The Tyrians fought hard, but in the end, they had no choice. They were surrounded.
They submitted.
Alexander ordered that anyone taking shelter in a temple be spared. Otherwise, his men were permitted to take revenge as they saw fit.
Thousands of Tyrians were killed in the sack of their city. Thousands more women and children were sold into slavery.
After 7 long months, the longest siege of Alexander's career was complete.
After Tyre fell, the king resumed his march south. His path into Egypt was blocked by a Persian garrison in the city of Gaza, which Alexander captured after a 2-month siege.
Upon entering Egypt, Alexander was greeted by upbeat crowds. The country had only been reconquered by the Achaemenid Empire about a century and a half previously, after a long and bloody rebellion. Thus, Alexander was hailed as a liberator and welcomed.
Alexander leaned into the welcome. He proclaimed himself pharaoh and then founded a new city on the Mediterranean coast. This was one of many Alexandrias, but by far the most important. It would stand as the capital of Egypt for nearly 1,000 years. But its founder would not stay for long.
Alexander spent around 5 months in Egypt, working on administrative tasks and campaign planning. He left in April 331 BCE, returning to Tyre, where he gathered his army.
By now, the Persian navy, deprived of its harbors, had disintegrated, and Alexander prepared to march into the heart of the Achaemenid Empire.
It was time to settle the score with Darius.
men were in order for the project. They were drafted from Macedonia and Greece, and they swelled Alexander's army. It numbered around 40,000 infantry and 7,000 cavalry.
Darius assembled a new army too, calling in warriors from as far as India. And while it's not clear exactly how many they numbered, his force was most likely still larger than Alexander's.
The King of Kings had also decided to play things safer than last time he fought Alexander at Issus. He did not march out to meet the Macedonians, but instead waited for Alexander to move deep into the empire.
Which Alexander did.
He led his forces across the Euphrates, then marched almost 300 miles until he reached the Tigris in September 331 BCE. The Macedonians marched down the east bank, and finally, the Persians marched up to meet them. Near the city of Arbela, Darius chose an open plain for battle.
Look at Jimmy Fallon
Advantage of his
laughing
cavalry and
his dick off.
sized chariots, and settled in to wait.
The Macedonians stopped about 7 miles from the Persians and rested for a few days, scouting out the field.
Then it was time for the fight that would be called the Battle of Gaugamela.
So I'm like,
The Macedonians formed their battle.
Tommy, who the fuck is Gene
The heavy
Fallon?
infantry were in the
Like,
center.
I don't know.
Alexander and his elite
I was
companion
like-
fighters were on the right, and the cavalry was on the left.
Darius's line was far longer than Alexander's and threatened to encircle it
Oh,
once the
shit,
fighting
got it?
commenced. In response, Alexander formed a second
Oh, shit,
phalanx
you got
behind
it.
his first. In case the Persian cavalry
Really?
did get behind the main
Yeah,
force,
how's that
the
missed
second
out like
phalanx
that?
could turn and fend them
You
off.
could make a lot of
It
money
was a
there.
complex formation, and only an army as disciplined and experienced as Alexander's could pull it off.
Once everyone was in
Saturday
position,
Night Live kick ass.
Alexander
It's the
ordered
best
the
show
army
of all
forward.
time. Is
The
that true?
Macedonians
Fuck
shifted
no.
toward
But
their
it's
right
kind of like our
flank, and
religion.
Darius then
Okay.
ordered his deadly scythed chariots
Really?
to
Yeah,
drive
Aunt, what's
forward
Aunt's
and
name?
break
He's a
apart
comedian. It's funny as
Alexander's
fuck.
lines.
Really?
It
Yeah.
seems Alexander ordered gaps in his
Why is Aunt
formation
funny?
to permit the
He's
chariots
a
to rush
comedian.
through.
He's
which
out
has been
there. I don't know if
closed
he's like
in upon
publicly out there, but he's out there.
With the
And he was
chariots
just funny about it. He did it
neutralized,
when
the
it's
Persian
in time when like
cavalry
not a lot of people
struggled to
did it.
break open the Macedonian phalanxes.
Nevertheless,
It's like
the Macedonian left came under grave threat. A gap opened up, and
Watch,
some
he's
Persian
not.
cavalry
Anthony
broke in.
Stephen Kellen.
But the soldiers of the
Colonia.
Macedonian second line surged forward
Colonia.
and drove them off.
Meanwhile,
Really?
on the opposite flank,
Yeah.
a similar
That's a
gap
cool
appeared
name.
among the
I've never
Persian
known of
cavalry.
an Anthony to go
Alexander
by
exploited
anything
it,
other than
ordering
Tony.
his companions to
He's been doing it
charge
for a long time.
forward.
And it's a gay
Alexander
boy.
wheeled and pressed toward
I was like, I don't
Darius,
want to
who
guess
once
at this
again
one.
panicked and fled. Darius's panic spread through the Persian ranks until most of the
what was he
army
on?
buckled and
Rabbi
ran.
Fit Club.
Once again,
Yes, Ant.
Darius escaped, this time
Gay
fleeing
targeted
to Media,
logo.
in
No.
what is now
What was he
northwestern
on?
Iraq.
Best week ever. Sorry.
Unable or unwilling to pursue him, Alexander consoled himself with the capture of the city of Arbela, where he apparently found
That'd be a fucking show.
4,000 talents of
This,
silver
what was that
and
show
other
like some kind of
luxuries.
stupid diddle
After
limited video?
proclaiming himself
Whatever
king
it's
of
called.
Asia,
What was it
he
called? The
moved
Fishes
on
and
to the
Music
ancient
Wizards?
city of Babylon,
Anthony's
where
dad.
on October 18th, he pledged
Anthony's a
to
gay boy.
respect the rights
What
and
is that?
properties
He's
of
gay,
its
right?
people. In response, the city submitted to
I
him,
mean,
apparently
okay,
cheerfully.
I thought that meant like there's like femboy. I don't really know what that is, but
While for the
that's
first
different. I didn't
time,
know that.
Alexander
He's a gay
named
man.
a Persian as his satrap
Yeah.
or local ruler for the region.
But what if he identifies as a boy?
Then he partied for several weeks.
Before continuing on to the Persian administrative capital of Susa, which likewise surrendered without a fight.
Alexander was now in the heart of Darius's lands. Not yet 30 years old, he was on the verge of conquering the
Stacey
mightiest
Abrams would be
empire on
president
earth.
someday.
But when the
Really?
king
Yeah.
next marched into Persepolis, the symbolic capital of the Achaemenid Empire, the cooler side of his character emerged, foreshadowing the dark days to come.
Coming up, Alexander plunders the heart of Persia and races to finally catch Darius before it's too late.
There's a 4-story Target in Chicago.
Disappearances, a Spotify original from Parcast. In 2020, I used social media to help bring justice to my sister Alyssa's nearly 2 decades-long disappearance. Now, I'm exploring the many reasons people disappear, and finding to get the truth may be even harder to locate than the person. You were forced the famed explorer to lose his way. What did a missing Hollywood star leave behind? And how could the heiress to a Chicago candy fortune just vanish?
Seed lighters. What do you call that shit?
Cases. Tracking timelines, analyzing clues, and piecing together as many answers as possible to find the actual truth. Follow the Spotify original from Parcast, Disappearances. Listen free only on Spotify.
This is the best end to it. Everybody.
I do apologize for interrupting your amateur detective time.
I like it.
And a mystery of this size
I like
takes
it a
2
lot.
homes to
I
handle.
don't know why you can't
Yes, my brother,
do that.
Sherlock,
I don't know why impersonation be a thing. Well, you can impersonate be anyway. Okay. So what?
Every twist and turn.
Well, no one somebody says that I'm you and you're me. I don't know. Like, if you need me, call me and I'll be like, hey, dog.
The banner below to learn more.
Now, back to the story.
In October 3,
Hey, dog. Hey, dog. Don't
25-year-old Alexander III, King of Macedonia, defeated
I saw this
the
account
Persian
suspended
king
and I just
Darius
assumed
III
it
at Gaugamela.
What the fuck was that?
In the battle's aftermath, Alexander captured the Achaemenid Empire's administrative capital at Susa. The full conquest of the empire was imminent.
From Susa, the Macedonians began the 400-mile journey to Persepolis. Envoys from the
Holographic display at Tomorrowland.
and offered their surrender.
Yet, for some reason, Alexander did not respond with leniency as he had when the city surrendered in the past. Perhaps because Persepolis was the ceremonial capital and thus symbolic of the Achaemenid regime. Or perhaps
Tomorrowland, when I was there, had all kinds of shit for the house. It was really cool.
Whatever the motivation, the king permitted
So
his
some
soldiers
Eric Pride.
the city for a full day.
Eric Pride is big. Really?
Gold and silver paid well. If Alexander was harsh with Persepolis, he was generous with his men. Even ordinary soldiers serving in his army could expect to get rich, like the officer that imported sand.
And that's a hologram. A holographic display. Holy fuck.
But Darius had the resources to attract fighters too.
Okay,
And yet
so
again,
Eric
he
Pride's
had put
calling.
together a new army. This
Yeah, my
time
friend
in
Phil.
Western Iran.
It was his idea. No, it's somebody else's idea.
Alexander
But
and his army
he did this
set
show.
out to take it down.
And once again, Darius retreated.
And my friend did this music video for it that got really fucking popular.
Alexander hurried
On-
to catch up. But after days of marching,
Persian defectors brought Alexander the news that
It
Darius
was
had been
really fucking
seized after
popular.
a coup.
A lot of people like it. Was one of the like first viral things I've ever seen, and my friends did it in like 2000. What was it? It was this workout video that they did with this fucking song.
Alexander raced
Hey, you got
toward them.
fucking Jimmy Fallon. I'm gonna
Pressed
go out
hard,
right now.
and by the time he came in sight of the Persian column, only 60 horsemen were still riding with him.
Nevertheless, Festus and his nobles, seeing Alexander approach, stabbed Darius to death and fled.
Alexander treated the body with respect, sending it back to
You
be
have
buried
1700
by
tweets.
Darius' mother. And that might have been that. With the death of the great king and most of the Achaemenid Empire conquered, Alexander's men assumed that the great project was finally done.
But
American window company.
Alexander had other ideas.
That's American window.
The king gathered his army and explained that Persia was not yet beaten. Nessus still threatened them. Just a bit more fighting was needed.
His men trusted him, and they were well enough paid by him too, so they agreed to fight on.
First at Hyrcania, then Area, both of which submitted quickly.
Meanwhile, Alexander's fears were proven right. Bessus proclaimed himself King of Kings and took the regnal name Artaxerxes V.
He had to be defeated if Alexander were to rule Persia.
In late 330 BC,
You remember where you bought those fucking
26-year-old
garbage bags?
Alexander
Yeah,
headed
it's
south. He accepted the
Is
submission
it
of
Mexican
several
or
communities
Spanish?
and founded
What
another
is it?
city,
El Supra?
Alexandria in Aragosio, which is now Kandahar.
I guess it's Spanish.
But not
But a lot of
everything
Mexican
was
people
on
there. All kinds of
Alexander's
people there.
side.
Really? Yeah.
Conditions got
Anyway,
harsher as he turned
but it's
east toward
predominantly
Bactria
Mexican, I would
in
say.
the northeastern
Really?
corner
Yeah.
of modern-day
Why'd you go there?
Afghanistan.
I've never been to one before, and I wanted to see if they had any kosher food, and they did not. Or they had some, I shouldn't say that. But, I need garbage bags. Really? Yeah. And I had just been in a Walmart, and the guy thought I was Amish. I'm walking in, and he's like, "Hey, are you Amish?" And I'm like, "No." Sometimes I say, "Yeah." I might have said, "Yeah." On that day. Are you Amish? Sometimes I go, "Yeah."
Why? Had Alexander crossed the water, however,
People ask me if I'm Amish pretty often. So anyway, I was in the El Supra to avoid the guy asking me if I was Amish because he had already asked me. He's like, "Are you Amish?" When I went in there, where is this? It's in Santa Ana, California.
He was stripped and whipped and had his
Shout out to
face
that fucking
mutilated.
video. Pomo was in it. Who else was in that? White Power. Who was that? Eddie White. Eddie White's in this. And who else? Grant Powers or something? They meant for something. Like White Power. White Power. Really? They were kids who ran at our school on the White Power ticket because that was their name. White Power.
Alexander may not have shared his plans for India with his troops yet.
So just so they would be on the ticket, it was a completely I would say this, and I would put this up against the school. It was a completely fake mock of a campaign, and they won, but they wouldn't give it to him. And I know they won. They gave it to somebody else. Really, Mar Brown and those people. But White Powers did win. Everybody voted for it. The black kids, the Latinx kids, everybody. Why?
The tired, frustrated Macedonian troops did not respond wisely. They confiscated local supplies.
So who won?
And fomented
Brown
rebellions
something?
in Santana and Bactria.
What was it? It was
To
something
which
brown.
Alexander and his men responded with
So instead of White Power,
even more
it was like
During
something
one
brown.
assault on the rebels, Alexander
Really?
was hit on the head by a stone and knocked unconscious. For a short
But those
time
guys won. I know they
afterwards,
won,
he
and they didn't let
could
him.
walk and struggled to speak.
That thing was rigged.
Nevertheless,
These
the
kids had so many
Macedonians
fucking
took
votes.
town after town, slaughtering the men and enslaving the women and children.
For 2 years, the Macedonians fought a brutal, relentless campaign.
Anyway,
to
Eddie
put
White,
down
he
uprising,
dated my ex-girlfriend. So
fighting and
really,
killing
yeah.
almost
Did you
without
ever end
pause.
bug?
At this time, Alexander is said to have drunk more and more, perhaps
Why?
partially as a natural result of the hard
I don't know
drinking
if I want to
culture
say
of the
this,
Macedonian troops, but also perhaps as a result
I knew
of
somebody
the
who was his
fatigue,
roommate or something
endless
like that,
campaigning,
and it was
and
like
frustration that he wasn't
they
tackling his
are
real
so loud.
His men, meanwhile, were also becoming increasingly frustrated. Not only were they asked to keep fighting long after victory should have been theirs, but now the glory and plunder was meager compared to what they'd won against Darius.
Many of them were also growing concerned with their king's behavior. Alexander had conquered a vast foreign empire, and in order to administer it, he adopted elements of Persian, or to Greek eyes, barbarian culture, including a Persian wardrobe, ceremonies, and even a harem with one woman for
Damn,
each
put your
day
hand
of
in
the
the
year.
can.
Meanwhile, he pragmatically employed Persian nobles, including
That's why
those
soul
who
power
had
is so
previously
strong.
fought against him in his administration.
A contingent of the Macedonian troops resented all of it.
That's bad.
The tensions came to a head one night in 328 BC,
Dude, this guy pissing?
while Alexander was camped in the city of Maracanda, today known as Samarkand in southeastern Uzbekistan.
Maybe.
During the drinking party, a singer began to mock certain Macedonian officers who had failed in battle, which seemed to delight Alexander.
One of his favorite attendants, named
Why
Clitus,
you can't
was
break the
drunk
stream ever
and
enough.
annoyed.
Do the
He
pinch, brother.
complained that the
Pinch, brother.
Persians, whom he called barbarians, were laughing at the Macedonians. Alexander either insulted Clitus or tried to give him a
You think
friendly
he's so
tease.
pissing? Maybe, if he really
In
had to
either
feel bad.
case, Clitus did not take it well.
Hydro dropping a bathroom thing. Hydro dipping
The
before you
veteran
twist it.
bemoaned Alexander's adoption of Persian culture and manners, the endless fighting, and the king taking too much credit for the work of the army. Alexander threw an apple at Clitus
Here's how
and called
sewing
for his
machine works,
sword.
A group of men
Wow, I
hustled
did not
Clitus
know that.
away in an
Did you
attempt
know I
to
saved
defuse
that
the
to me?
situation. But
Shut up.
Clitus broke free and returned to Alexander,
Like, this little
who in
machine changed the
response
world.
grabbed a spear
Ladies
and
used to have to
killed him.
spend all fucking day doing this. Not just ladies.
After
Like,
Clitus's
in
murder, the king
1930,
attempted suicide.
what was this?
For
90%
3 days,
of
he then
everyone with a
isolated
job
himself and refused food or drink.
The mood
was
at court
in some kind
now
of
shifted. Men now feared to speak too openly.
service industry to
In this
hire,
climate,
like, to
Alexander went hunting with one of his royal
wealthy
pages,
individuals.
a teenager named Hermolaus.
90%? It's
A
some
boar
crazy amount.
charged at Alexander, but Hermolaus stepped in and speared it before Alexander could.
What does that mean?
The
Like,
king
everyone
took
was
this
like
as an
a
insult
nanny
and had
or
Hermolaus
a
whipped.
servant or
Hermolaus,
laundered or did
convinced a
fucking.
group of other pages to assassinate
I think
Alexander.
I'm almost certain that's
Apparently
true.
for
I don't know if that's
mistreating
just
them
women,
and probably
but it was
for
like
acting
most
too
women didn't have.
Persian.
I think it is. I think that's
The conspirators
most women
waited
didn't
for
have
a night
jobs.
when they were
So it
all
was like
assigned to guard
if you had a job,
Alexander's
90%
tent.
of them were.
But by chance,
But I
the
think
king was at a drinking party and didn't
But I think-
return until dawn,
Why?
when it was
It's like
too
that's
late.
when unloaded
Soon
stuff
after,
will start.
one of the conspirators told his lover about the failed plan, who told that conspirator's brother, who told one of Alexander's
Take time, bro.
generals, who told the king.
The teenage conspirators were put on trial and were apparently defiant to the end. The bloody end.
They were stoned to death by their fellow pages.
While Alexander's army whispered angrily in the background.
For all of the king's charm, for all his godlike prowess, his soldiers could only endure so much before they rebelled.
Coming up, Alexander finally begins his long-awaited conquest of India.
This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. If you're hiring, you probably know how challenging the hiring process is, especially when you're trying to find someone who will be a great fit
That's
for the
tight.
role and the company. But whether you're looking for a civil engineer, attorney, accountant, nurse, zoologist, or even a new mascot, ZipRecruiter can help you find qualified candidates fast. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/crime. So, how does it work? Well, whatever role you're hiring for, ZipRecruiter's matching technology finds people
Is
with
that
the
how
right
you do it?
experience for your job and
I
presents
fucking
them
want
to
to
you.
get him in.
Then
Think
you
in
can
real life.
invite your
Look at
top
this
choices to
motherfucker.
apply. It's
You
so
think you